Okay, do we have audio? No, it's not that I'm muted. There is something wrong with my system. Audio back? Somebody help me. Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Good morning. So let's get some mornings in. Locked in the trunk of a car. You got this. I think that's an emoji. I can't see the emoji, so. Morning, folks, says Robert. DVD. DVD, no. Kelly. Cindy, good morning. Brenda. How's it going? I can see that emoji. I think it's some kind of a heart thing. Thank you. Whatever it is. Christine, morning. Question. LGC last night. No comments show. Well, I do get porn comments. That's kind of a regular thing. So those go. I delete those. Might as well save you the time. I think they're coming from Russia or some balls. Everything's Russia. This. I don't know if any comments. I didn't get any porn comments yesterday. I don't think. It's just unusual. Mark, Chris, Glow Watcher, not impressed by Scallon testimony. Scan. Backtrack. I was funnily enough more interested in Staff Sergeant Addie McCalliams. Tanya, good morning. Blue Nose, good morning. Truth and all. Julia, I should click on people, right? Truth and all, good morning, Julia. Internet problems, that's terrible. Linda, true, strong, okay, like it. Good, wouldn't miss it, says she. Good stuff. Would miss you if you weren't here and your help and input. Nosy, sad, telling me I'm muted. No, it was the system. Truth, hear you. Okay, thank you. Pioneer, good morning. National Post, I was going to read that article. Donna, I don't know if I'll have time. Kelly, good morning. Linda, good morning. Send you a message. You're ignoring me. Okay, moving along. Rude. You're just rude. Let's see what we can get in here. Chris Kelly, RCMP, woeful status quo, cost lives during Nova Scotia mass shooting. Oh, by the way, there are new documents out. I think we're up to 15. I can't remember, 15 something. I want to go and get them. I've been reading this morning. Interesting. Okay. RCMP had information they didn't want grubby polls to have it too. From the top down, this is Canadian officialdom generally behaves. Yes, the new documents, interesting. Truro really got the shaft. All the police departments did. And afterwards, they were just all stepping up. The Moore Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission hears about the events April 1819 when Gabriel Wortman authored Canada's worst ever mass shooting. The worst it looks for Nova Scotia RCMP, and that's some feat, considering all the dreadful failures we already knew about. We'll watch the video some other time. For example, the force's decision not to engage the provincial alert ready system and instead provide incomplete to useless information via social media was a known debacle, the worst, least forgivable of the Mounties' mistakes, but documents released by the Commission this week provide more damning insight into that decision. Oh, now you're going to message me. Okay. Among those, just rude, I ignore it. Those documents was a transcript interview RCMP investigators conducted in February with Leah Scanlon, Nova Scotia's director, in name only. Thank you, Kelly, for, if I didn't, I was incorrect. She is gone. Retired now. Conducted in February, and in name only of not very strategic communications. Asked why the alert wasn't beamed out to radios, televisions, and phones, Scanlon answered them bluntly. My gut? You would have more dead police officers because of this rural policing. Rural policing. Good. That's, yes, of course. That makes sense. You heard it right. The good people of Nova Scotia would have gone out hunting for the fake cop and might have well killed a real cop in the process. I think she even threw her grandfather in there. That was a bit odd. I had a RCMP member call me, and they were petrified to be on the road, Scanlon told the investigators. They thought they were going to get killed because of the it being public. I think that's a fail. And she was totally unreputant. We always communicated on social media, she told investigators. It's the best practice, and it showed me a better practice in policing. And show me a better practice in policing. There isn't one. On the stand Wednesday, Scanlon rode back toward the boathouse at near Olympic speed. Kind of. Not really at the end. She apologized for her, quote, delivery of transcript, saying she hadn't yet gone back through the events that night with a critical eye. Really? I wonder if that's why you're off work with mental issues. Well, she did leave originally. She admitted standard operating procedures had to change. They're working on it. Don't you know? She tearfully said that she would do anything to go back in time and eliminate extra minutes she and extra staff spent composing and editing and seeking approval for tweets and Facebook posts. Facebook posts, a bit of a misnomer. Scanlon distress appeared genuine, but this narrative doesn't even make sense on its own terms. If the RCMP felt it was dangerous to tell people what was going on, why did they do it at all? Scanlon admitted on the stand that she doesn't use Twitter and doesn't even really know how it works. Right. Moncton awards. Best practice indeed. The Mounties can't unring that bell. The damage is done. Surely the communications professional has admitted almost in as many words that she considers her colleagues' lives more important than those of Nova Scotians. Is that a surprise coming from the RCMP? That is not the deal Western civilization signed up for when they outsourced the protection of life and property to a privileged class of armed civil servants. It's the opposite. We certainly all agree it was a terrible and frightening situation for police officers to be in, but, well, that's the job. Wortman's victims on day 2 included 2 people that were simply out for a morning walk. Had they been aware of Wortman, might have been on the prowl in the area many kilometers from Portapique, where his rampage began, it's reasonable to think they might have slept in instead. Truro Police Chief Hero Dave McNeil told the commission this week that in his view, not using the ready alert system may well have cost lives. He is clearly correct. I think I remember saying something about that at the beginning of all of this. 2 years and some ago. Strange. The documents that have been released are far more damning, too. In my last column, I compared the RCMP failures in Nova Scotia to jaw-dropping behaviors in Uvalde, Texas.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes, and just a reminder to ensure that your electronic devices are turned silent.
The movie is about to begin. Who physically restrained frantic parents? They're going to have something really like a snoozer to unwind from yesterday. I suspect. Physically restrain frantic parents from trying to rescue their children from inside Robb Elementary School instead of doing their jobs. Oh, they are tasing them. Both events ought to be difficult for the respective forces to recover from, but the RCMP's behavior in Nova Scotia is less shocking because their biggest failure was so quintessentially Canadian. They had information, and they did not want the grubby proles to have it too. From the top down, no matter how harmless the information in question, this is how Canadian officialdom generally behaves. I think this is a bit of a whitewash too, a little bit. Last year, a University of Toronto professor posted online the results of the Access to Information request, whose redactions included 1959 speech in the House of Commons by then Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, which you can read on the parliamentary website. If the Privy Council office is going to censor Hansard, for God's sake, imagine what it's doing with its truly sensitive information. On Tuesday, the commission, former RCMP and Public Information Officer Jennifer Clark, was asked why she sought scandalous approval to post a tweet. And a staff sergeant had already signed off on it, a delay that cost 27 minutes. The rules aren't written down, she said. The rule was understood. That's entirely believable. The unwritten rule amounted to information shall be released only at as a last resort. Really? As long as things are moving along. And here, perhaps, the ultimate example of why open by default Standard Justin Trudeau claims to support, even as we drift towards the opposite pole, is such a great idea. In extremis, it can save lives, and status quo can cost them. I'd say it's still a bit of a whitewash downplay, but hey, got to start somewhere, don't you?
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass
The
Casualty
Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Bonjour and bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Each day of our proceedings, we begin with a reflection of why we are here working together. We do this by first remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Each day of our proceedings, we learn and we share more. We encourage others to focus on the future in anticipation that our collective work will make meaningful differences for families, loved ones, and all those affected. We all have a part in creating a final report and recommendations designed to help keep people safer in the future. Yesterday, we heard from the RCMP H Division Director of Strategic Communications and another RCMP staff sergeant regarding their respective roles during the mass casualty. Today, Commission Council will share 4 new foundational documents related to different aspects of interoperability. First, we will hear from Senior Commission Counsel Roger Burrell on foundational documents regarding the topics of air support and Halifax Regional Police and Halifax RCMP District. We will then hear from Senior Commission Counsel Jennifer Cox, who will summarize foundational documents about 911 call taking, dispatch, and radio communications in Nova Scotia. As we've all been hearing throughout the proceedings, radio plays an important role both within agencies and interagency collaboration and communications. To help us better understand the system, we will hear from a witness panel today, including Trevor McLeod, Director of Public Safety Radio and PTT Engineering and Operations with Bell Mobility, Matthew Boyle, Director of Public Safety and Field Communications with the province of Nova Scotia. Todd Brown, Director of Strategic Initiatives, Public Safety and Field Communications, also with the province of Nova Scotia. And Christian Gallant, Divisional IMIT Officer for H Division RCMP. Following the panel, we will hear participant submissions on the most recently shared foundational documents. We have a lot of important ground to cover again today, and we continue to thank you for being here and learning with us. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Roger Burrow to begin. Mr. Burrow.
Okay, I'm going to be sharing your screen here this morning. Here we go. No, not at all. We're good here. Commissioners, participants, Nova Scotians, Canadians, and all those impacted by the mass casualty events of April 2020. My role here is to introduce for you two new foundational documents. The first is the Air Support Foundational Document, and then we will introduce the Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District RCMP Operations Foundational Document. I'll deal with them sequentially. I hope that I won't be too long in terms of what it is I'll be speaking about, because there's much information and interesting information for you to come later this morning and this afternoon. The Air Support Foundational Document, of all those that we have presented, contains the most discrete factual inquiry. That is, it seems clear to the information obtained by the Mass Casualty Commission that there were, from the earliest stages of the incident response, there were air support difficulties. And those difficulties were experienced by the critical incident commanders and how they reacted to the situation. The foundational document that is being presented today speaks about the efforts made to access air support, the details of the air support as it was deployed on April 19th, and some of the difficulties experienced within the actual exercise and support of the air support. So, Madam Registrar, I would move that the foundational document entitled Air Support be marked and tendered into the evidence in these proceedings.
That's Exhibit 2042.
Thank you. I would also request that all supporting documentation referred to therein be marked and tendered into evidence in these proceedings as well.
So exhibited.
Subject matter of the document is information currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission in relation to RCMP requests and use of air services on April 18th and 19th, 2020. The air support document summary is as follows. The RCMP had air resource capability assigned to the Atlantic region on or about April 18th and 19th, 2020. The Atlantic region was defined for RCMP purposes as J Division in New Brunswick, H Division in Nova Scotia, L Division in PEI, and B Division in Newfoundland and Labrador. The resources were located in Moncton, New Brunswick, at the Romeo Leblanc International Airport. There was one helicopter, an Airbus H-125, that was normally assigned to the Atlantic Region Air Support Division of the RCMP. This helicopter was equipped with night flight capabilities, and it also was equipped with surveillance tools, or what has been referred to in the materials as the surveillance package. However, between March 1st, 2020 and May 12th, 2020, this helicopter was ODS, and that was the words or the phrase used in the materials, ODS, off-duty sick. Off-duty sick in this case meant that it was out for maintenance and inspection and was not available on April 18th and 19th. The Air Support Services also had a Pilatus fixed-wing aircraft in Moncton on April 18th and 19th, 2020. It was also ODS. Information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that its annual maintenance inspection that it underwent, obviously annually, was extended or prolonged due to COVID restrictions in the working situation in Moncton. We also know that there was other air support services available outside of the Atlantic region, most specifically in C Division in Montreal and O Division in Ontario. When the RCMP air support services were unavailable, and that was determined relatively early in the incident response, authorities turned to alternate sources. And in particular, the most important alternate source for purposes of the document and these proceedings was the DNR source, the Department of Lands and Forestry resource. Now, the Department of Lands and Forestry had 4 H-125 Airbus helicopters available to it. It had 6 available pilots, but there was one difference from the RCMP available tools that it would have had, and that is that the helicopter for DNR was limited to visual flight rules. That is, it can only fly when you can see. That means you can only fly in the daytime, shortly before dawn and shortly after dusk. Also, the limitations on the DNR helicopter were that there was no specialized surveillance tools or packages available like FLIR or the package that would have been available in the RCMP helicopter. This obviously limited the ability of that helicopter to provide assistance to the incident response. It was limited to aerial observations at the discretion of the pilot operating the helicopter. And in the interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, the pilot engaged in this case, pilot Ken Corkum, said that he had ultimate discretion under the circumstances as to whether the helicopter flew, how high it flew, and where it flew. There were other resources that were attempted to be reached throughout the incident response. The Joint Rescue Coordination Center was attended to at different points of the night and in the early morning and mid-morning of April 18th, 19th. The Joint Rescue Center, the information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that it had helicopters available in Greenwood and in Gander. It was coordinated through the Royal Canadian Air Force and the Canadian Coast Guard. It usually performed search and rescue functions. As we will see a little later, efforts were made to utilize this resource. The Marine Security Operations Center was also run by the Canadian Armed Forces. This is a service or a resource available for assessing maritime and marine security threats. The military obviously would have been the first point of contact for this particular service. I'm going to move on to specifically what happened or what the Mass Casualty Commission has put together with respect to information about the sequence events on April 18th and 19th. This slide is an effort to give you an overview of what took place at 11:10 p.m. The risk manager, whom we are all familiar with, Risk Manager Rehill, instructed Dispatch Supervisor Jen McCallum to call the Atlantic Region Air Support in Moncton for purposes of procuring a helicopter. And this would have been done in the early stages of the incident response, obviously in terms of accessing or making resources available. Ms. McCallum put the call through to J Division Risk Manager. She was checking into whether it was available at around 11:10, 11:16. The J Division Risk Manager called the H Division Risk Manager, Staff Sergeant Rehill, and said that the helicopter was unavailable. So relatively early on, that information became available to incident responders. At 11:45, the OCC was directed and did call the JRCC looking for an alternate air support given the circumstances with the RCMP helicopter. The OCC was informed that active shooter events they did not respond to. At 3:15 in the morning, the OCC went to a third option, DNR, discussed earlier. Learned that a DNR helicopter was not available until daylight and that the call-out policy is for the pilot to be contacted at 6 a.m. and then determine whether he or she will be operating the machinery in response to the request. Information available to the Mass Casualty Commission suggests that Shubenacadie dispatcher, who received the call originally, facilitated the protocol for purposes of contacting Nova Scotia EMO, the Emergency Management Office, and at 5:49 a.m., there was approval to fly obtained from EMO, obviously at the discretion of the pilot. At 6 a.m., Pilot Corkum got the call in the usual protocol response. He was on his way to Shubenacadie Airfield relatively shortly thereafter. At 7:05, Pilot Ken Corkum was in touch with Staff Sergeant Halliday at the command post for purposes of receiving instructions after indicating that he would indeed fly given the circumstances. He planned to arrive in conjunction with the instructions of Staff Sergeant Halliday at 8:30 a.m. at the Debert Airfield. He actually arrived at the Debert Airfield at 8:18 a.m. He landed his Airbus H-125 helicopter and took on one passenger. That passenger was ERT member Kyle Josie. Kyle Josie was a member of the ERT team. He was put on as a spotter. That is, he was given the task of taking on the job of looking for that which was being searched for at that time. So we have the pilot and we have the one spotter from ERT. This slide that is being presented depicts the flight pattern of the helicopter relatively early in its time involved. At 8:47 to 9:45, you will see the helicopter's flight pattern. The slide is also in the foundational document. It's very difficult. I call this the spaghetti slide, and there's a lot of information contained within this graphic. However, the point is that you will see during this time period between 8:47 and 9:45, the helicopter hovered around, moved around points of interest in the Portapique area. It was at that stage, you will recall, implementing or coordinating with the Critical Incident Command people for purposes of initiating the evacuation process from that area of Portapique. 9:45, you will recall from the information that we have heard, is a significant time. This was the time in which the response to the Wentworth Lillian Campbell homicide was initiated. At 9:45, the helicopter redirects itself north towards the Wentworth area, and you can see from the graphic here where the helicopter went by proceeding north. It got actually to the area of Londonderry when it was diverted to the second call in Glenholm. This slide depicts the flight pattern from 9:55 a.m. to 10:07 a.m. This is the area of the helicopter around the residence at 2896 Highway 4, the call that came in with respect to the potential for the perpetrator to be detained and or taken into custody at that residence. You will recall from Staff Sergeant Surrette's testimony that he had communication with the pilot at that time, provided some degree of miscommunication in terms of his thoughts that the perpetrator was actually inside the residence. The graphic doesn't show the height, but it shows the distance perhaps from the location of 2896 in terms of hovering around. This slide gives you a sense of what took place thereafter. And this is in response to the call in Plains Road, Debert. From 10:07 to 10:11, the helicopter left the Glenholm area, responded to the Plains Road, Debert call. The helicopter orbited around the Debert area until about 10:37. At 10:37, the helicopter needed to refuel, and between 10:40 and 11:02 a.m., the helicopter was on the ground at the Debert Airfield, refueling. Now, of course, that's an important fact simply on the basis that the timing of 10:49 to 10:59 is significant with respect to what was taking place at the time with the perpetrator. At 11:12 a.m., the helicopter recommenced its traveling and went towards Shubenacadie. You will recall the shootings of Constable Morrison, Stevenson, and Joey Weber were before that, about 15 minutes before that. The shooting of Gina Goulet also was in that range of time, such that the helicopter, after refueling, was late getting to that scene. At 11:28, the DNR helicopter was over the Enfield area, approximately 2 minutes after the shots away direction. At 11:44, the DNR helicopter returned to the Shubenacadie airfield, given the conclusion of the events. Now, I wanted to just speak about a third piece of information after we've talked about what resources were available and the flight pattern of the DNR helicopter. Third piece of information just speaks about some of the communication difficulties that were experienced between the pilot and the Critical Incident Command. There were difficulties in terms of setting up an ability to speak comfortably to each other. And during the in-flight, I was going to say proceedings, but during in-flight, Constable Corkum and the IT technician Glenn Byrne at the command post were doing their very best to ensure good ways of communication. What happened was Mr. Byrne was attempting to set up communications on the law enforcement channel. You will recall that law enforcement channels are encrypted. The helicopter usually operates on unencrypted mutual aid channels, and there was an attempt to mesh those. You will hear in this short clip a dialogue between the command post technician Glenn Byrne and the pilot, he's identified as Patrol 4, with respect to their struggling to get on the same channel such that they can communicate with each other. The effort from the command post was to stay on the encrypted channel. The effort from the pilot was to get on the encrypted channel. Eventually, they resolved to stay on the unencrypted channel. So this is a brief snippet of that conversation.
DNR helicopter, copy command post. Go ahead from Patrol 4. Can you confirm, do you have law enforcement talk group in your radio? Law enforcement?
I'm on mutual aid 6 here now. Let me check on the channel you call law enforcement.
Yeah, law enforcement 5 or 6.
Okay, stand by, I'll check. We're just over Plains Road divert area now.
Affirmative.
RCMP command, it's Patrol 4 on mutual aid 60, copy.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I found that channel. I was trying to raise you on. I tried both 5 and 6. You weren't hearing me?
No, switch to 5 now, and I'll switch right over. Switch to 5 now.
Okay, well, we'll work on mutual aid 6 for now.
Is DNR helicopter on this channel?
Yeah, go ahead from Patrol 4.
All right. Problems are lost. We'll just stay on this one here.
So as you can see, there was communication difficulties actually setting up the ability to speak on the same channel back and forth. Took time, obviously, with respect to the communications from the pilot otherwise. The initial concern from the pilot was that he didn't have access to the law enforcement channels, the encrypted channels. Pilot Corkum in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission said that he learned he did have access to the encrypted radio and that he actually accessed it but couldn't raise the critical incident commanders, and that's why you heard the manner in which they were discussing what they were going to do. Eventually, everybody just aborted the effort to get onto the encrypted channel and maintained their contact over the mutual aid radio, the unencrypted channel. Finally, with respect to the foundational document, we're just going to make reference to a couple of additional efforts to obtain additional air support in the morning as the manhunt was ongoing. At 11:14 a.m., there was approval obtained for an RCMP helicopter O division to actually attend and come from Central Canada. At 11:15, the JRCC was advised that EMO had made requests to initiate the air resource access to their helicopters. And then, of course, at 11:26, when the matter came to an end, those inquiries were unnecessary. At 11:44, O Division Air Services, which had been stood up, were stood down. So that basically gives you a summary of what you will find within the foundational document entitled Air Support. Commissioners, I will conclude my remarks with respect to this. And if I may, I'll move on to the second foundational document summary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burrow.
Second foundational document summary is a brief introduction to what we have identified as the Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District Operations document. It is focusing on the engagement and involvement of Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District RCMP in the mass casualty at the tail end of the time frame. This foundation document and material cited therein and references interoperability issues between the RCMP, HRP, and separate divisions. I will touch on some jurisdiction points and some narrative points with respect to this matter. So, Madam Registrar, I move that the foundational document entitled Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District RCMP Operations be marked and tendered into evidence in these proceedings.
It's Exhibit 2074.
And I similarly move that all source material and supporting documentation be marked and tendered into evidence in these proceedings.
So exhibited.
Subject matter of this brief introduction is a review of command decisions, communications, and actions of the Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District RCMP relevant to the critical incident response on April 18th and 19th, 2020. You will all know I'm guilty of discussion of a lot of geography in some of these presentations, simply because it's important for Nova Scotians, indeed for Canadians and all of us, to understand the dynamic and the geographical layout of what's going on. We are familiar with the geography by now. A quick reminder here of the swath of the geography and the land mass that was covered in this mass casualty. This slide identifies the localities and communities of significance with respect to the narrative. Need not go over them. However, I just wanted to add in here for purposes of Dartmouth and Halifax. You can see them in relation to the other localities in the south of the province in terms of mid-central south and how far they are away from the location where the perpetrator was neutralized. You will recall the incident at the Big Stop. The Big Stop is near Enfield. Enfield is in Hants County, but the Big Stop is in HRM, Halifax County. It's just over the line. So jurisdictionally, Halifax District, RCMP, would have been engaged and or importantly involved in this. It is clear there is information in the materials that Halifax District RCMP and Halifax Regional Police were made aware of what was going on. But of course, it implicated them significantly when it came over the border. Dartmouth is the location of the H Division RCMP headquarters. Dartmouth is also the location of the HRP East Division building. And also it is the location of the residence of Maureen Banfield, which is obviously significant to the narrative under these circumstances. Halifax, of course, contains the Halifax Regional Police headquarters. This slide attempts to outline jurisdictional delineations within HRM in the Halifax County. There are 6 policing zones in the Halifax District RCMP, the Tantallon RCMP zone, the Sackville zone, the North Central zone with the detachment out of Middle Musquodoboit, the Sheet Harbor zone, the Musquodoboit Harbor zone or district, and the Cole Harbor zone district serviced by the detachments in Cole Harbor and Preston. Those are the Halifax district areas of coverage. You can see it is a wide area and generally relatively rural or suburban. The 3 policing areas for Halifax Regional Police are the East Division on the east side of the Halifax Harbor, the West Division, west side of the Halifax Harbor, going down the Herring Cove Loop, and the Central Division, which obtains and or deals with the peninsula area. It is primarily urban and suburban. The slide next introduces for you, as is discussed in the foundational document, some significant police personnel. There were, as we have gone through the materials and cited, we've tracked and or dealt with the movement of about 64 members of Halifax Regional Police and or Halifax District. There were undoubtedly more people involved that we weren't in a position to actually look at the materials or have materials, or there was no recorded materials with respect to their movement. It is a significant amount of personnel and information that would have been provided. I simply say to you that while we put the foundational document with significant members who made decisions, there was a great deal of response, obviously, at around 10:30 into 11 o'clock in the morning of April 19th. The 5 persons that have been listed here are listed on the basis of their command position. The acting watch commander for the night shift for Halifax Regional Police was Sergeant Chambers Spriggs. She had the early contacting and tasking with respect to efforts to locate the perpetrator or the perpetrator's vehicle at 193 Portland Street in Dartmouth. Second person we've listed is Staff Sergeant Jeff Clark. His name will come up in the document. He was the replacing watch commander with respect to tasking and so on. The third person named in the document is Sergeant Pierre Bourdage, and he would have been in the East Division. He's important because of his engagement with Maureen Banfield, David McGrath, and the access to the photographs. The photographs that he obtained, he took photographs of, and then he sent them on to command. You will recall Staff Sergeant Addie McCallum speaking of the information that he received from Pierre Bourdage. Sergeant Bourdage was important in terms of the information being distributed from the Banfield McGrath family off to the critical incident commanders. We've also listed H District Watch Commander Staff Sergeant Erica Pinn, who was at that stage learning early of the Portapic matter and engaged or tasked some members in a surveillance or observation role. And then, of course, Sergeant Wayne Sutherland is important to the document, to the materials as well, because he too received the photographs, and he too sent the photographs off to Staff Sergeant Bryars, who was at the OCC. So you had 2 sources of information going to 2 sources of receiving the information, and that's the personnel that was involved. The document goes on to list the involvement of a number of people, including ERT commanders, Halifax Regional Police ERT commanders, and what they did. Sergeant Barr, I just promoted him. Sergeant Barr was important to the proceedings because he was the actual member who responded initially to the 193 Portland Street. So all of these names are dealt with in the document. As an introductory, I wanted to give you a sense of perhaps the important ones. I will again go through some key indicators sequentially to give you a sense of the Halifax Regional Police's and Halifax District's involvement. This is a broad overview of timing of significant events. We know from the information that has been provided to us that at as early as 10:30 p.m. on April 18th, Halifax District RCMP became involved in a response to the Portapic complaint because at least 2 members of the ERT team were taken from their regular watch, Constable Gallant and Constable Mahar. Constable Mahar's name you will recall because he was involved with the EMERT. They then left in response to the Portapic engagement and advised their superiors, in this case Staff Sergeant Pinn would have become aware that they were moving on. Constable or Corporal Byard, also the TAV driver, informed H District of his involvement in this. So there would have been an awareness, at least relatively early, of something going on at Portapic. At 11:55 p.m., the OCC supervisor, Jen McCullum, contacted the IES. The IES, of course, is the Integrated Emergency Services Primary Service Answering Point in Halifax Regional Municipality. That is the 911 call center. She, in her location at the OCC in the province, contacted IAS to give them a heads up with respect to what was going on. April 19th, in the early morning hours at 12:08 a.m., the IES issued an internal BOLO. We all know what BOLOs are by now. It was responsive to the OCC information. It's interesting in terms of what it says, because it doesn't get it right. But this is the early stages in the proceedings. From the RCMP telecoms, they have active shooter situation with possibly 2 shooters and multiple fires and possibly 2 or 3 fatalities in the community of Porta Pic, which is on Highway 2 in 5 Islands. This originally started at Orchard Beach Road. That is all that I have for now. So it's interesting, the dynamic. It's very early in the proceedings. People in HRM or authorities in HRM are getting to know the information. The information isn't correct, but it is at least advising and providing some sense of what is going on in a different portion of the province. At 12:45 a.m., Staff Sergeant McCollum, whom we heard from yesterday, was the assigned RCMP member to the HRP. He reached out to East Division Patrol Supervisor Sergeant Chris Barr regarding the 193 Portland Street information that he sought to obtain in order to identify whether there was a fully marked RCMP replica vehicle or not. At 1:21 and 1:48, the Halifax District mobilized some patrols to the Forest Hill Parkway and 102 near Enfield as a matter of making observations. Information with respect to what those particular observers or patrols did is relatively limited. We have from the documents information that they were at least assigned to that location at this stage in time. At 1:30 a.m., Sergeant Barr and Sergeant Carlisle of Halifax Regional Police actually attended at 193 Portland Street, and they saw at that time a snow-covered Taurus in the parking lot. At 1:55, Risk Manager Staff Sergeant Rehill was informed by Halifax Regional Police of the observations at 193 Portland Street. We know from the information that has been provided, or at least we're of the view that at 2:20 to 4:36, Sergeant Barr attended the home of Maureen Banfield in terms of trying to obtain information. The Banfield name, of course, came up in the information searches with respect to connections to the perpetrator. They did an exterior watch of the location and then eventually made contact with Maureen Banfield at her Dartmouth residence, obtained some information. At 5:30 a.m., Staff Sergeant McCollum was informed and updated the information that contact had been made with Maureen Banfield. At around 6:30 in the morning, Lisa Banfield emerged from the woods and provided additional information, causing the Critical Incident Command team to be very concerned over the safety of Maureen Banfield and other members of the Banfield family. At 6:52 a.m., Maureen Banfield and David McGrath were escorted from their residence and taken to the East Division Station for safety. At that time, they were interviewed, discussions were ongoing, and this is where the information emerged with respect to 28B11. At 7:15 a.m., Sergeant Bordage obtained those photos from David McGrath's phone of the fully marked replica vehicle, and then the efforts were made to provide that to the Critical Incident Command. 7:17, 7:18, Bordage immediately contacted Staff Sergeant McCollum, and he broadcast over HRP channels that this was a 28B11, 28 Bravo 11, looks exactly like an RCMP vehicle. At 7:22, Halifax IES dispatcher contacted the risk manager, Staff Sergeant Briers, in terms of the information that was made available. You recall hearing from Staff Sergeant Briers that he got this call from IES, from a dispatcher, and wasn't sure what the sourcing was. So Staff Sergeant Briers then contacted or was in contact with Sergeant Sutherland of Halifax District, and we had the information being disseminated in that way. At 7:40 a.m., Sergeant Bordage emailed the photos of 28B11 to Staff Sergeant McCollum. At 7:49, Sergeant Sutherland forwarded the photos to Risk Manager Briers. So we had 2 separate and independent silos providing information to 2 separate independent critical incident commanders. At 7:58, Staff Sergeant McCollum informed Sergeant Bordage that the replica RCMP vehicle that they were looking for in Portapic had not been accounted for by IRT, and that obviously was a significant information. 8:40 a.m., Halifax Regional Police IRT prepared to conduct a search of 193 Portland Street, and then by 9:42:30, the event of the Wentworth call emerged, the Lillian Campbell homicide. At 9:45, Halifax Regional Police began to mobilize with an effort or a view to attending at the Enfield exit or the border exit of the 102. There was much information in the communications with respect to instructions and how to mobilize the HRP. It's all within the documentation. The HRP IRT response is detailed as well within the foundational document. At 10:25 a.m., Sergeant Noggle, the team lead of the IRT team in HRP, issued instructions over the air to members to essentially abandon the location at 193 Portland Street that we were going to search and mobilize towards the airport. From 10:50 forward, IRT mobilized and made arrangements to move their members towards the airport. They took up different positions. We were able to determine that eventually one team was at the Inn on the Lake at the 102 intersection and was required to move up the old number 2 towards Enfield at the exit there. At the time, or the pivotal time of after 11 o'clock, there was an HRP IRT team in the north parking lot of the big stop. There was an HRT member team at the Enfield overpass of the 102. We, of course, know by now that at 11:26, the matter came to an end with the shooting of the perpetrator. At that time, there were members from Halifax Regional Police, Halifax District, and more, I suppose, significantly, the HRP IRT team present. They assisted with respect to the removal and takedown of the perpetrator. And that concluded the events with respect to the actual involvement of the HRP and Halifax District folks. The document goes into a great deal more detail as to what movements were taken by the parties therein. Commissioners, these are the introductions of the air support in the Halifax District and HRP response. That concludes the presentation at this time. I'm sorry for being a little longer than I thought it would be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. We appreciate that. And we will continue on with the next two documents. Commission Counsel Jen Cox, please. Morning, Ms. Cox. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, participants and participants council and members of the public. Dilla was in Jennifer Cox. My name is Jennifer Cox. And Madam Registrar, the first document that I'm going to speak to is COM number 0058853. Title of the document is 911 call taking and dispatch. And I'm going to ask that that be exhibited.
2075.
So the foundational document titled 911 call taking and dispatch is a supplementary document because we've already heard from Daryl McDonald. Daryl McDonald is the OCC commander for the PEI PEI call center. And in addition to Mr. McDonald's testimony, we needed information before the commission with respect to some of the more particular policies and processes that take place. As you can probably appreciate, the 911 system is quite complex and we are continuing. So this document is what we know as of June 7th, 2022. However, I'm anticipating that we will probably have more that we will need to add to it because it is such a complex system. So generally speaking, the 911 system, as Mr. McDonald indicated, is the responsibility of the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office, or EMO. which is under the Department of Municipal Affairs. As we've already heard, there are 4 different public service answering points in Nova Scotia where the 911 calls are received. However, we also know now that there are backup call takers in some of the folks in the IES, which is the Emergency Health Service, Integrated Emergency Health Services in Bedford, which is the ambulance dispatch. So that's something that we are adding to the information that is now before the commissioners. With respect to the Dartmouth Public Service Answering Point, it also acts as the operational communication center for the RCMP. So it receives calls, but it also dispatches for the police in the province of Nova Scotia, with the exception of the Halifax Regional Municipality. It's important to understand that there are policies and procedures for 911 call taking, and we did hear a little bit about that, but some of those are now listed and discussed in this document. Some of the policies, it's important to note, have either been implemented or amended since April 2020. So there have been some changes to the system post-mass casualty. The document speaks a lot to the training process for 911 operators and dispatching. It's quite an intense process to become a dispatcher, an operator first, and then a dispatcher. And the document also speaks to the number of call takers and dispatchers working on April 18th and some of the work that some of those dispatchers tried to do to warn local residents. And we have some evidence before the commission already where some of the individuals that were working in the call center were trying to reach out to local residents, particularly in the Portapique area, based on the data that is in the 911 system to try to reach people to warn them. However, that was a difficult exercise because a lot of the information with respect to the telephones is, especially with cell phones, some of the individuals that were being reached were up in BC, for example, because that was where the call actually, the cell phone was actually located at the time. So again, we talked a little bit about this with Darryl McDonald, but it's really, really important to understand that there is a call taking role and a dispatching role. They're very different. The call is answered, the information is obtained from the caller, and then the call taker connects the call to the appropriate dispatch center. We heard from Mr. McDonald that sometimes that's one and the same person. So the call may come into the Dartmouth OCC, and if it's a police matter outside of HRM, it'll stay in that same center. If it comes into the Valley and it's an RCMP matter, it'll go from Valley to the Dartmouth OCC for further dispatching. The dispatching, they receive information from the call taker or from the automated system that's in place. They make sure the service is sent out. So that can be anything from a tow truck to the police. And the dispatchers provide information received during the call. And they also might monitor the responder. So the first responder who's out in the field may be also communicating or being monitored by dispatch. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later with the witness panel. So the calls available to call takers and dispatchers, again, we talked a lot about that with Mr. McDonald. However, there are different tools in the toolbox here in Nova Scotia. So the RCMP has the CAD system known as KIDS, and it is a RCMP owned and custom built system which serves all of the RCMP OCCs and frontline officers and their police vehicles, except for those RCMP who are in the Halifax Regional Municipality. I think it's important for everybody to understand that in Nova Scotia, the tools available for dispatchers are not universal. Some of the tools that are being used, particularly those in the Halifax Regional Municipality, are not the same as the tools being used by dispatchers outside of that area. And those two systems, unfortunately, do not speak to each other. So there is a different set of tools, particularly the CAD or the automated dispatching system. There are 2 different platforms that are being used currently in the province of Nova Scotia. The 911 mapping, we already also heard a little bit about this from Mr. McDonald. The automatic number index and the automatic location indicator, which is the information that is populated in the automated system from the cell phone or the landline telephone as it comes in. It gives the caller's location and allows the call taker to get address and other information without asking the caller. But again, it sometimes is not necessarily helpful because it either isn't able to populate or the information is not up to date. But for the most part, this information is created by the province of Nova Scotia, and we heard all about that from Mr. McDonald. The computer-aided software, aided dispatch software utilized has mapping, and so we've heard a little bit about that. And we will hear more about some of that. And this helps the dispatchers determine where the call is actually coming from. Sometimes they have to ask further questions because the pinpoint of the individual caller is not as, it's not necessarily completely accurate, depending on how close they are perhaps to a tower or other things. Reverse 911 calling is also something that is what was attempted by some of the, and I mean, that's kind of a colloquial term. The individuals who were working in the OCC Center on the night of the 18th in particular were trying to get information from the system to call people to warn them, but it's not easily accomplished, and we know that because the individuals that were, one of the individuals in particular that I can think of that was reached was in British Columbia or somewhere in Western Canada because the address associated with the phone that had been called was in Portapique. However, the user was in BC, I believe it was. So that's the end of the presentation with respect to the 911 and call taking foundational document. And as I said, it's as of June 7, 2022. So I anticipate that we probably will have more information that we'll have to add as we learn more about what a complicated system it is.
Thank you, Ms. Cox.
So Commissioners, I'm going to move right into the next presentation. Madam Register, that is COM 0058854, TMR2 radio communications system in Nova Scotia. If we could have that marked as an exhibit.
It's exhibit 2076.
So this document talks about the TMR2 radio system, communication system. So that's the radio system that the first responders in Nova Scotia use, and that is the name of the system that they use. We also will talk a little bit about the history and the development of the TMR2 system in the document. The focus of this particular document is the capabilities of the TMR2 system. It's quite complicated. Not gonna lie, makes my head hurt some days. But it is a very important document to understand how complicated and how the system actually works here in the province. We'll hear a lot more about this as we talk to the witnesses after the break with respect to the radio operations in the province, but there's a lot of acronyms and those are talked about in this foundational document, and it would be really important for people to be able to understand what these acronyms are, because we will be talking a lot about different ones as we go through. So Bell Mobility Inc. is BMI, Bell Mobility Radio is BMR, and Bell Mobility is the provider of the service in the province of Nova Scotia. So they provide the radio infrastructure, for lack of a better way of describing it. You've heard me also mention the TMR2 system. So that's the trunk mobile radio system in two systems. So this is the second generation of this particular trunk mobile radio in the province of Nova Scotia. RINSAC, which is the Radio Interoperability Nova Scotia Advisory Council. Also an important acronym, because that will be something that the panel members will likely speak to. PSFC, Public Safety Field Communications. So that is the provincial government organization responsible for radio communications in the province of Nova Scotia. The Maritime Public Safety Network, so MPSN, That's the group of individuals who oversee the interoperability of the radio communications, not only in Nova Scotia, but in New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. We'll hear a lot about the acronym PTT, so permission to talk. That is the button you push to use your radio to ask to speak or to seek permission to speak. Request to talk, that's another button that you push, and that's the one that we'll hear about in terms of how you, as first responders, can speak to dispatch. And then there's ERTT, which is emergency request to talk, which is another button that individual first responders may wish to push. So as you can see, there are a number of acronyms, and you probably will hear more about them. So it's kind of important to make sure that you kind of keep that little list beside you so you understand what everybody's talking about. So the TMR2 system itself is, as I indicated, provided by Bell Mobility, and it is the primary radio transmission service used here in Nova Scotia for first responders. It authorizes users to communicate with one another on an either encrypted platform or an unencrypted platform by utilizing what we call talk groups. So we'll hear a lot more about talk groups later on today. And this ability to communicate with various first responders, so whether it's ambulance, fire, police, tow trucks, whatever it might be that are part of this talk group, is called interoperability. So this is the why we talk about interoperability. These are the ability of all of these folks to talk to each other. The system itself is used by RCMP and municipal police forces, and as of 2021, all police forces are now encrypted and on the system. The firefighters in Nova Scotia also use the TMR2 system. The emergency medical transport, emergency and disaster management services, and most public works and government services of the provincial government departments. So for example, the Department of Highway snowplows do also use a TMR2 radio, just not an encrypted one. So as I indicated earlier, there is a history behind the development of the TMR system in Nova Scotia. The first generation of the TMR system began in 2001. And Bell Mobility was selected through the procurement process that all governments have to provide this service and develop the TMR2 system, or TMR system, sorry, in Nova Scotia. The Halifax Regional Municipality negotiated their own separate agreement with Bell Mobility for the use of the TMR system at that time. Then we move into the second generation, so the TMR2, which is a fairly recent system, began in 2015. And it went live in June of that year. All agencies in Nova Scotia that were previously using TMR1 are now using TMR2. And most of the other agencies who were not on TMR are all now on the TMR2. So we've had a lot of people come onto the system since 2015. We also now have New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island connected to, through this Maritime Public Safety Network. We also have talk groups. So the province of Nova Scotia, the province of New Brunswick, and the province of or Prince Edward Island have talk groups, specifically sort of law, maritime talk groups where they can speak to each other if needed. The Public Safety Field Communications coordinates in the oversight of the TMR2 system, and it is within the Office of the Provincial Department of Internal Services. So provincial government manages primarily the TMR2 system. They're doing policy, training, and governance, and they also manage the assets, so the radios. They do a lot of the work with respect to, and we'll hear a lot more about this, with respect to setting up the called the fleet maps and the talk groups. They own the key management facility, so the place where the encrypted keys are kept. And they do a lot to help improve interoperability by meeting with the various users. They will offer training. They will, and we'll hear more about this later on. They also worked through providing the TMR2 radios, which are not cheap, to some of the volunteer organizations. So the province of Nova Scotia has had a fairly large role in the operation of the TMR2 system and the development of it. So here we go. We talk about talk groups and fleet maps. So the talk groups are important for understanding the interoperability. So who is able to talk to each other and why do they need to talk to each other and where are they located are the kinds of things that are in those talk groups. And this is what the province of Nova Scotia helps set up. The fleet map is the talk groups within the organization. So it's important to sort of understand those two pieces of terminology. An example of a talk group is the mutual aid, law enforcement, or the maritime common. So there's a mutual aid, a law enforcement, and a maritime common network. So some of these are encrypted, some of them are not encrypted. So you'll hear the words encrypted and unencrypted. And we'll talk a little bit more about what does that mean. But essentially an encrypted conversation means that only people that are permitted to use the radio can hear the conversation. People who are not permitted to be on the system can't hear it. The key management facility, which is another term that we'll hear a lot more about this afternoon or this morning, is the place where the encrypted keys for the radios is kept. And of course, we talked a little bit already about what interoperability is, but that's essentially how everybody talks to each other and how the system works, particularly with respect to radios. We'll also hear a little bit about towers, channels, and talk pads, and that's also discussed in this document, but how is it that the actual physical system works and what's there in the system? So it's a tower, and on that tower, is there a channel, which has also been referred to sometimes as a talk pad. In the clear, so that's a word that we sometimes hear, and you'll hear it in some of the material with respect to whether we're talking on an encrypted or unencrypted. And in the clear means you're talking on an unencrypted platform. And then finally, you'll hear the word patching. So that's the dispatch ability to take different conversations and put them together. So the dispatch folks do have the ability to do that, so they can put different conversations that are happening together. And that's what the word patching typically refers to. As I indicated, the training is provided by PSFC, and we'll talk a lot more about this as we speak to the witness panel later. And there's also, so there's initial training when the radio is provided, but there's also refresher training that's provided, and it's also somewhat based on the user's needs. There are also practice exercise and equipment testing things that take place from time to time, and these are not something that is the responsibility of PSFC, although they're happily able to do it if they're invited, but these are exercises that are usually arranged by the individual user agency. Some of the radio problems and their causes. So it's important, I think, for us to, and we'll hear a lot about bonging and bonking, and we have heard a lot about bonging and bonking. So it's important for us to sort of stop and think about what do these things actually mean. So the first thing that's the problem is the miscommunication or the inaudibility. So one of the things that happens is people are not using plain language. They're using acronyms. 10-4, we all know what 10-4 actually is because, it's just such a common 10 code, as they call it. But there's a lot of other things that are shop talk, as we would say, that people don't understand. So it makes it difficult for it to be interoperable if you're not part of that shop. The other thing would be background noise and wind or sirens in the background. Also, people just not, responding or acknowledging sometimes that the conversation's actually been heard. The bonging and bonking, and again, we will hear a lot about this, and people often confuse these two. They're based, I think, based on the sounds the radio makes, but it's basically whether the radio can connect to the tower. And again, we'll talk about all of that technology, and you'll have a really good understanding by the time I'm done today. But it's issues connecting to the tower. So there's no signal going to the tower. If you're trying to speak over another, you also may have bonking and, bonking, and also sometimes issues connecting to the tower. So there sometimes is a delay before the radio recognizes it can't reach the tower. So it also sounds like the same sound you'll get when you're trying to talk over another person. So the bonging and bonking is the radio signaling to you what's going on so you have an understanding as a user. The other sound that people can hear is a busy. And that means all of the local channels or the talk pads you heard me talk about are busy. They're hosting a conversation. So it's a typical busy sound that most of us are familiar with when you call a phone and it can't be answered. Although in this day and age, that is not as common as it once was when I was younger, but it's that same busy sound. The user practices can cause the TMR system to overload as well. So if people are on channels, but they don't need to be, so they're just passively listening to a conversation, that's taking up space in the system, and that can overload the system unnecessarily. So that's an example of a user practice that needs to be corrected. User confusion with respect to the radio sounds or the location of the talk group. So sometimes people, when they're in a hurry, don't understand whether it's a bong, bonk, or busy, or what. So it's difficult for them to respond appropriately. Make sure their radio is pointed up towards the towers or get behind the hill or those kinds of things. And the other thing would be not knowing where to find their talk groups. There are several channels on these or places to host these talk groups, and it's very complicated to find them if you don't know where they're at in a hurry. Sort of likened it to a satellite radio channel where there's 200 plus channels, and if you don't know which satellite radio channel you're looking for, you spend a fair bit of time scrolling through that. And you can just imagine in an emergency situation, trying to look through to try to find that is not necessarily that easy to do. And then finally, the radio system tones, as I indicated already, are part of the document, and we'll talk a lot more about that as we hear from the witness panel. So, Commissioners, that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cox. Greatly appreciate it. Now then, we'll break for, let's say, 20 minutes. We'll come back at 11 o'clock and begin the witness panel. There will be some changes to the platform, et cetera. So thank you. We'll break till 11 o'clock.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 11 o'clock.
Howdy. All right. So, boggings and whatever. Have to try to recover from yesterday by boring people with snow. Yeah. Okay. So I was going through the new documents released. Wanted to get your opinion on this. Okay, so in there's a photo, which of course is cropped from the so favorite cigar stop. So I've cropped this picture out of it. The front end of it's missing and you can't really decipher. But I noticed this car in the background. Now, I don't know, it's very blurry there, but when it's zoomed out, it appears as though it has some kind of labels on it and stuff. I don't know. Got me thinking. I just wanted to see what your guys' feeling was. There's a whole bunch of goodies in there, though. What are we at? 1,517, I think, now. So that would be, or something in that neighborhood. So they released about 42 documents or somewhere in that neighborhood. Balking. Oh, that's good. Build back better. Yeah. Bonging, or bonking. Hopefully people will start demanding I was reading more about the dash cam footage. In fact, did they get dash cam footage from somebody's vehicle involved with this? Maybe. So where the hell is all the RCMP dash cam footage with sound? That'd clear up a whole hell of a lot. I think we could just save ourselves a ton of time. Nobody's seeming to ask for that, though. I find it very strange. Nor are they forthcoming with it, even though they haven't. Could you zoom in again? Okay, the zoom in, and it's just because it's on, there's other garbage in here I've got in my tray. But it appears as though there's something marked on the side of the car. I don't know. Maybe if I show the actual picture. Where is that? Give me one moment. What's this? Any and all audio recordings. Yes. Do I wish to update? Well, what's the problem here? Fucking technology. Oh God, now it's doing something stupid. Blue. Okay. Highly intelligent. Now where was I here? Millbrook. Learning about Beijing. That one is just reading it here. That one's not making a lot of sense. Lisa. Oh yeah, let's go through Lisa. Let's go through Lisa after I'm done this. Where are we talking here? We get a bunch on the route because of the, which also we can, I did do a little bit of timing comparison. Where the hell is that now? Oh, no, that's not the one I want. Because they give you some of the, all the videos and shit that they recovered, which are a lot. Pardon my squinty. Okay, here we go. Let me get rid of the banner here. So it was off in the corner here. So I zoomed in to look at the number, which I thought maybe I could read, but no dice. It could just be nothing, but no tech, no logic. Well, I don't know if the logic I have is necessarily flawed. Definitely technological skills are crap. Yes, the dash cam footage would help amazingly. If you need some steering, here I can drop the document number too. That will help. What is the document number though now? I don't need that. Why does that thing always warn people? So stupid. Your screen is being shared. Really? That would be because I shared it. Millbrook. Is it? Surveillance video. Oh, they have a few surveillance videos now from Millbrook. A few. Interesting. And a bunch of pictures. So now actually I don't know which one it is that I had. Good. No, that's not going to tell me. No, our snows report's not going to tell me. Oh, Hmm. $17,950. 17,950 for those of you who are. Here we go. Was the deer wearing the safety vest? I don't know. Geo canvas report. I don't know. It just looked like there was something there. All right. Arsenault's report. Arsenault was a new name that apparently went to Lisa. Went to the hospital with Lisa. I don't know. Oh. So here's his notes. Operational report. I don't know how many goddamn reports they have. Handwritten notes, operational reports, member typed, member blah. They have all kinds of goo. I've only ever seen one that's actually certified and signed by them, which is also very interesting. 6:30. The writer was almost to the fire hall when Staff McCallum called and advised the writer was to escort the ambulance with a female inside to the Truro Hospital, and they were ready to go as soon as the writer arrived. The writer arrived 7:45 and spoke briefly with Melanson in plain clothes. He informed the writer that the female's name in the ambulance was Lisa, and that she was the suspect's girlfriend. So an hour and 20 minutes, she's just hanging out in front of the fire hall. Oh, okay. 7:50, the writer spoke with EHS, and they are blank, and would be leaving very soon. EHS arrived at the Great Village Fire Hall en route to the hospital. 8:13, EHS arrived at the hospital with the patient. The writer received a call from Melanson requesting the writer, Lisa, about the 150, the F-150. The writer asked Lisa, and she said the F-150 was there as that it was what she was in at the time he brought her there. There's some interesting differences in this one. He brought her in the F-150. Okay, she said that the vehicle was doused in gasoline. EHS took inside, there's just a bunch of stuff about x-rays. Now, one thing I want to know, because those of you who live there, how many hospitals are in proximity within 23 minutes of Great Village? Because I'm pretty sure I read that both Morrison and Lisa did not go to the Colchester Hospital in Truro. So is there another hospital that's close by? Same F-150 sold and burned. Is it the same one that they spotted from the air in Glenholm that they talked to Truro about? God, those Truro documents are bad. He took her in the, oh, there's some more good stuff. No, there's no hospital. Halifax. So that's not really a 23-minute drive, is it? Even at Mach 30? Obviously, it's not too pressing because, I mean, they were hanging out for an hour and 20 minutes outside the fire hall. And this fellow came from Stellarton, which I don't think is an hour and 20 minutes away, but anyway. Spring Hill, maybe. Only one hospital there. Could be Enfield. Halifax is more than an hour. Okay, well, let's move along. Possibly there's some hospitals in the area. Possibly. Okay. So she gets a bunch of x-rays. After the doctor was completing the initial assessment, or completed, the writer asked Lisa what happened. She told the writer the following. She was with Gabriel last night at their house, and they started arguing. That's not what she said. Later. Well, I guess, I mean, no. They were at the warehouse first. The argument was about a party to renew their vows or something. About a party. Lisa left the residence and was going to drive to their camp or cabin. Where the hell's that? And there was never a mention that she was driving anywhere. While she was driving, she felt bad. Not that she was walking away and turned back to the warehouse. No, here she's at home and then starts to drive away. Okay. And turned around and went back to the house. Most of the rest of it is the same. Gabriel went back inside to get a few things and move a vehicle to get the police car out, which is strange wording. Is she inside or outside? If she's in the car, then he wouldn't need to go back inside to move things. He wouldn't go back inside, right? He would have come back inside. I don't know. Chad Morrison went to the same hospital as Lisa. Ryder seized and secured Constable Morrison's pistol, magazines, hard body armor, soft body armor, duty belt. These were placed in plastic bags secured in the Ryder's police vehicle at the time, and they were turned over to MCU and IDENT. Let's see if I should get some of these comments. Stellarton would be like 40 minutes. I could get to the hospital in 25. Okay. A few vets close by they may have taken. No, it wasn't vets. It was the same, unless they're taking Morrison. And they didn't go to Colchester. So there was something about that they phoned. I don't remember which document it was. I was reading this morning, and that they would not be coming there. Pretty sure I read that. Is she even in Portapique when this all went down? Was she driving the Mercedes when it turned up 193 Portsmouth? Eh? Come on, Todd. Where's the recall, bud? Well, there was a white car that blocked the driveway. Excuse me. That just magically was there for a few days. White car. White Hyundai. In the driveway. Not mentioned anywhere. Crime labs going through it. for a couple of days on the property behind crime tape. Yeah. Okay. It was at this time that EHS, Morrison, EHS spoke to the writer, stated that the carbine of Constable Morrison's vehicle was unloaded and left behind the EHS bay in the woods in Milford. Now, again, I've always found that strange, but this was at 2 o'clock that was being stated. Is it that late? Because I don't. Why are you taking your carbine, going out into the woods? You're shot in both arms. You drove down there pretty speedy, like really speedy. And as I recall, I think I timed it out. It's quite fast. To get down there, to go behind the EHS station with your bloody arms, and there's no blood outside the vehicle, possible, I suppose. Take the magazines out of your carbine and your rifle, and then leave it in the woods, and then go bang on the door and wait to get let in. I would think having your carbine would be safe. Don't know. Kind of like the 2 phones. All right, now, writer spoke with Sergeant McCallum, who advised the writer to remain at the hospital and guard the victim. Now, I'm 90% sure that I read in Carol's statement, I'm pretty sure it's Carol, it's definitely one of the staff sergeants. Brown and Melanson were in the hospital room with her, questioning her. And then emerged from the hospital room, constables, and told the sergeant, this is the way that it is. Sergeant's like, you contact Halliday on your own. I don't want any of this. So how many people are going with her to the hospital? Arsenault yesterday's emergence of a name is brand new, because I thought it was Brown and Melanson, which then are just flying around to every scene. I like how he says places there. Me too, just bugging him. Oh, I'm just giving Todd a hard time. He knows I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe people are at different houses. Maybe Morrison is the girl they've been talking about who threw the gun in the woods. It's possible, but the time doesn't match up again. 19 minutes. Okay. Fight or flight, and he fled. Fight or flight, and he fled. Okay. The story never made sense. Why would you leave the gun in the woods unattended? Natasha, Carol isn't senile. He's totally coherent. He's just falling on a sword that's not worth falling on. I think he went to Twiddledee and Twiddledum after. I've never seen anything about that except through PP. Also, I was just being an ass. Okay, so why is it that Lisa is in the truck? How come that's all new? Why is she having the argument and stuff in the house? Why are they going back to the house? That's like not at all. Totally different. Is there anything else in here? Tended items go to Jerry, of course. Things going to Jerry. Well, these are all the routes. I think I closed all of the files. I'm still trying to plot the route that they're saying. Because I don't, and funnily enough, you guys are going to be the ones who will know whether that's works or not. And give you some of the locations, those of you who live there. Brookfield Bakery, NSC, the college, Truro campus, Century Honda, Jamali's Bakery Cafe, Wilson's Gas, Patterson Sales and Service. I think that there's a bunch more. Now, other things I noticed here were comments like matched the time on the internet, which of course makes sense. There were a couple of clocks that were off, but it makes sense that the clocks would match the time on the internet if they're connected to the internet. And so to say that some of these, like the one at the weigh scale, is ridiculous. That is not true. That camera is connected. Data seizure via email. Okay. I've never seen. Okay. Morrison thought Gabriel was chasing him, therefore he hid. He took gun apart because he could hold weapon due to his arms malfunction. I don't want to pick on this guy, but the story is just have him come out and talk about it. It's not adding up. I'm the good guy, says he. Did anybody think you weren't the good guy? I didn't know that. And he's sitting around banging outside on the EHS station, even though they're sitting in there and they never say anything. Yes, the 911 has to keep calling and saying, hey, there's a guy outside. Huh? I don't know. Maybe they're listening to music really loud. What else do we have here?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
I think I closed most of the other ones. It's definitely that part doesn't make sense about Beijing. Anyway, no more thoughts from anybody? The warehouse cabin fiasco and truck, and she thinks the truck is there. Well, burned. That he doused it in gas. But then it's spotted elsewhere. And I know that it isn't on scene. Wasn't there. So where the hell did it go? Other vehicles were there. Backhoe, Jeep, Taurus. Looks like maybe the remnants of a trailer. At least the rims. Anyone who's driven a commercial truck the weigh scale, absolutely. Absolutely. That was what pissed me off about it. And thank you, Tara, a long time ago for going down and taking pictures of it. That was a shocker when you sent the pictures and it had RCMP on it. I was like, what the fuck, man? Weigh scale, vids, commission supplies, overpass, big stop, look away, bridge is close, time was accurate 3 days ago. Time was accurate 3 days ago? Are you being sarcastic? Why take the gun if you don't have it loaded? Why leave it in the way? That's just totally illogical. Here I am. I'm wounded. I'm in fear of my life. So what I'm going to, and my arms are wounded. I'm going to take a magazine out of the rifle, put it in some leaves so you can't find it, and then go stand out in front of the fire hall because I'm in fear of my life, and then bang on the door for a while and phone and say, I don't have a stripe on my pants. I'm a good guy. I don't have a stripe on my pants. I don't know. Again, not to rail on at this guy, but it doesn't, there's something very wrong. Man in love with his gun? I guess so. One can walk from the scales to Big Stop in less than 5 minutes. Could you not just put it in the trunk? Why would you open your trunk? Your arms are both shot up. I'm surprised he can even drive. He got out of the hospital really speedy. Looks like Lisa may have gotten out of the hospital early too, according to McCallum's notes.
The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Cox, we will have our witnesses come forward now, please.
Yes. So we have 4 witnesses coming forward. Trevor McLeod, Todd Brown, Matt Boyle, and Christian Gallant. So we'll have them get. Gentlemen, if we can just have you stand behind your chair before we do the oath. And I have a couple of housekeeping matters too that I want to address after the witnesses get seated, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Madam Registrar? Mr. McLeod, just take the Bible in your right hand. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated, please. And do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated, please.
And just for the purposes of the audience and the public, the panel is Trevor McLeod is on the very left. We have Matthew Boyle, who is next to Trevor McLeod. We have Todd Brown, who is next to Matt. And then on the very end, or on the right side of the table, is Christian Gallant, just so everybody's familiar with who's who. The housekeeping matters that I had to address, commissioners, was I need to have the source material that was associated with the foundational documents that I had just asked to have tendered earlier, also exhibited, marked as an exhibit. So if I could have that so marked.
So exhibited.
And I also have a couple of documents that I'm going to utilize during this presentation, and I might as well just have them marked now. So the first one is COM 0058859.
That's 2096.
And the second one is COM 000017.
That's 2097.
Okay. So, Mr. McLeod, we're going to start with you, and I'm wondering if you could just tell the commissioners and the public at large who you are and what it is you do.
Yes, my name is Trevor McLeod. I work for Bell Mobility, and I'm the Director of Public Safety Engineering and Operations.
And Mr. McLeod, what kind of educational background do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the Technical University of Nova Scotia.
Okay. And how long have you been working for Bell?
Close to 25 years.
Okay. And how long of that have you been working in the radio area?
Probably for the radio, probably the last 10 years.
Okay. And you've been working here in Nova Scotia?
Correct.
Yeah. You're actually from Nova Scotia.
I am from Nova Scotia, and I work in Nova Scotia.
Okay. So, Madam Registrar, I'm going to go right into Exhibit 2096. Mr. McLeod, can you see the screen?
Not quite. I can see the screen, but
Not very well. you see it?
I can see it, yes.
Okay. So we're going to go to, so just by way of background, this is a PowerPoint presentation that was prepared by yourself. Is that correct?
It's correct.
So this is a document that you recognize?
It is.
Okay. And the purpose of this document was just to help us understand some of the technology as we go through today's presentation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we could go to slide number 2. And just a reminder to our witnesses, because we're dealing with such a highly technical matter, that we speak as slowly and carefully as we possibly can so our translators can keep up with us. So we see in front of us a picture of, can we make the entire slide visible on the screen? Okay, so on the very left-hand side of this screen, we see what looks like radios. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would it be fair to say that that's a representation of both a portable radio and a mobile radio?
Yes.
Okay, and which is which?
So the portable radio will be on the top and the bottom with the extended antenna, and the mobile would be just the one in the middle.
Okay, and just so that we have an understanding now that we're talking about it, what's the difference between the two?
The main difference between the two is a portable radio is more meant for use in your hand, whereas a mobile radio would actually be installed in a vehicle in a fixed location.
Okay, and what's the difference in terms of how they operate?
So the biggest difference in terms they operate would be mostly the output power of the device. So a portable radio would work at a bit lower power than what a mobile radio would.
Okay. And then we see a number of slides with what looks like radio tower site is on the top.
Yes.
Can you explain to us, what this now represents? And then it goes into the connectivity and other things. So if we could walk through what this means.
Sure, we can do that. And what this is an attempt to do is kind of give a high-level overview of the network and some of the different major components. The first component being the radio tower site, which would be located, throughout the area of Nova Scotia, which would actually provide coverage and voice channels to communicate. And the core site with redundant zone controllers, and I apologize for the lingo, this is just really the brains of the whole network.
Okay, so in other words, the core site is the brains.
The core site is the brains.
Okay.
Yeah, and between the actual radio tower sites and the core site, they're all connected. So they're connected via some form of connectivity, via a fiber network. It could be a microwave network that actually provides connectivity from the core location to each individual radio site.
Okay. And the type of connection between the radio and the tower, can we talk a little bit about what that looks like?
Sure. The connectivity between the radio and the tower is just done over the air.
Okay. So it's not fiber optic or anything like that. So,
it's over the air.
And what point does the fiber optic piece come into it?
Where the fiber optic or what other connectivity would come into place from the actual radio site itself, which would be the physical tower location and shelter beside the tower. From there, connecting back to the core site.
Okay. And so in this demonstration, below on the very bottom, we see key management facility
Yes.
in relation to connectivity in the middle. Can you explain sort of why the key management facility sits by itself?
The key management facility sits by itself because that's the actual, I'll say the server that actually provides the encryption keys to actually, rekey the radios to enable encryption.
Okay, and that's a whole separate function all
It's
by itself.
It's a whole separate function all by itself.
Okay. And with respect to the dispatch consoles, which we see on the very right-hand side, what does that represent?
So the dispatch consoles would, where there would be operators who would be sitting in a physical location with a console in front of them to enable either communication from there out to a radio or to receive communication from a radio back to a dispatch center.
Okay. So we're going from the radio to the tower to the connectivity. So it could be the brain, could be the key management facility, could be both, and could be the dispatch. So that's the process?
It's the process. So for an actual, call request to happen on a radio, that call request would go out, it would go to the tower site. From the tower site, it would connect it back to the core site. Then from the core site, depending on the top group it was on, it would get redistributed back to the actual appropriate towers where the other radios are, and back to the comm center where it could be heard as well.
Okay. If we could go to slide number 3. So this is a little bit more of a specific to the tower and some of the mechanics of the
Yes.
tower. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So on the very left-hand side of the screen, we see that the picture of the tower.
Correct.
And then it goes to the radio site channel. So wondering if you could explain for the commissioners and for the public at large what that represents, what that line represents.
So what that line represents from the working from left to right from the tower, it would be, the cable that actually connects to the antenna that's located at the top, normally at the top of a tower, through some equipment, to connect the antennas, and then that would go into the actual radio site channels within the actual tower site.
Okay, and we've heard the word TalkPad, or you heard
Yes.
me talk about the word TalkPad earlier. That would be the same, the channels, the TalkPad?
Once it's up and, operational, it would be a talk path from the end radio back into the network through a channel within the site.
Okay. And so we have we have radio tower site controller 1, radio site tower controller 2. Can you explain what that is?
Sure. The radio tower site controller 1 and 2 is just a redundant controller in the site. And basically what those two boxes' main function is to assign the channels within the site. So when a request comes in, they will actually do the processing to enable a voice channel to be assigned to a user.
Okay. So they're assigning it to the talk group? Would that be?
Not to the talk group. They would be assigning the talk group coming in to a channel specifically in the site.
Oh, I see. Okay. So they're helping with the hosting of the conversation. Would that be a better way to explain it?
Yes, you could say that, yes.
Okay.
And
then-
managing of it.
Okay. And then up on the very top, we see site gateway. What does
Yes.
that mean?
So the site gateway is just another component within the actual radio site itself that will enable the connectivity, to connect to the fiber optic back to the main core site.
Okay. So again, this is all the stuff that we see on a tower, right?
It's all stuff you would see on the tower or in the shelter next to the tower.
Okay. And that's important. So it says core site with redundant zone controllers. What does that actually mean?
So that's back to what we mentioned on the first slide. That's the actual brains of the system.
Right.
So it's just showing that the actual site is connected back, and the core site is actually the overall central processing in the brains to be able to manage and facilitate communications throughout the network.
Okay. And each site has a backup, right? Each tower has a power backup?
So each site would have power, which you would have your normal AC power coming in. It would be converted to, a DC power, which would enable you to have battery backups in the site. And then besides battery backups in most of our sites, we'd also have a redundant generator as well. So during an AC failure event, the actual batteries would take over first, and then eventually we could have a generator that would actually pick up and recharge those batteries to keep
Okay.
continuous service.
And there's also, the generators are powered by diesel, right? Diesel.
They would be, yes, or they could be by propane as well, depending on it, but majority are diesel.
Okay. So is there anything more that we would need to know about the actual towers themselves?
No, not from my perspective.
Okay. So if we could go to slide number 4. So at the very top, we see PTT call level process, and we need to stop right there and say, what is PTT?
Push to talk.
Okay, so push to talk is just, we need to sort of break this down or unpack it a little bit. Push to talk is the button on the radio.
It would be
correct?
the button on the side of the radio that a user would push to begin the call process initiation.
Okay, so this is the process that explains how, once you push that button, what happens, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's look at number 1.
Yep.
And maybe you can just explain what number 1 is.
Sure. So first off, when the end user has his radio and he pushes that button on the side of the radio and holds it in, he would then actually, in this example, get a voice channel assigned to that radio tower site. Once that voice channel is assigned, the user would then actually receive back a talk permit tone. So when the user receives that tone coming back, that means he's actually good to communicate his message.
Okay, so you're pushing the button to initiate a conversation, but you also have to hear a tone back.
You have to wait for the tone back, the talk permit tone, and once the talk permit tone comes back, then you can proceed with delivering your message.
Okay. And then the radio starts to transmit the voice, right?
Then the radio would then transmit the voice signal to the site. So once you get that talk permit, the user speaks into the microphone in the radio. That would then take that voice communication and transmit it, back to the radio tower site.
Okay, and it goes from the tower site to the brains, as we say, the TMR core controller.
Correct. The actual radio tower site would then receive that voice signal. and it would route that audio to the core controller.
Okay. And then it goes back out eventually to the tower where the other users perhaps are, correct?
Correct. It would go back out, yes.
Okay. And through this whole process, this brains process, the system is picking up which talk group. So you're on a particular talk group, right?
Correct.
So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into this panel. But it's assessing, the brains are assessing how to process that call, right?
Yeah, so in a sense, what it does is it recognizes there's a call coming in a specific talk group. And then when it relays that message back, it knows which tower sites actually have a radio on it that is actually on that same talk group, and it'll deliver the message out. So anybody who is on the same talk group will receive that message, and same with the dispatch.
And that doesn't matter where they are in the province as long as they're on that talk group, correct?
It does not matter.
Okay. And in fact, it doesn't matter if we're talking about some of the maritime talk groups. If they're on the maritime talk group and they're in, St. John, New Brunswick, they all can talk to each other, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And with respect to the dispatch consoles, that's again the physical location of the dispatchers?
Correct.
Okay.
And the audio would be transmitted there as well, and routed to the audio recorder as well to record the conversation.
Okay. And we'll get into a little bit about sort of what the process looks like for the dispatchers, because it does vary, and that's not sort of really, but it's capable. The system is capable of relaying the voice to the dispatch.
Correct.
That's really what we want to talk about here. Okay. Is there anything else on this slide that we should talk
No,
about?
I think that covers it well.
Okay. Go number 5. So this is a diagram that sort of really explains with the aid of the picture how the trunked system actually works, right?
Yes.
So I think we want to really take some time to walk through, what it is we see on the screen first, so that people are understanding when you're explaining this. So on the screen we see 3 different radios on both sides of the tower signal, and there are 3 different colors.
Correct.
Right? So perhaps you can sort of explain that and how that's connected to the channel 1, 2, 3 and the box in between.
Yeah, correct. So, the first place to probably start is an actual talk group. And what a talk group is when you have a group of users, it's how they can be logically organized, by an end user in terms of, like functions, like features. It basically gives you a map of who can communicate to who. I think that's an important piece, that the talk group sets the stage for who's able to communicate who. Then those specific talk groups get programmed into the individual radios of those users.
And when we talk about talk groups, and the reason it's important is because each talk group takes up a channel on each tower.
Correct. So the next phase would be, in this example here, when you're looking at the blue radio, when it transmits through, it would actually get a channel assigned to it, and they would assign one channel. Then anybody else, when the communication passes through, on the other side, that would have a blue radio, which I'm showing one in this example. It could be many, and it could be located anywhere in the province. That blue radio would all receive the communication.
Okay. But that's only provided that there's a talk pad available to the other people that are also on the conversation, right?
It's provided that there is the talk path available one, and that the end user device is on that blue talk. I'll call it the blue talk group in this example.
And when we use the word end user, those are the other people that are part of the group.
Yeah, when I refer to an end user, I refer to somebody who has a radio in their hand.
Okay. So the demonstration, or the example that's here on the screen, we have basically a blue talk group, a black talk group, and a gray talk group. Would that be fair?
That would be fair, yes.
Okay. And each one of them is taking up a channel.
In this example here, each one of those would take up an example as they're communicating. And on the other end, only those that are on the exact same talk group, the blue, the black, or the gray, would receive that communication.
So it has nothing to do with the radio. It's more just the talk group that's programmed into the radio. Is that fair?
Well, no, it also means that the talk group can be programmed into the radio, but the user has to ensure that they actually have their radio set on that specific talk group they need to communicate on.
To get access.
To actually get access. So the talk group is in the radio program, but the user has to then select that appropriate talk group for which they're using to actually relay the message and get it received on the other end. The example would be is that if you had the blue talk group and you were waiting to get communicated in the blue talk group, but you were still on the gray talk group, you're not going to receive that communication. So your radio has to be on the appropriate talk group to receive.
Okay. But when we're initiating a conversation through those radios, whether they're the mobile or portable ones, the tower capacity is based on the talk group itself and not the number of radios trying to access it. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Way I would describe it would be is that the actual radio capacity in the site is based on the number of voice channels in the site.
Right.
And then it's how they're being used by the users being served by that site in terms of the talk groups that they're selecting to utilize. So whatever talk group the originating user is using on their radio is a talk group that'll be communicated through.
Okay. So when we're talking about the voice channels being used, were you talking about those talk groups?
Well, you're talking about, yes, the talk group flows through the voice channel.
Okay. And when it comes to the receiver or the end user, as long as they're on the right channel, they can be using, they're using a tower that's closest in proximity to them. Is that fair?
Yeah, in most cases, yes.
Yeah.
And they're on the correct talk group.
Okay, so it's not all coming off one tower. It depends on where the person initiating the conversation is versus where the person needing to hear the conversation is located, right?
Yes, whoever is on the same talk group will actually receive the message no matter where they're located through the province on what radio site.
Okay. And just sort of for clarification, I mean, the talk group could be anybody from the RCMP to the EHS or the ambulance service to, volunteer firefighters, depending on who's supposed to be part of that group, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything else on that slide that we maybe haven't talked about?
No, I think we covered that.
That properly?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go to the next one, which is number 6. So this is sort of the same as the last slide, but we have a few more radios on the left-hand side of the screen. And of course, they're a little bit different color as well. So that we have the blue, the black, and the gray, and then we have a different color blue and a black radio with a blue screen, just to represent that they are different.
Yes.
What's the purpose of this graphic? What does it show us?
So the purpose of this graph was to demonstrate that in this example where you have 3 voice channels within the radio site, and those 3 channels are actually in use, meaning they're carrying voice traffic already. If radio 1 or radio 2 tries to actually access the site on a push to talk, which is pushing the button on the side of the radio, they would return a busy tone.
Okay. So that's showing that if all 3 talk pads on that particular tower are busy,
Yes.
are being used, that anybody else trying to access that tower that are not part of that talk group. So if radio 1 and radio 2 were part of the same talk group, they'd be fine, right?
There'd be no issues.
Yeah. But if they're part of a different talk group, then they get the busy signal. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And it varies in the province as to how many talk pads or channels there is on a tower. Is that fair?
It is, yes.
Okay. Anything else that we need to talk about there?
I think there's one more thing that is important on this slide is when radio 1 and radio 2 in this example would actually get a busy tone back, the network actually has the ability to actually prioritize those users into an actual busy queue, it's called. And as soon as a talk path or a voice channel becomes available on that site, the network will actually go back and give you a tone to let you know, hey, your channel's free now, you can now communicate. So it is a busy, but the network will inform the end user that there is a talk path now available, and they can actually proceed to be able to communicate with their message. And typically the busy queue is a matter of seconds.
Okay. And it also matters if the type of radio talk group that you belong to. So some are more given higher priority for emergency purposes. Is that fair?
Yes. So there is a priority setting assignment within the the user community that certain users they get a higher priority than others. So those higher priority users would always get to the front of the queue. So as soon as a channel becomes available, they would be placed first to actually the network send back an actual talk permit tone that you can go ahead and communicate.
Okay. And just using this because I think it's a helpful way for us to explain the ERTT, the emergency request to talk. If radio 1 pushed the emergency request to talk, they would be able to get through on the tower, right?
If the emergency request to talk was actually pushed, the actual alarm would go through immediately.
Okay.
And on top of that, the way the network is actually programmed to work is that as soon as you press the emergency, if it's programmed as well, you actually get a mic open up on the radio so you can actually speak freely. That mic would be opened up immediately. And the way that works is the lowest priority user currently in the queue would actually be immediately bumped off so the emergency can proceed.
Okay, so this busy queue wouldn't apply if the ERTT button was pushed.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we can go into number 7, please. So I think we talked a little bit about this
Yes.
already in terms of the busy queue process. Is there anything here that we maybe didn't go over?
I think the one thing I will add on this one in terms of the busy queue is we talked about before where the user has the ability to push the PTT button. He gets a busy tone. There's then an option. He can actually release the PTT button and he will actually get a tone back when the channel's free, which he can then re-engage his PTT and communicate. The other option the end user has is he can continue to hold the PTT button. And once he gets the tone, then he can just communicate directly. So I think it's important that there's 2 options for end users. Hold the button continuous till they get a talk permit tone and they communicate, or release it, get the tone back, and then they can press again and proceed to communicate.
Okay. And you say that it's important to understand that there's 2 ways that this can happen. Why is that important to understand that there's 2 ways?
It's just for clarity.
Okay. That there's more than one way to do the same thing.
There's more than one way to do the same thing.
Okay. Okay. So those are all of the slides with respect to that. Is there anything else in terms of the system itself and how it operates, Trevor, that we should probably talk about?
Not from my perspective, no.
Okay. And with respect to the TMR2 system here in Nova Scotia, is Bell involved in any of the training or any of that kind of work?
Not the end user training, no.
Okay. So really what your role is as a corporation is to take instructions from the province of Nova Scotia?
It's to meet the service level we have with the province of Nova Scotia.
And it's by virtue of a
It's
contract?
a virtue of a contract, so we have certain criteria in that contract we have to deliver, and we deliver those.
Okay. And so that's just the system performance and the actual physical infrastructure, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And we'll come back to some other things later with you. But would it be fair to say that the folks that you're sitting with, the fellows that are sitting beside, you know quite well?
I do know them, yes.
Yeah, because you work quite frequently together, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Brown, I'm going to turn to you now, if that's okay. So, Mr. Brown, first off, let's talk about who you are and where you work.
Sure. I am Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Public Safety and Field Communications Division. And we're with the Nova Scotia Department of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Okay, and what's your educational background, Mr. Brown?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in English Literature from Acadia University. I also have a Bachelor of Education degree from Acadia University and a Master's Certificate in Project Management.
Okay, and how long have you been working in the area of public safety?
29 years, and
Okay.
27 of those as Director of the shop.
Okay, and that's all here in Nova Scotia, right? And so when you say director of the shop, how much of that time has been involved in radios?
Well, actually, all 29 years at various levels, yes.
Okay. And, you know, I think it's important for us to sort of, in layman's terms, distinguish you from Mr. Boyle, who's sitting beside you, because you both work for the province in the same government department, but you both have different hats that you wear there, right?
Yes, for many years I was the director, and that would be the senior working level manager responsible for managing these kinds of systems. About 3 years ago, we had kind of a bulge in a lot of planning activity that we needed to undertake to prepare for negotiations with our service provider. There was a federal provincial project, a rather large federal provincial project that Nova Scotia needed to be represented on. So about 2 years ago, we split the responsibility in public safety and field communications between a planning role and an operations role.
Okay.
So I'm in the planning role and Matt is in the operations, day-to-day operations role.
Okay, and that's the day-to-day operations of the TMR2 radio system when you're saying that, right?
Well, yeah, TMR2 primarily, we do other things, but I'd say 70 to 80% of what we do is related to TMR.
Okay. So you've been around since the initial TMR1 or the initial system was in place and all through the evolution of it?
Yes.
Okay. And as the sort of the director, what can you say to the commissioners and to the public with respect to the status of the encryption of law enforcement in Nova Scotia?
Well, we have encrypted radio for provincial enforcement agencies. The RCMP has encrypted radio. We made the development of a managed encryption system part of the negotiations of our most recent agreement, which went into effect in 2015. So currently, we have an encryption system that really works throughout Nova Scotia. It's also used throughout the Maritime provinces. So all of the RCMP divisions within the Maritime provinces use the encryption system. All of the municipal police departments use it. It's actually unique in North America in that regard, in that everybody is using the same managed encryption service.
Okay, but everybody in the province is now encrypted, correct?
No,
For law.
For law enforcement, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
And also emergency health services now.
Okay. And when was that full encryption completed? Just recently, wasn't it?
For municipal, or I should say for police generally, that's been completed as of 2021. The RCMP has been encrypted much longer than that. They were actually partially encrypted during TMR1, and they moved at the end of TMR1. As we were evolving into TMR2, they moved to become fully encrypted.
Okay, and so that would be around 2015, right?
Yes, 2014, 2015.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the role of public safety and field communications in Nova Scotia, just because, you know, it's not obvious from the title what it is really that you as a government department do for the citizens of Nova Scotia.
Sure. At the highest level, we plan, develop, and administer wireless communication systems for use in the public sector. And that's mostly mobile radio systems. So at the highest level, that's what we do. You can fit what we do kind of into 7 business areas. So even, maybe I just take a step back, at the highest level, we have an administrative / business function, and we have kind of a field support function. So kind of business and out in the field. Now, if you break that down, it's probably 7 business areas. There's a contract administration function. So probably the biggest thing that we do there is the administration of the TMR2 agreement on behalf of provincial departments, the RCMP, and the volunteer public safety community. And that's, for example, just making sure that Bell, as the service provider, is adhering to the specifications of the agreement for performance that we negotiated. So it's a lot of activity around that and contract management, just working with the vendor, working with the users to make sure that the system is performing. We also have an emergency response support function, and that is what we call mobile communication support. And that's a number of trained staff and specialized vehicles that can be deployed during an emergency event or even a planned event to help first responders or others with managing communications at a busy scene.
Okay.
So we have a lot of tools and so forth. A third box would be we are responsible for managing non-medical dispatch at the provincial level of government.
Okay, can we give an example?
Sure, we run the Shubenacadie Radio Communication Center. And so it's uniformly known in the business as Shuby Radio. We call it SRCC. And so SRCC is responsible for providing dispatch mostly for provincial government enforcement agencies. For example, the Corrections Service, the Sheriff's Service, a couple of others like that.
Okay. Natural resources?
Pardon me?
Natural resources?
Natural resources, yeah. We provide dispatch services for their regional folks.
Okay.
So that's non-medical dispatch. Another box would be strategic planning and project management. So when the time comes to plan the evolution of new networks, for example, we are responsible for doing the due diligence on that, the technical due diligence on that. And when we get to the point where we're procuring services from service providers, we manage those projects, those large projects. So that's a box. Another box is user outreach and support. So we do a lot of work with we have a very wide user community at all levels of government. There are probably 80 organizations or sectors that use the system in Nova Scotia. And we reach out to users to make sure that their enjoyment of the system is good, that they make us aware if they're having problems, if they're experiencing difficulty with equipment and so forth. So there's user outreach and support and education role that we do there. We also do training, so we have a dedicated trainer, and we have other folks in our office that are trained to do that training as well. And so we provide a lot of training to users, or we will work with organizations that do the radio training themselves, such as the RCMP, for example. Well, we have worked with the RCMP closely over the years on that. So that's an activity. And I guess the final one would be something that I would describe as technical asset management. So these radios that are used on the system are software-driven radios. They have as many as 400 configurable functions on the radio. So there's a lot of asset management in terms of setting up which functions are particular to which users, and documenting and mapping that and keeping records on it and managing changes in those things. So technical asset management will be another thing that we
So
do.
the programming of
Programming of the
Okay.
radios. Yeah. Well, the service provider does the programming. We
Give the instructions.
develop the programming
Yeah.
and give it to them to execute.
Right. Okay. But that's after having conversations with the users and different
Yeah.
things like that, which takes a fair bit of time, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of discussions with users to make sure that they're getting the right functions programmed into their radios, for example, to support their operations in the field.
Okay. And so one of the things you talked about was the contract management. That would be primarily the management of the contract with Bell, right?
Yeah, we also do a lot of other contract management. We have a non-Bell system called the Nova Scotia Integrated Mobile Radio Service. That is key infrastructure for example, fire department paging and rural broadband. So there's a number of contracts that we manage around that network. It's not really related to TMR, more or less fire department paging, rural internet services, a couple of other things. So we do contract management for the infrastructure for that network. So that's basically the towers, the electronics, the grounds, those kinds of things.
And when we talk about that system, that's the system that predated the TMR system in Nova Scotia, right?
It used to be the main radio system before TMR1 came into place in the year 2000.
Yeah. So that system still exists almost as a backup too, right?
It does have a backup capability, limited backup capability, so it doesn't function like TMR. TMR is a very fully functional network, and it can do many things. The NSIMRS, in its role as a backup to TMR, is very limited. It would only provide single channel, no real extra functionality, basic communications. And currently there are a limited number of radios. We have a cache of about 100 radios that can work on that system. We've talked to other users of the TMR system about using that system, that independent system, NSIMRS, as a backup. There would be required to be kind of additional investments for those agencies like EHS or others to be able to use that as a fully as a backup. So that hasn't happened yet, but we do have a limited number of radios that we could distribute in an emergency that would work.
And when we talk about the things that they would have to do to be able to use the system would be to have a radio that's capable of accessing it, right?
That's right. They would need a radio. We would probably need to connect that network to their dispatch facility. Their dispatchers would have to be trained appropriately, and standard operating procedures would have to be developed so that it all worked together.
And I think just for the benefit of the record, we want to make sure we get the acronym that you've referred to. It's NS.
Sorry, it's NSIMRS.
And that means?
Nova Scotia Integrated Mobile Radio Service.
Okay. And the technology that goes with that, so the radio technology or the way the signal travels, is very different than the TMR2 as well. Is that not?
Much simpler. You can kind of think of it as a single channel, so there's no real switching between channels like the TMR system does.
Okay.
And it wouldn't have any of the kind of, I guess you could say, value-added functions that a TMR system might have.
Such as the talk groups?
Talk groups and different functions like request to talk or emergency request to talk. None of those functions would be available with that basic NSIMRS.
And so I'm just going to go back to the contract that you have with Bell. So just so we have a basic, and I mean basic understanding of how this works. So there's like a master agreement between the province of Nova Scotia and Bell Mobility. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's for every aspect of the service. So Bell is our general contractor. They are responsible for all aspects of the delivery of the service.
And in that contract, there's specifications with respect to performance and other things, right?
Yeah, there are performance metrics that are reported on a monthly basis and that we look at to make sure that Bell is adhering to the performance standards.
And then we talk about other agreements. So there are agreements that sort of fall under that master agreement, right?
Well, they're related.
Okay.
So we have a master agreement, and so that covers provincial government department users. It covers the RCMP, and it also covers the volunteer public safety community. And that consists of volunteer fire departments, ground search and rescue organizations, municipal emergency management organizations, the Canadian Red Cross.
Okay. And so
And I guess I should also say, sorry for interrupting you, I should also say there are a series of other agreements as well that are connected to our master agreement, but we're not really signatories to those agreements. So those would be service level agreements between what we call additional authorized users and Bell as a service provider. So additional authorized users with their own separate service level agreements, they would be typically municipalities and federal government organizations, and also some private sector organizations that have a public safety responsibility. That they may be a critical infrastructure provider, like a pipeline, for example. And so we have a group of users that are commercial or public sector corporations, like airports, for example.
Okay. And so this really contributes, though, to the interoperability. Is, you still, even though you might not be a signatory to that agreement, you're part of the process of trying to make sure these things get in place and that they serve everybody's purposes.
Yeah, we negotiated our master agreement with Bell, and we knew that Bell would then subsequently turn around and negotiate agreements, service level agreements with municipalities and federal government organizations. So as part of our master agreement, we created a schedule called the stewardship schedule. And we put in that a requirement that if Bell kind of turned around and sold the service to municipalities and federal government organizations, they had to put terms in those agreements, or there had to be understandings between the parties that municipalities and federal government organizations would be part of our user community, would accept training from us, and those kinds of things. And that was all for the purpose of trying to drive interoperability as far as we could.
Okay. And you also have a role, obviously, with the province of New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island as well, right?
Yep. So TMR1, the first generation of this technology, was in Nova Scotia. It was active in Nova Scotia between 2001 and 2015. And so Nova Scotia was essentially the only jurisdiction at that time in the region using the technology. But we have good and strong working relationships with New Brunswick and PEI. And they began to express an interest during the term of the TMR1 agreement for creating a regional system.
Okay.
And so we actually we made an effort to do that in 2008, between 2008 and 2012. We worked together on a common procurement project to create a single regional radio system. That ended up not succeeding in the end. We actually got to the point where we were evaluating requests for proposals. At the time, New Brunswick was experiencing some fairly significant financial stress, so they pulled out of that initiative in 2012. But during that process, we were able to work very closely with our colleagues in New Brunswick and PEI. And as we were negotiating our own agreement with Bell after that, we kept them very appraised of what was going on. They liked what they heard just in terms of what the technology would support and the contract structure. So we kept them informed, and then they separately from us struck their own agreements, which were very similar in structure to ours. Right. So now we have 3 separate provinces, 3 separate agreements. To a large extent, they're very integrated. The agreements are very similar. They do the same things. And we work together with the other provinces. There's a group of administrators, technical administrators, that Matt and I are a part of. There are representatives in New Brunswick. There's a representative in PEI. And we work on things to make sure that the different provinces are interoperable when users are traversing borders, for example.
Okay. And that would be the Maritime Public Safety Network?
Maritime Public Safety Network. And it looks as though it's going to expand to Newfoundland very shortly.
Okay. And basically what you're talking about is, you have personal relationships with the individuals because you interact with these people so much. You actually have really strong personal relationships. I mean, obviously they're based on a professional basis, but you really know the people that are doing these jobs in the other provinces because you talk to them so much, right?
It's almost as if we have as much to do with those folks in other provinces as we do with colleagues, even in Nova Scotia. That's how closely we work together.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that that's also a big piece of this interoperability is those relationships being built?
Yeah, very much so. Relationships is how we do a lot of things.
Okay. So with respect to the TMR2 radio system itself, I mean, we've talked a little bit about what your real role is, but I think we really need to make sure it's clear what your role is versus what Bell Mobility's role is. So because you're working with all of these users, whether they're users working with the province of Nova Scotia or, you know, municipalities, what are the things that you actually do to assist the system to operate?
Well, primarily we work with our users to make sure that they are functionally getting what they need to operate. So oftentimes we're kind of facilitating interaction between Bell Mobility as the system provider and the service provider and the individual user groups. You know, we're trying to make sure that everybody understands what's required, what Bell's responsibilities are, just in terms of executing on what the individual organizations need in terms of communications in the field. So we play a very large kind of facilitation role between the actual users, such as the RCMP, and Bell as the service provider.
And so would it be fair to say that you're getting instructions about what the need might be, you're trying to figure it all out and then helping support that information to Bell?
Yes.
Okay. So things like fleet maps and stuff like that, you're pretty much involved in the development of a lot of that, right?
We develop a lot of that, and this is kind of probably a little bit of an oversimplification, but we develop all that and then we instruct Bell on what to execute.
How to make it,
Yeah.
program it into the radios, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the fleet maps a little bit in terms of like, what does that mean? And how, what's your role? What does your shop do to create those?
Perhaps I could ask my colleague, who's a little closer to that activity, to comment.
Okay.
Matt, can you do that?
Sure. I'm jumping around a little.
Yeah, that's fine. So I guess going back to, as Trevor said earlier, so at the most basic level, really a talk group is a connection between users. It's not a physical circuit. It's sort of a virtual chat room, so to speak. And we create different talk groups for different functions. So within a single organization, they may have talk groups by county, or they may have talk groups by organizational function, and they can really create an unlimited number of those to suit their operational needs for their day-to-day operations. And then the province also has a series of talk groups that we have created that we ask users to adopt, and that's around what we talk about, the mutual aid and the shared law talk groups, for example, where we ask all users to ensure that they have access to those for interoperability between agencies. And so what results from this is sort of a complex structure where within a radio, a user can have hundreds and hundreds of talk groups or channels within their radio, distinct from the voice channels that we talk about on a tower site, but they can have hundreds of talk groups for, again, all of their internal functions, special operations, whatever it may be, plus the interoperability talk groups that the province mandates them to have. And so what we turn all that into, so to speak, is what we call a fleet map. And the fleet map is really a chart that shows what talk groups are in the radio and how and where they're programmed in. So a fleet map is sort of like an organizational chart for what's in the radio. And Todd's got an example there of a rather complex one from Rcmp, but essentially it's that chart. And then what accompanies that chart is typically a set of programming instructions. So if we're moving that forward to Bell to do programming on a radio, then we would be providing a fleet map, and then also what we call a profile document that's going to describe what the buttons do and how they operate and what the expected functionality is.
Okay. And I didn't get a chance to sort of do the introductory questions with you, Matthew. So I'm wondering perhaps if we could just stop here and
Sure.
talk a little bit about who you are and who you work for.
Sure. So I'm Matt Boyle with Public Safety and Field Communications with the Department of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services. As Todd mentioned before, I'm really looking after the day-to-day operations. So I'm the Director of Public Safety and Field Communications that's focused on the daily operations of our existing radio system and contracts. And of course, that includes staffing and budgeting as well. So I've been doing this with public safety and field communications for about 14 years now, and I've held a number of different roles in the organization since I started.
And your educational background?
So I did a Bachelor of Commerce and an MBA at Dalhousie University, and then also had some experience working with, for a brief time, Public Safety Canada with the federal government. And so I've got some exposure at the federal level and then more substantially at the provincial level as well.
And it's fair to say that the last 14 years have been primarily in the area of radio.
All in radio communications, yep, different aspects within the shop. So initially I was focused on the tower infrastructure, for example, and then eventually moved more into the TMR2 contract management, and then over time added responsibilities around human resources and budgeting and so on.
Okay. So with respect to the development of the fleet map, just so people have an understanding of what does that actually mean, what do you do to do that? Like you go out and you talk to them, you try to figure out who should they be talking to in this type of an emergency, who should therefore be part of our talk group or their talk group. Is that what that really looks like?
It really is. So if we had a new user, for example, that was coming on TMR2 that had never been a member of the system before, we would initiate some conversations with them to try to understand how they operate on their day-to-day business. So we talk to them about kind of two common ways would be either geographically that we would build their talk group structure or by function. So in organizations that are province-wide, they may have West, East, and Central, or they may have talk groups by particular county, for example. Some other organizations would be more focused on function, so they might operate over a smaller geographic area, and therefore it wouldn't make sense to divide them by geography, but they might have different types of users or types of groups within their organization that would carry out specific functions. So we would have the conversations with them to understand what their day-to-day operations look like, and essentially that question that Trevor referenced of who needs to talk to who and when. And then we try to build a talk group structure that facilitates that conversation. And then on top of that is the interoperability talk group. So every fleet map of every agency on this network and really across the Maritimes is actually interrelated, because there are talk groups within a fleet map that are shared by every agency. And then there are talk groups that are only shared amongst specific agencies based on they have a regular need to communicate directly with each other. And then each agency has their own internal talk groups. And in some cases, as Todd mentioned, there's some organizations like critical infrastructure providers. They're really only on TMR2 for the purposes of communicating with public safety organizations. So they would have very, very small internal fleet map, very few, maybe only one talk group for their own use. And the majority of their fleet map would actually be focused around interoperability and communicating with others.
Okay. And again, the example he provided was like pipeline companies.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
So with respect to your role in the TMR2 radio system, there was also a seated radio program. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I can probably talk to that one.
Okay.
We've actually had we've had 2 generations of TMR. It's called land mobile radio. Generically, we call it TMR in Nova Scotia. So we've had 2 generations of the technology. TMR1, as I mentioned, between 2001 and 2015, and we're now using the TMR2 system since 2015. So the seated radio program was a recognition that volunteer fire departments play a very critical role in first response. It's not always acknowledged in many jurisdictions across Canada. We're in the fairly rare position of making significant investments to make sure that particularly volunteer fire departments in rural parts of Nova Scotia, rural and remote parts of Nova Scotia, are participants in the system, because they often work with other first responders on many common things. They're often forgotten. So in TMR1, we were able to set aside some budget to provide 2 radios to every volunteer fire department in Nova Scotia. And if they were a medical first response agency, we provided a 3rd radio. They used those radios as what I would call interoperability devices. So when they needed to work with organizations that were fully on TMR, they used these seated radios to do that.
Okay.
Now, flash forward to TMR2, we implemented an enriched program in this regard. The 2nd volunteer seated radio program provided as many as 9, if we're using volunteer fire departments as an example, as many as 9 radios per volunteer fire department. And there's a little over 300 volunteer fire departments in Nova Scotia. So that represented a fairly substantial investment. We would also take responsibility for maintenance. We provide training. We provide user outreach and support. So we tried to make it as pain-free as possible for the volunteers' use. And also part of that seated radio program, we also provided radios to municipal police departments, with the exception of Cape Breton and HRM. They supplied their own users with radios. So we went with the enriched program this time around, and we provided base stations to police dispatch points. So a dispatch point is not a full dispatch facility. It's just basically a base radio, which they provide very simple dispatch services to police services in the region. So.
And I think it's important for us to talk about why providing radios is such a significant contribution to the municipal or volunteer. So let's talk about what's the cost of these radios.
Sure. You could the cost range depending upon what kind of radio, its sophistication, how it's hardened, all of those things, probably something like between $2,000 and $10,000.
And so it would be prohibitive, sort of difficult for the volunteer organizations to get those radios, right?
Yeah, many volunteer organizations have very limited funding. We work with some volunteer fire departments who have annual budgets of $1,000, which is not very much to run a volunteer fire department. So, affording these radios for many smaller municipal and volunteer fire departments is just out of sight.
Okay. And so the users of the TMR2 system in Nova Scotia, I think we've talked a lot about that. We've gone through most of those folks. Is there anybody that we haven't talked about?
Looking at my list here,
okay.
As you can see, it's quite extensive. You can categorize it into 4 broad categories.
Okay.
There are municipalities, Government of Canada, so Government of Canada operations that are running field operations in Nova Scotia. There are provincial departments or agencies, and then there are others that we spoke about before, some of which are commercial organizations that have public safety functions. We pretty much cover A to Z on municipalities. Pretty much all of municipalities have some radio, and some of their services, like police departments, for example, are now fully on TMR. By law enforcement officers, for example, some public works organizations at the municipal level, those are all on TMR. Government of Canada would include things like Parks Canada, DFO, Public Safety Canada, the Canadian Border Services Agency, the Coast Guard, Environment Canada, Department of National Defence. They're all on the system in Nova Scotia and in the Maritimes as well. And a couple of examples of those others that we talked about, some of which are public corporations or some of which are commercial entities. That would be things like Halifax Airport, Port Hawkesbury Paper, Heritage Gas, Michelin, Cobequid Pass, Maritimes and Northeast Pipeline, Halifax Port Authority, Halifax Harbour Bridges, Yarmouth Waste Check, Sydney Airport. It's vast.
Okay. And I think there was a number. Didn't you have around 80?
About 80 organizations or sectors.
That you oversee?
Yeah.
Okay. And the interoperability is also accomplished. There's a governance structure. So we've heard the word RCMP.
Yeah.
So maybe if you could talk a little bit about RCMP.
Sure. RCMP is the Radio Advisory Nova Scotia, Radio Interoperability Advisory Council of Nova Scotia. And so that is our governance. We call it our governance organization. We use it just as much to communicate with users as well as to govern the system. But generally, RCMP is a large organization. It has about, as you mentioned, 80 members. So there are representatives from those 80 organizations or sectors that are part of RCMP. And just as a general member, you really have 2 things that you have a responsibility around. One, you're invited to an annual general meeting of RCMP. We actually call it the Nova Scotia Interoperability Forum. And that's an opportunity for user reps to socialize, get to know one another, but also to receive presentations on how the system may be changing, new technologies, things to worry about in terms of managing your use of the system, those kinds of things. So it's kind of a general interest networking opportunity for those users. So that's one thing that a rep will do. Another thing is that we have a user outreach part of our operation, as I mentioned, and we expect the representatives of the user organizations to meet with us at least once a year, so we can talk about their use of the system, whether they're having any problems. They need to know any information about current equipment, new equipment, those kinds of things.
Okay, and there are subcommittees as well, right?
Yep, there are 3 subcommittees, and I'm just going to my notes here to make sure I get this right. There's a backup communications committee, and they do a little bit more. Well, first of all, I guess I should step back and say, so RINSAC is the large organization with 80 members. We have an executive of that group, so that consists of 9 members, including 1 person from our office that is the chairman of that committee. And so we would have representatives that would represent the RCMP, Halifax Regional Municipality, Cape Breton Regional Municipality. Then there would be members of that executive who would be representing the perspective of different kinds of users. So there'd be a federal government representative who is representing the federal government perspective. There would be another member who represents the non-HRM, non-CBRM municipal governments. And so it's kind of designed like that.
And so how often would that executive meet?
Meets twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year, but most generally twice a year.
Okay, and so with respect to RINSAC, going back to the subcommittees, there's also the 3 subcommittees you said?
Yeah, the 3 subcommittees are backup communications. So that's a committee that advises us on how we might set up basically backup services to TMR. So they've been actively involved in looking at that Nova Scotia Integrated Mobile Radio Service potential backup to TMR, and a couple of other kind of backup things that we do. So that they work a little bit more intensively. They meet more frequently, and they provide more, I guess, focused advice on some of these things. So there's backup communications. There's a dispatch committee, and that's involves all of the dispatch facilities that are basically plugged into TMR. And then there's an in-building coverage committee. Coverage is very good in the system. It's actually excellent mobile. We have excellent mobile coverage in Nova Scotia. We have very good portable coverage, but in buildings, it's a little bit more of a challenge. In order to get appropriate levels of coverage in buildings, sometimes you have to take extra steps. For example, implementing in-building antennas so that the radio signaling is distributed more effectively throughout a building. And so this committee has advised us on how we might prioritize installing in-building antenna systems.
Okay, and those are a different antenna system than a cell signal.
Yeah, I mean, cell systems have similar in-building antenna systems, but these radio in-building antenna systems are different.
Okay. Yeah. And I do need to ask the question, but I'm not really sure who I should ask, of the difference between a radio signal and a cell signal, because there are distinct differences, correct?
Well, maybe I'll ask Trevor to.
Yes, they're very distinct systems. They're 2 separate networks.
Okay. And if you have no cell coverage or you have no radio coverage, they're not the same, right? Like
the coverage the coverage is not the same on the TMR2 network or on the cell coverage network.
Okay. And when we talk about coverage, Todd, we're talking about radio coverage only, right?
Geographical coverage, yeah.
Of the radio footprint.
The radio system.
Okay.
And there is a big difference between cell coverage and radio coverage in that cellular coverage is a commercial service, and the service provider expects a return on investment. So it typically, although this is changing slowly, it typically has network presence or coverage in more urban areas, whereas the province has a responsibility to deliver services and communication services to support, say, first responders everywhere.
Okay.
Right. So, for example, think of a forest fire. Right. There's not a lot of economic incentive for there to be a cell site in the middle of nowhere, but we have to have radio coverage in rural and remote areas if firefighters are going to be able to fight forest fires.
And let's talk about the towers or the coverage and how that's changed in, say, the last 10 years or so. Are you the right person to ask that question?
Well, either Matt or I've been talking a lot, so maybe I should ask Matt to say some things.
Sure. So at the end of the TMR1 network, we had 70 radio sites. So going into the 2013, 2014, as we moved into implementation of the new network, we were at 70 sites on the old network. And as we worked to migrate into the new contract, we had worked with user groups quite extensively to identify where they had coverage concerns. Some agencies had taken their own steps to put separate standalone radio systems in certain areas of poor coverage and then try to connect those back into TMR. Which wasn't very clean, and it only benefited a particular agency. And so we took the perspective that we would prioritize those places where agencies had already made their own separate investments to improve service as we moved into TMR. And then we looked at what other areas we had received complaints about, perhaps that no one had taken any action on yet, but that we knew from the user community that there were concerns. And so we were able to move initially from 70 to 85 tower sites as we moved into TMR2, plus we also obtained a mobile site that we could deploy to emergencies. And since the move to TMR2, we've actually gone from 86 to 98 sites, plus the mobile site. So we've continued to improve coverage, and that's based on primarily user feedback. So we do have a prioritization and scoring system of how we look at coverage enhancement, which I can describe if you wish. But essentially, it's feedback from the agencies, and then it's, of course, always the look at funding and, is the province able to fund a site independently? Are we able to get contributions from other agencies that are concerned about those areas and so on? So it's been an ongoing process, and largely, as Todd said, we would describe very good coverage in a vast majority of areas. There are still a few hotspots that are of concern, which we continue to work towards funding and mitigation options for, but at some point, the holes become quite small, and so you end up with a very substantial cost to fix a very small problem, and that's when we look at, potentially alternative solutions for those.
Okay, and is it 98 or is it 99 towers? Because I think
It's 99, including the mobile site.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
And so
98 fixed.
And so when we talk about the mobile site, that's literally a truck, right?
A trailer, yeah, it's a trailer, and it has a 100-foot tower built onto the trailer, and effectively there's a whole radio site mounted on the trailer, so we can take that anywhere, either to a remote location and set it up to provide coverage where there might not be service from any other fixed tower, or it can also be used in a backup capacity. So if we lost a tower, and thankfully this hasn't happened, but if there was a major ice storm or something and we physically lost a tower structure, then the site on wheels could provide some coverage in light of that lost tower. It's of course not as high as most of the fixed towers are, but it would provide some backup service.
Okay. And in terms of the coverage, it's not just the tower, right? It's also the talk pads or channels that are available on the tower. Is that fair?
Yeah, so two related concepts. The coverage really being the geographical areas in which the service works or doesn't work. That would be what we would call coverage. And then the other would be capacity. And that's about how many simultaneous conversations any given tower can handle at a different time. And they're related because they often, the capacity of a system is related to the geography. So it's more likely that in urban areas or areas with major highways that we will see sites that have more talk paths, because on a day-to-day basis, there is more traffic demand on those sites. And then as we move further and further into rural and remote areas, we tend to see less talk paths, but down to a minimum that we've established to say we will not go below 3 talk paths on any site, because we feel that that's a minimum that's required to support a major public safety incident.
Okay. And I think I'll have one more question, then maybe perhaps commissioners will have a quick break for lunch. So Mr. Brown, I have one question with respect to the federal regulation of the radio frequency and how that plays into the number of talk paths, or how you establish those.
Yeah, that's radio frequencies are regulated by a federal regulator, Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada. They do regulation of the radio spectrum. So, for example, it's not as if we could say we want to increase the capacity of a system and negotiate arrangements with Bell and add that capacity. There's a regulatory approval process. So capacity is, to a large extent, kind of out of our hands. The decision-making power is really with the federal government. Now, the way in which I said is what we call it, Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada. The big way in which they influence things in our world is around system capacity. So they permit enough capacity channels, for example, on a site that will effectively meet a public safety performance specification. So the public safety performance specification for our network is what they call 5% busy queuing. And all that means is when you push a radio, when you push to talk on a radio, it's not on right now, but just to demonstrate, when you push to talk on a radio, you should be able to get a channel within 2 seconds, 19 times out of 20. So that's the system performance metric. So that's something that we share with Industry Canada. And that metric spits out a specific kind of design for the network. So that metric applied to Nova Scotia meant initially when we did TMR1, of the 70 sites, I think 47 of those sites had 2 talk paths or 2 channels on them that were capable of carrying on a simultaneous conversation. So that's all based, that provisioning, 2 talk paths at those 47 of 70 sites. That's all really based on the traffic model, how what the distribution of radios is around the network and how they hit the towers and whether they're in a rural location or an urban location. So that's all based on the traffic pattern of the network. It's important to understand that radio frequency is not infinite, and systems such as ours and all public safety systems cannot be designed and engineered based on what might happen to traffic in an emergency event, because traffic may spike hugely during an emergency event. And at that point, you're not really relying on the performance metric anymore or the contracted metric. And now in this case, and I think as you'll see later during a presentation, the capacity on the network was fairly well used. It was heavily used during the actual emergency event that we experienced here, but it performed as it was designed to.
And so when we talk about radio frequency not being infinite and not planning for an emergency or a catastrophe, really what you're saying in layman's terms, would it be fair to say that you wouldn't be able to get that much radio frequency to plan? Like if you were to build a system to anticipate that catastrophe that basically had all that frequency available every day 24/7 when you really didn't need it, you really couldn't do that. Is that fair?
Not possible.
And when maybe I think we need to unpack, why is radio frequency not infinite?
I'll have to ask my engineering colleague to comment on that one.
It's because there's specific bands set up for within public safety. You have to stay within a frequency block, and within those blocks are so many channels, and they have to be coordinated across not only the province of Nova Scotia, but there'd also be coordination with the US and other provinces as well.
Okay.
So they assign a specific block just for this type of network.
So there's a lot of bits and pieces in terms of the governance, would it be fair to say, with respect to radio transmission? Okay.
Well, if you're talking about how it's regulated, it's really the regulator that you have to satisfy. The regulator is the guardian of how all of that works.
Right.
They have to approve everything. Every device that has radio frequencies in it is more or less approved by Industry Canada.
So before you determine, channel sites and all that sort of stuff, you've got to go through that process with the federal government first.
Yeah.
And how long did it take for you to go from 2 talk pads to 3 talk pads in Nova Scotia?
Well, that was something that came about as the result of a threat risk assessment that we had performed just after TMR1 went into service.
So 2000?
2001, I think, is when the threat risk assessment was delivered. And so that threat risk assessment identified the risk of traffic congestion if there was a major emergency event, for example, a plane crash, for example, in, let's say the Cape Breton Highlands or something like that. There was a risk of traffic congestion, which would affect the ability of first responder agencies to effectively manage the site. If such an accident happened at what we then called a thinly provisioned site, which is a site that only had 2 talk paths.
So to answer the question though, we had 2 talk pads around 2000. When did Industry Canada or the federal regulator say, okay, you can go to 3?
Well, it was a bit of a slow process. So we had the threat risk assessment that identified the problem for us. We then approached Industry Canada and said we wanted to increase our capacity to a minimum of 3 talk paths per site. So that would affect all of the rural locations because the urban locations had more channels, right? So you have to go through a process to basically make your case to Industry Canada to go beyond the number of channels that you have that were originally assigned as a result of your performance metric that you have, right? So that probably took, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 years before the network was fully at a minimum of 3 talk paths per site.
Okay.
And so that was as a result of us going to Industry Canada and also Bell adding a lot of other clients. And so both of those things contributed to there being 3 talk paths per site.
So it's not a fast process.
No, not a fast process. Everything associated with regulation of radio frequency is slow.
Okay.
And if I could just add something, you mentioned the governance piece before, and so when we talk about, capacity, a big part of our role is to help users understand the impacts of what they do on capacity. And so both in advance in our planning discussions and in training and in our field operations, as we might attend an emergency event or provide support, a big part of our role is helping people to understand how they can deliver a communications plan at an incident that will help them more effectively use that capacity. And so, for example, that will be things like moving to common, shared talk groups rather than agencies all staying on separate talk groups. And we also have some other tools we can bring to bear in a field context.
So that's the training and we'll, that's quite a detailed conversation. So I think what we'll do is we'll get into that after we break
Sure.
for lunch, if that's okay. But I think it's important for people to understand that, there is ways to work with the system. And for example, the talk group is the invention of the technology to allow the system to bear a lot of users with, not taking up a lot of channels. Would that be a fair, that's the advancement?
Yes. In the old days of conventional radio systems, sort of 1970s, 80s, 90s, each agency basically had a dedicated channel for a dedicated geographic area. So there wasn't this concept of being able to go anywhere within a system. It was, if I'm in New Glasgow and I am the ambulance service, then there is a dedicated channel that is just for the ambulance service, just for the New Glasgow area. And if they're not using it, it sits unused. And so when we moved into the world of trunking radio, it eliminates that and it reduces the number of overall resources by allowing users to share a more finite set of resources with the assumption that not every user needs to talk at exactly the same time. And that's where the management of capacity and incidents becomes key.
Okay. And when you're dealing with all of that, that's part of the information you're providing to Bell as a user, right? You're trying to work with the limits with respect to the frequency and the towers and all those kinds of things and what their users are telling you. And you're feeding all that information to Bell and saying, okay, what can we do to address the service standard that we have set out in the contract? Is that fair? Okay. And just to sort of tie a bow on the governance piece, you have regular meetings with lots of different people, and I'm wondering, is high level, is there, you meet with Bell, you meet with other folks, like what's the meeting schedule look like for you so people have an understanding of how much time you spend speaking to others?
Oh, it's constant, all day long, constantly for years.
Okay.
We work with different users differently. We probably work with the RCMP most intensely of any user.
Okay.
And they have some very sophisticated resources. They have the National Engineering Shop. They have very skilled people in the regions as well. So we do a lot of work with them.
Okay. And the meetings, for example, like there's a monthly meeting with Bell. So the purpose of that meeting is, I understand it is to assess the performance of the system on a monthly basis, right? So it's a proactive process.
Yeah, we review performance reports. We talk about troubleshooting different situations. We represent users' perspectives to the Bell team.
Okay.
That kind of thing.
And of these meetings that are, and you've talked about a number of different government agencies and stuff, there's no legislation or nothing forcing people to be part of these committees or these processes, is there?
No, really, and this has largely worked well for us, but we're a small province. And as you talked about, we get to know on a personal level, not only our colleagues in the other provinces that are our counterparts, but really our counterparts within a lot of the user agencies. And we have regular meetings with them. And that's really largely what we rely on. As Todd mentioned earlier, there are a few key references in our stewardship schedule in the Bell agreement that Bell is obligated to pass on to those third-party users. But largely what we accomplish is through relationships, and it's lucky that that has worked well in most cases, but we don't have formal responsibility in contract, policy, or legislation that sets out an ability for us to compel users to take certain actions. And that would be either within our own user community that we're directly responsible for, or those additional authorized users.
Okay.
One of the big challenges there is, you know, because this is a system that's used by all levels of government, we might be able to have that ability to compel organizations to do things at the provincial level, but we don't have that power at the federal level, at the municipal level.
Right. But it works nonetheless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Largely, yes. Yeah.
So commissioners, I'm wondering if this might be a good place to break.
Yeah, I just wanted to, very interesting and very helpful so far. So thank all of you. Just wondering about some logistics, Ms. Cox. We have been from time to time relying upon the lunch break to caucus, and I don't know how much more you have and whether or not it would be worthwhile to explore. I presume the next portion you'll be getting into.
I anticipate being probably another hour and a half here.
Okay. All right. Then that's what we'll do. We'll break for an hour then. Thank you all so much. And we'll come back in an hour. And I presume we'll be getting into the more practical day-to-day aspects of it. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 1 hour.
No need for delay. They won't do that. Yes, NLP. I'm fairly certain all these people are using it. For those not familiar with NLP. NLP, what is NLP? What is it used for? Neuro-linguistic programming is a way of changing someone's thoughts and behaviors to help achieve a desired effect or desired outcomes for them. The popular neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP, has become widespread since it started in the 1970s. It includes treatment of phobias and anxieties, disorders, and improvement workplace performance or personal happiness. It's just the way that one communicates. So using garbage words like, I don't know, just to tie it up with a bow, or thank you very much for that question, I appreciate you asking, or this kind of bullshit is how they use that. And there's lots of just absolute garbage words which mean nothing. In fact, they're often misused. The person using it doesn't understand the English language. But it has the desired effect psychologically on people. It very much is a real thing, even though I think Wikipedia considers it somewhat of a pseudoscience. But you know, what do they say? In communication, personal development, you know, it's an interesting study. I studied it somewhat in university, and outside of university, and it's a real thing. And that's the way they talk to people, because they try to sway your mind. A lot of this is all psychological, you know, psychological warfare. It's what they're doing. All these tactics that they're using, bombard people with mass amounts of paperwork, literally traumatizing people to the point that, you know, I just don't really want to be bothered with this anymore. I'd rather just walk away. This is, you know, bullying tactics, and it's really quite fail. I mean, I point them out, try to, you know, I see a lot of you now are, or Not that you are now, but I mean, you definitely were dialed into that. Some not so much, but that doesn't mean I'm being critical. It's just, it's a perception of being able to see through the veil that they throw at people. Deceive, to deceive. That's what, sadly, a lot of life is about. You look at any politician, irrespective of their stripes, they use it all the time. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate you asking. They don't appreciate it at all. AstroTurfing. Bunk. Fuck off. If they appreciated it so much, they'd just give the family the answers. And Canadians. And then an apology. Move along. Not just the apology. The correction of the behavior. But that's not what it's about. It's just about, how much more can we push people? How much more can we wear them down? Not just here, life. How much money can they extort out of you? How can they force you to do things you don't want to do? Really fucking sad. Some people. I don't know where. I remember years ago, I wish I could remember that site. So, Canada 2020 years ago, I was digging pretty deep into them. And they're associated with all kinds of larger affiliate groups. And there was a university that they play a major role in. And I was listening to one of their conferences. And literally, I mean, I'd say I have a decent grasp of English. And it wasn't just me. I invited a friend of mine to go through it with me. And no, it wasn't English at all. It didn't make any sense. It's just absolute gobbledygook. Yet they can sit there for hours. I don't know. It has to be, you have to go for special training. The RCMP do it all the time. Like, listen to them talk. No. It's a strategic thing. No, it's not. It's just a fucking phone call. You want to sound smart? Then perhaps pick up a dictionary. No, that might help. I don't get it. I just kind of look back and okay, whatever. Do what you do. If it makes you feel that you are, go ahead. I think the reality is most people who do have a decent grasp of language skills and psychology are just kind of like, oh, yeah. No, I don't think so. Move along. Best to go entertain your 2-year-old friend. Perhaps they'll be impressed. This babble that the commission is sinking their teeth into, the final report, it's very perfect. Yeah, like listen to their closing speeches and their openings. And I mean, it's just rife with it. Rife with it. We've made everything very accessible so you can get, what are you talking about? It's a total lie. You know that it is. And yet they can spit it out. It's not just the lying, it's the way that you lie. You have to lie in a certain way to work in a person's mind. We're your friends. We do stuff. We're very trauma-based. No, you're not. If you actually know what trauma is, well, then you would see that you inflict it en masse. Mass trauma omission. MTO. Halifax, hello? You made IP slang. Just wondering if anyone can confirm the wages for the commissioners. 1,800 per day, yes. That's true. 2,000 per diem. I don't know if that's, I still haven't figured out if that's for every day of work or every day that they're under contract. If it's every day that they're under contract, definitely getting paid well over $1 million. If it's every day of work, well, then you're talking about less. I don't even frankly know what they're going to fill up all these days with, because the schedule does alter. I don't know if, well, I'm sure many people have, but it literally alters day to day. And so, you know, like a while ago, I remember, or not even a while ago, I think it was last week, my girlfriend was asking me, like, when's a good time to hang out? Like, when do we have time to go away or something like that? And I'm like, yeah. So I went through the calendar, and sure enough, like 2-3 days later, it totally altered for the duration. I was like, oh, there's, you know, week off here. No, they keep changing. I wonder where it's at today. But they don't tell you anything really in advance. So let's see, we're here. Let's see what's on for Monday. It's just nothing. Tuesday. Nothing. I mean, they have a few here and there, which are also, you know, carefully scheduled. What's this one going to be next week? It's got a title, Interoperability, but I mean, what else do you have? Nothing. I noticed that they don't seem to have, like, I don't know. That would be NLP languaging, but something like, I don't know, family airing of grievances or something like that, right? Something that would involve the families, where they get to say their piece, because frankly, I thought they were the most affected. There we go, with more of that goop. Hang in, they want to drain us. Yep, absolutely drown. You know, they've got all their tactics out. Make you feel bad, blame you, label you, drown you in the paperwork. I don't know. Just being strong. Having a conversation with Tara this morning. And I was like, you know, the true sense of strength, I think, because Brad didn't used to have, it's not as though I do anyway still, but I work towards that. And I remember when I was a little bit younger, I certainly wasn't the best, I didn't have the best temperament. That would be a good way to put it. And, you know, it was always just that I was getting angry about all kinds of things. And I just learned, you know, you can let a lot of it go. You know, you want to throw shit at me, you want to fucking do something. Okay. It's like Rocky Marciano. You know, he can stand there and fucking take the licks. That's what it's about. Just wear you down. And then it's kind of like, where are you at now? What you gonna do? But then you don't have to carry around all kinds of baggage about being angry about shit and stuff. Joanne Willoughby, have I pronounced that right? Willoughby, welcome. I'm now seeing through a lot of this garbage. When I first found LGC, I wasn't sure. But as time has gone by, my eyes have been open. Wide. Thank you that I have to find this. Well, thank you. Thank you. We're just a group of people. I think we have a lot of divergent opinions on many things, but death, murder, wrongdoing, corruption, deception, those things I think most all of us agree are fairly bad. And, you know, the rest of it can wait for another day. That's what I figure. I guess I do throw in a few things here and there, but welcome anyways. Very good to have you aboard, Joanne. Are you a Nova Scotian? Nobody will be blamed and no feelings will be hurt. Oh, are you sure about that one? Some people certainly are blamed and bearing a brunt that probably isn't ours to bear. And I would say people have been hurt along the way, but that's just my opinion. English manipulation, definition changing. Oh, yes, the definitions on words. Oh, ugh. I used to have to read fucking dictionaries. There was that set, big, huge set. I don't know where it's at right now. Blue bound Oxford dictionaries, you know, like big tomes, 2 of them. Not that I remember very many of the words, but certainly people don't seem to understand what the fuck they're saying. I guess that's kind of blunt. These tactics used by a commissioner are meant to demoralize people who seeking justice and accountability. Yes, because it's, don't you know, it's the wrong thing to do. Tides are changing. This is all going to come down at some point. I was talking with a friend of mine last night who I don't really speak to about any of this stuff, and I don't talk to that often. And he said to me, he's like, you know, what are you doing? And I'm like, is he, you know, are you busy with YouTubing and stuff? I'm like, oh yeah. And he's like, what are you doing these days? I was like, oh, I'm working on the Nova Scotia stuff. He's like, the Nova Scotia stuff. He does know it because I've spoken to him about it before, a little bit, and just a little bit in passing. And he's like, I think I read an article about that over here in Calgary. Like, this is, they're really trying to bury it. But frankly, it's making a piss pile of news. I don't know, maybe my friend hasn't been reading a lot lately. I'm not sure what he's up to. He was mining crypto for a while. I'm like, he's like, oh, look at all my computers mining and all my video cards. I'm like, he has like, I don't know, 40 computers running. Last I was over at his house. Like, I can't even hear you, man, with all the coolers you got going. He's like, what? He had to leave his door open, his back door, to help aid in cooling. I'm like, man, come on. That's not the way to live. You're heating the outside. He said, you know, he's like, oh, I got it so that I can, you know, I'm making, you know, a fair amount of money, and the electricity bills are non-existent. I'm like, well, what about your gas bill? Oh, I didn't really factor that one in. I'm like, anyways, off the crypto now. He said it's not making money. He's diversified his business into a different avenue, though he's still doing that a little bit. Agenda 21, 2030. Crew can assume that we are all dumb hicks. Capitalize. This one is proper. Redneck. My grandmother used to say, I would be proud if somebody called me a redneck. You know, my neck is red because I'm reading books. Sorry about you. Non-state torture. Oh, yes, they've disappeared. Where are the feminist groups? Kind of silent. I suppose they'll have their moments in the sun. It's looking more dubious, though, as we go along with Lisa. Same thing happening with the woke. Yeah, I'd say that. I know that's probably, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but yeah, absolutely. The woke thing is a bit, yeah. People wanting to take us places that probably we shouldn't go. How nice they will update planning as they do June 13th. When? They change it day to day, literally. And it's strategic. It's strategic. Like yesterday, they knew it was going to be bad. So they'll stick you with things about telephone or radio towers today. I still didn't understand. Maybe I just was dialed out, which is not good. But I believe radio systems are maintained. RCMP radio systems are their own beast. Nobody messes around with their garbage. So I'm not sure why Nova Scotia people, provincial people, are commenting on it. I stand to be corrected. That was my understanding. All their encryption and everything, that's all their own doing. I thought they even have separate towers. Something about Moncton stuff. They're listening right now. Oh, boo-hoo. They're taking pointers and learning how to read. Learning how to critically think. Learning that people do critically think. And laugh at them, I think, somewhat now, too. It's sad. But might as well have a little bit of humor along the way. What was the radio joke there? I missed that. I always forget jokes. They never stick. How nice. Okay, so MCC purposefully schedules to fuck up Seamus' schedule and trips to the... They do. They do. I would like to go and stay at the ranch. It's quiet out there. There's no buzzing and dinging, and the cows are out there now. Like, look at today. What is today? Plus 17. I could go for a skinny dip in the creek. That would be nice. No, it's a little cool maybe, but when lay in the sun. Council fixed her hair. It was pointed out that she was hiding behind. I did see that comment come up. Oh, yeah. Huh? Who's that? What? What are you talking about? Never heard of that. Who was that? That was you? Was it you, Truth and All? And you phoned one day? And the name had come up a variety of times on the radio of the channel. And whoever it was, Rick Howe or something, I don't know. And he's like, what? Ooh, is that what? What do you? Is that YouTube? What's YouTube? I was like, okay, sure. Chiang, $200 more for the man than the woman. Very equity minded. Wow, that's a good point, isn't it? I'd say that's a bit sexist of them. A group of awesome seeking the truth. I was trying to type to you and say good morning, Jamie, but you seem to disappear. So welcome back. RCMP Cucumber Olympics. Falling on the cucumber. Foul. That's foul. They said they weren't participating in any of that. You know that. Which means, of course, they weren't. There was no need to open an investigation on themselves about that. So that is what they want to happen. Fourth wave feminism. It's not very representative of truly powerful women. Diapers. You are a Nova Scotian girl. Nice. I'm going to come out to your province at some point. I believe that God will drag me there at some point. I won't be fighting too hard, though. It will come to pass as it should. Invasion 1. Accountability is abusive and not trauma-informed. Trauma-informed. Psychological autopsy. I like that one. That one kind of drifted out of nowhere at the beginning. It is a thing. It's been mentioned a couple of times, but I mean, they're like, oh, yes, we ran a psychological autopsy. I'm like, yeah, but you still had bodies in houses. What are you doing? They will implode. I think, sadly. I do feel some, well, I feel real pity for these people more than anything, but because they've really destroyed themselves, their reputations, wherever they sit in this one. You know, anybody who's partaking in it, because it's wrong. You don't hurt other people. Watch their self-destruction. Wonder if they realize the hypocrisy is the only thing that is transparent. Yes. But it's a complete mindfuck. It is. It causes massive cognitive dissonance for a lot of people because they look at it and they're like, well, but they're the police. They should represent the truth. What? See, they're doing an investigation. Okay. China and U.S. military loves crypto miners because they spend millions on wide open computers to subvert. True. I'm not a big, but again, I'm not tech based. I don't understand this. I don't even really know what these NFTs are. I had to phone, well, I won't call you out. I think you're probably in the chat. And I had to call because I was like, well, we were talking about other things and just catching up, and I was like, what are these NFTs anyways? Oh, you buy a picture. I'm like, yeah, but they're free. It's like water. Oh, no. I'm like, oh, okay. My grandma used to say, invest in water. She wanted us to go off and invest in water. I'm like, I don't know. You can just turn on your fucking tap. Like, what do you have to worry about? And she's like, no. bottled water, it's going to be the future. I'm like, yeah, right. I disagreed with her on that one. I disagreed with her, well, on I guess a few, but rhubarb. I'm still waiting for the day that rhubarb becomes a cash crop. She wanted to do on the farm. She wanted, they have a farm too, and wanted to do rhubarb. And I'm like, what the fuck? Nobody eats rhubarb. Like, you make jam out of it, you make pie out of it. Like, you're not going to sell it as a cash crop. It's pointless. Oh, no, it's great. You can pickle it and you can do all this to it. I'm like, no, I don't think so. That one, she is the one holdout. So she'll probably be right. She'll laugh at me. Got to get back to work. See you later, Halifax. You're probably long gone, but hope you have a great day. Don't let this shit wear you down. Sustainability. Yep, there's one. Boop. Must take care. Or Matt, take care. Sorry. Gosh, I think I need new glasses now. Just checking in. What am I missing? Things about towers, I believe. Towers. I suspect non-state feminists will be back to save the day. I think so. Like, the true feminists will rise. They already are, right? In certain things, which I won't get into, but they're definitely getting a little upset on certain issues. Good for them. That's strong, women. Freckles, they are on lunch. Just noticed 2-hour lobster din today. Yum. Non-state sanctioned torture group will make primetime appearance before Lisa. Yes, they will. But you're going to have the media layout first. They'll have a whole bunch of stories about something. Probably the RCMP will uncover some horrific thing, throw it in the news, a whole bunch, and then everybody will be like, oh my God, it's... Meanwhile, back to Susie Bootlin or whatever over there. I hope I'm not mispronouncing her name. Poor Susie Bootlin. Brother Paul's here. They are ever learning, but never able to catch up with the knowledge of the truth. Capitalize. That's right. It's true. It's true, brother. There is only one. I want to thank all the truth seekers. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Chiang. Truth and All, of course, has the name. Stella. I have to go do some stuff. See you soon. Have a great day. Okay, my name is in there, I think. So I'll just ignore that. Thank you for popping in and saying hello. It's not that I don't appreciate, it just makes me feel weird. Weird is not a word. I'm uncomfortable. Do you think Lisa is actually going to appear? No, I don't. But her stuff will. She'll have some written gobbledygook, and it'll be trauma informed, and the lawyers will get to ask a couple of questions, maybe, and they will come back with, it's just like the RCMP, perhaps, maybe, because, and a written reply will come when they feel like it. Busy at work today. Awesome. Well, is that a good thing? I never know. Is it good to be busy or is it not? Sometimes it's good. I have friendly bet with my lawyer that never appear, says Tara. Injustice collector. Yeah, that was a bit of a fail. They did dig up somebody. I tried to look into that fellow. I think it's with the FBI. I didn't get too far. Maybe the next books will be a Newspeak dictionary. Yes, perhaps. Well, it has migrated, right? What was it we were discussing? The word? Irregardless. To me, it's not a word. I saw that in the chat. I know you guys were talking about it. Karen and I were talking about it too. To me, it will never be a word. Equally is highly lofty goal, or equity. Equity is a political play that no fair-minded individual can support. I think it's a lot of guff. Nobody's ever equal in the world. And frankly, if everybody is equal, the way that this system is working towards, of having everybody be basically the same. I like vanilla ice cream, I really do, but I like differences personally, even if they don't agree with me. That's how I learn. Professing themselves to be wise. Person that needs to say that is like somebody who says, I win every fight, or men that say certain things. She was right. Water. What? Rhubarb custard pie. Ooh. Oh yeah, she was absolutely right on water. I ate that one big time. Rhubarb custard pie. Do you make it with like birds custard? Rhubarb jam. Rhubarb. Okay, now I'm gonna get. Okay, screw off. Now I'm gonna get hit with the rhubarb. Rhubarb's great. It's that she was like, it's a weed. You don't have to do anything. You just don't do anything. I'm like, no. Can you imagine, like, oh no. Invest in Depends, and then you'll be the next Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos by the end of the day. The king of diapers. There was somebody who was, during the shortage goo at the beginning there, who bought up a whole bunch of diapers. I think he got charged for it too, hoarding. Strawberry rhubarb pie. Strawberry rhubarb pie is good. Straight strawberry pie is good too. I think I've only ever had straight rhubarb or strawberry pie out on the West Coast. It was a restaurant. It was a ship. It was pretty good. Good seafood. Rhubarb beer was big in Nova Scotia a few years ago. I made a few bucks on my wee patch. So it's flavored like rhubarb. Rhubarb infused booze. Yeah, I can see that one too. I think a study group being done about rhubarb. I'm sure the RCMP or the government has something going like that. Absolutely. How to put an eggplant into your ear to increase intelligence. I'm sure there's something. They'll have a lot of people doing it, and then sub-study groups and people looking at the final report. Yeah. Look at me, Mom. I grew up to be. Bet it tastes good. Beer, never tried that beer, says Truth. Ken, there is rhubarb relish. Okay, rhubarb relish. Yeah, that's true. Rhubarb crisps. Is it like crisps in the English sense of crisps? Like chips? Crisps. rhubarb wine. I don't think I ever had rhubarb wine in my drinking days. Sounds kind of good. Thinking about like rhubarb vodka, that might taste good. Snippy, anything that would be better than that salt brine they use here in Nova Scotia? Oh, being the eggplants and the rhubarb. Cucumbers. If you have a cucumber patch, you can get a government contract supplying Balin's School of Secret Squirrels. Yes. I wonder if they're over what they're doing over in Ukraine. They like Ukraine. My memory is vague. I think the problem is staining on the roads, last I read. Purple, but not rainbow enough. So they had a nice... Anyway, I'll soon bid you an adieu. Bid you adieu. Duty calls. Thank you for... Okay. Now just avoid that. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Sandy, the whole Banfield incident at Costco will exempt her from having to testify. Absolutely. And what was it? There was some reason. There's always stories that they cover. Oh, was that the change in restorative justice? I think it was. Wasn't it? Is that what that story floated around? Then they popped it out. You could live with purple. Ooh. I know that somebody will get wound up in here about that. I can't remember. Somewhere icy. Apparently it works better because it coats the road, but insects and staining, apparently. I guess that's serious then? Putting eggplants on road? Okay. Ken likes the cucumbers. Okay. Not going to ask more. Custard eggs. Custard eggs. Is that like those foul Cadbury, what are they now? Spring eggs or something? Because that's the, you can't say Easter. That's bad. Jesus never existed. No. Right. Weird things in car magazines. Custard egg. I don't think I've ever had that. I've pretty much eaten anything and everything, save one item that I think I've ever said no to. I don't like head cheese, but I definitely have eaten it. That's pretty mild. Let's exchange recipes, get some value out of this. Okay, well, I will read yours aloud because I don't really have any. Like apple crisp, yummy. Apple crisp is yummy. Yeah. Heat it up with vanilla bean ice cream. I think is probably the best one to go with that. Make rhubarb jam. No, it has a crumble on top and you bake it in the oven. Oh, this is the custard egg? Was that it? Custard eggs? Truth said custard eggs. RCMP in Ukraine investigating. Who is that got fired the other day? What's her name? Oh, she took the walk of shame. Guess the PR campaign failed there. Didn't. I think I talked about that here too, a little bit briefly. I usually don't get into anything political, but I'm like, oh, or maybe it was on Twitter. I think I tweeted something about it. I'm like, because they were saying that there was that right at the beginning, the first day, there was a rocket strike. What ministry was it outside of? They said, and they're like, oh, and we went and had a look, and then there was a short clip. You saw a lot of smoke and stuff from afar, and then there was a short clip, and I suppose if you weren't watching for it closely, you'd just, see a bunch of guys running around, but they were burning, like there was a huge stack of paper, and they were just running back and forth between the building, burning paper. I'm like, yeah, must be probably something to do with that laptop or something. Yum. I've heard of beets for dicing or icing. Oh, it's probably icing. Icing? Beets for de-icing. Okay. Sorry. De-icing using beets. Okay. Real study. Maybe Grant's right. Time to invest. No, not yet. The joke's got to be ongoing, So you may be gone for how many years now? 20 years, I think. Oh, coming up. But, we still have to have this one going. Speaking of rhubarb, no, the crisp. Oh, wait a second here. I've got lost now. See above. Have to jump in here. They use beet juice, says Judy, on the roads here in Simcoe County. Plus sand. So it's kind of red sand. Pickled beets are amazing. I'm hoping my girlfriend's going to pickle beets this year. I know she planted some. I just made it. Oh, you're back. Where did you go? Don't tell me you didn't log off, because I know you did. It's like Linda. Rude. Is she still around? Probably not. Chocolate coffee cheesecake. Chocolate coffee. So like a mocha. A mocha type? Or less espresso, more coffee. The crisp, speaking of rhubarb, stewed rhubarb. Yep. Stewed rhubarb. My grandmother, I think she did rhubarb. She couldn't cook at all. She couldn't cook at all. And then she was going to write a cookbook. She had a couple of books on the go when she died. One did get done. But, oh yeah. No, Cooking for One was another one. That was not a good one, because it had to endure trials of foul food, but she never learned how to cook because she never had to. So it was just awful. No offense, Graham. She could make a pot roast, though. That was pretty mean. The rhubarb custard pie is made with eggs into a custard pie, and then it just has like chunks of rhubarb in it. Is it? Yum. Custard rhubarb. Ken's had it. Okay. Judy's got it down. I'm gonna try the. Now you've got me thinking. I think I may have a tin of birds. That's really easy to whip up. Time to float in the lake. Right on. Have fun. These witnesses aren't on the same wavelength as myself. Well, it depends on how many channels are open. Maybe. Have a good one. Have a good float in the lake. That was Fox News faked rocket attack. Yeah. On U.S. Forces Special Base in Iraq, or Special Forces Base in Iraq, when Trump was caught doing illegal drone strike on IRGC, general fighting ISIS CIA. Yes, the worldwide goo is... That's custard. You're gonna check. You're gonna actually check in with the radio experts. They already had a witness on who said that it wasn't overloaded way back at the beginning. So I don't know what the hell they think that they're doing. I suppose they just assume nobody else has watched it and there'll be a sound bite somewhere for something. Like a good radiologist, I'm sure they will expose a lot of gray area. Stewed rhubarb made with a pack of strawberry jello stirred in is delish. Do they still have all the flavor? Do you get? I often reminisce of things when I was younger, and I know that my audience is generally, well, wiser, shall we say. Like the grocery aisles with all the Kool-Aid. They had like the wall of Kool-Aid flavors. They don't really have any now. They had all those crazy flavors, and then they also had the Jello. All kinds of different kinds of Jello. That just disappeared. Mailed a thank you card to Chief McNeil today. Right on. You know, his stuff, those, I should probably go through a few of those. They really like locked them out. And everybody was nice to them. I think there was one thing in there I didn't really appreciate coming from one person. And they said that they didn't really appreciate that their name had been used. And the reply was, we honored the request, and it's our legal and moral obligation, basically, to give it over. So, sorry. Is that why Ukraine's shooting? Okay, well, now we're venturing into political things, which probably should be left for another day. There's divisiveness. They love the divisiveness. Take that away from them. We're still standing. Wonder how much of my tax dollars will feed today's lunch panel. Enjoy it while it lasts. I don't think it's going to be a good future. Definitely when this world is done. I have problems believing that one. I hope his office does get flooded with them. Yep, absolutely. I hope his desk is like just covered with them, and then when he's just having like not a good day about something, let's hope, God forbid, he doesn't go under the RCMP bus. I'm sure they'll try, though. That's usually their MO. But even just having like, a bad day. You see all these cards sitting out there in front of you, and you're like, there's a lot of people out there who I don't know, and they respect me and care about me. Just pick one and take a bite like sour candy. Okay. Now, let's see if I've got any utmost respect for Chief. Yeah, he's pretty amazing. He is pretty amazing. Like, you read his words. I do have a lot of respect for him. I don't know him. I don't know if he's got other things going on, but certainly seems. Oh, okay. I see. That's interesting. Usually I have a few articles, but I don't have any. Guess there's not much to say about the radio towers. Could go through, 10:30. Okay, so they'll be back in how long? 40 minutes? Is it 40 minutes? Yes. I think he did great things for families. Okay, we can read through this one together. How's that? We'll start. Where did I put it? Oh, I think I did something here. Okay, so we'll try this. And we'll try this. I only have one. There should be two. All right, well, let's start with this one. 22 pages. We'll see where we get it. I believe I've already OCR'd it. Oh, no, I haven't. My goodness. That's not very good. This will take a couple minutes. We can talk about something else. 54 minutes. Oh, back in 10 minutes if they're on schedule. Oh, yes, they ran late today. There was lots of things to talk about. All the towers. Very important. Is that not? I didn't hear, or did I miss the answer? I thought that falled under federal jurisdiction, RCMP specific. They maintain all their own stuff, I thought. Not that they're doing it specifically themselves, but they have contracts and things with Bell. Okay, let's see where we get. We got 10 minutes. OCR. Someone should introduce. No, they don't want it. July, is that July 8th? I can never figure that out. Or is it August 7th? I don't know. One of the two. 2020. Sergeant Darren Bernard. Today is July 8th. Oh, okay, there we go. Well, that answers that, right? July 8th, 2020. Constable Jeff McFarland with Northeast Nova Major Crime Unit. It's 9:05. I'm just here at the Millbrook Detachment. I'm here with Sergeant Darren Bernard, Millbrook Detachment. We're following up in relation to incidents that took place April 18th and 19th, 2020, in regards to what has been called Operation H Strong. You guys and your fucking operations. So basically, if you just want to start wherever you think it's important from that day, tell us everything that took place, any interactions, observations that you had, and we'll go from there. Yep, Jeff. No involvement on the 18th shooting. In and around on the morning of the 19th, in around 7, I got a call from my corporal, Corporal Natasha Jameson. She recounted to me her last. Not sure what that is. She could have been off, obviously, hours earlier. She was still out, and she told me about what happened the night before in Portapique. So obviously, I was quite shocked and surprised, and told her to go home. She said, or she had said that she was had sent Constable Grunt home. It was her and Grunt that were involved that before. Not sure what that means exactly, but I said, okay. And she said, we have one guy on day shift. It's Jerry Daly. I briefed him on what was going on, about what she knew. And roughly speaking, I don't know. She said there's talk of a police car, and that was it. Very broad. I said, okay, no problem. And I'm a crisis negotiator. I have been for over 10. And I had expected, so I'm getting to the point that in my service that I'm not really married to my work phone anymore. So I had it in my bag, I think downstairs. So I went downstairs to check my work phone, thinking, geez, I was probably called out and missed it, right? Generally, we go with the TAV and we go. So anytime I hear of a critical incident, we done it for many years now. I know right away there was a call out, right? So, and there was. So I text off to Staff Holiday, who is on our team, and to Steve, do we have a call? Because I didn't get a call. Interesting. But I knew, obviously, there was a call out. So I said to Steve, what's the deal? We getting called out? And he said something like, yeah, later. You'll there's the two of us here now, don't have containment. So I said, okay. Right away, I knew they're still looking for this guy. And generally, they have been out now since last night. Okay, so we had like 7 o'clock, right? Where was that? Anyway, I'll get it later. I'll be relieving these guys sometime midday today is what I'm thinking. So I started I hadn't been on call in a while. So I said, shit, where's my stuff? Helmet, different things, right? So I slowly picking away, getting my gear together, holster, all that. Then I went to the news, Jesus Christ, this is turning into something big. So sometime around 9:30 or 10, still didn't get any more info. So I sent my day shift guy a message here, Jarrett, did Bible Hill get that guy wrapped up yet? And he's like, unintelligible. Reports fucking chaos. And I was like, holy fuck. So I said, Cook, give me a call. So at this point, it's pushing 10 o'clock. So he gives me a call and he sounded panicked and upset. And he said, yeah, there's a guy in the police car. We don't know how. He just some more people in Debert, yada, yada, yada. He gave me the latest. I don't recall exactly, but right away I'm like, so I kind of stepped up my efforts. So I called Steve. So I sent Steve a message and I'm like, Steve, what the fuck? My guy just called me. He says it's still not contained. What's going on? And he said, get your stuff, get to Bible Hill right away. I'm like, okay, great. It's on. Right. So I'm all geared up for a negotiator call out, full blues, all that stuff. So I have to take my car. Take home car, blue unmarked, the Taurus. I started loading my gear bags, backpacks, piss jug for the TAV, usual stuff, thinking it's going to be TAV. So I told Jarrett, where are you now? And he said, well, I'm on an overpass. Well, I said, just stay moving. I'll find out more information from you and I'll sort it out. And my goal was figure, one guy by himself, he said, I'm not being told anything. No one's telling us what to do. So I said, okay, hang on there. I'm coming. And I said, I'll let you know when I'm on the air. 10:37, I know, I was leaving after a couple of loads of the car. I was loaded for bear that day, figuring it was going to be, we're in for it, right? I pack food. I never pack food, right? So anyway, all that to say, I know I started up the car earlier, but I went out and I got in the car and I know it was 10:37 because my brother called me. He's an ex-member in J Division. And I said to myself, shit, I don't have time to talk to him right now. I got to put the phone back away. We know obviously, and I live in Hilden. So the guy had gone by my road 5 minutes earlier. So, but I'm getting in my blue car. So I leave and I'm just down here in Hilden. I come up to the subdivision road and I head to Millbrook. It's 5 minutes. So I figure it's about 10:45. I park in the parking lot. I'm in the parking lot of Ish. I figure 10:45. And I literally, for some reason, it's so weird and I'm super safe. I tell these guys, like, about changing routine, don't for some reason, Jarrett was parked nose in with his back to the road here, which is fucking weird. And I pull in, and so, but I in the same direction. So we're in a car, a full car width apart. And I roll the window down, and before I say, all I hear is break, break, break. A member's been shot in Enfield. So I think that obviously you got the timeline, so you'll know the exact time. But I said, holy shit. And I just instinctively pulled the rifle down, racked around and checked it and laid her in the seat. And Jarrett goes, we going to that? I'm like, yeah, we have to, man. Let's go. So I peeled out of there and we started heading south. And I remember thinking, okay, IR takes over, like that, unintelligible fucking act, like one that's mental, that's my mindset. So I yell on the radio, I say, how are they from Bernard? Said, not to going to Bible Hill. We're heading south to the shooting. Oh, oops. We're heading south to the shooting. I don't remember if they came back to me. So we're smoking it south out here. Jarrett's behind me, and the radio is complete chaos. I should say, I'm thinking to myself, what is going on here? Like, I heard voices I've never heard before. I heard panic. It was just people's questions aren't being answered. It was chaos. So we're rocketing south of here. So I clear the campground of the old highway and there by straight stretch. And I see a car coming and I thought, holy fuck. And all I knew is that the shooter is in a police car. And what's this car heading north here? So I remember I put the rifle on the dash and started to slow down. and I reached for, I held the mic, said, "Who's coming northbound here?" or whatever. And all I heard is, "It's Gibby. It's Gibby." Come to find out, he has a gun on me too, right? It's Gibby. And I thought, Jesus Christ, and I'm thinking, what's he doing here? I said, that's kids from Enfield. I knew him from Bible Hill here, right? He used to, unintelligible, rap songs in my car. Anyways.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Anyway, so anyhow, he's a good kid, right? So I said, "Gibby, we're heading south." And for some reason, I thought, I guess someone said Morrison, but in my mind, I guess I'm going for Morrison. So I said, "We're going south to find Chad," or something. It's on the tape. You'll have it right. Whatever. I said it to him. So he joined in. So the three of us are now heading to Brookfield. So I've been around the area I know that road like the back of my hand. So I quickly outpaced them once we're clear of the traffic lights here in Brookfield, and I was gone. So somewhere in that drive to Brookfield and to Stewackie on the old highway. And again, I have these blanks. I don't recall the conversations, but I know obviously things were said. And I remember something was said to me that the mission changed. Because now there was an accident, and there was shots fired at the accident, and the cars were afire. And I thought, holy fuck, what did Chad get into? So, and again, radio was chaos. And I can't recall what people were saying, but I thought to myself, like, fuck, we're on our own here. And I said, I was thinking, where's Ert? Like the major communication issue, right? And I said, Jesus Christ, like, so the dispatcher, I remember this part, I do remember, the dispatcher is giving me an address was where the accident. And I said to her, I'm going too fast for civics, sorry. I need a landmark. And I remember her saying, it's just past the wildlife park, just past the wildlife park. And at that point, I'm alone. I left those guys in the dust.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. We're ready for the witnesses again.
Yes, we could just recall the witnesses.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Oh. That's not what I want.
Thank you again, witnesses, and Ms. Cox.
So Matthew, I'm going to start with you.
Sure.
So now I think what we can do is we can go into the actual operation of the radio that we've been here talking about all morning, or a good part of the morning and afternoon. So in front of you, you have a couple of radios.
Yes.
So perhaps we could start with description of the radio and talk a little bit about sort of the buttons that we may be able to see and just the basics of it.
Sure. So the most important thing really to remember about these radios is that they're extremely programmable. So we talked this morning about talk groups and fleet maps, but also in terms of what every button does, how the radio will react to short press of the button, a long press of the button. So really highly customizable. And what that means is that I'll give you an overview of some of the most common functions that would be generally standard amongst agencies. But important to note that each agency does make their own choices on what's going to work most effectively for them. For example, some agencies would have an active emergency alarm and some would not. Some will use RTT to signal the dispatch center and some would not, and so on. But generally speaking, as far as the top of the radio goes, we would have a volume knob and a channel knob. And those would be probably the two most common things that a user would interact with. as well as on the side of the radio, the push-to-talk button, which is the large button that we spoke of this morning. Really, those are the things that are the most standard, and other than that, there's some other side buttons which can be programmed to do a multitude of different functions, and every agency would be different with those. So the radios all have at least a front screen. Some also have a top screen for the user to view, and so they can see what talk group they're on and what zone they're in. Again, just to explain that concept, when we talked about fleet maps this morning, we talked about the channels, and we showed the chart of the different talk groups that exist. And so we kind of divide them into buckets or zones. So on my channel knob on top of the radio, I have 16 positions, which signifies 16 channels in a zone, but then I can move to another group of 16 and another group of 16 and another group, and so on. And so a user can have 150, 200 talk groups in their radios. Would not be uncommon when we consider all of their internal as well as the interoperability talk groups that they would have. And so again, to navigate zones on this particular radio, we have some buttons on the front here, and one of them would signify zone. And so we'd be able to hit the zone button and then use the up and down arrows to move between those groups of talk groups. I compare it sort of to a car stereo where you have, multiple different, on your FM dial, usually you have some presets, and then you can hit FM again and go to another set of presets and hit FM again and go to maybe a third set of presets. And so the talk groups are there in those kind of lists, except you could have 12 or 14 or 16 zones of them.
Okay. And we heard a little bit about the ERTT. Is there ERTT a button that we can see on that?
Yep. So the ERTT button would be the nice big orange button, and that's always where that is. So not every user has the ERTT enabled, but if they do, then it will always be the big orange button. It's a little bit recessed, so it's intended to be not so easy to hit by mistake. And again, users can program that in different ways. So they may wish to have it so that the very second they press that button, the emergency alarm would go off right away, or you can program it with a delay to further reduce the accidental activations.
So, and this sort of goes to the training, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Mhm.
Those radios are, kind of standard in the way they look and feel, perhaps a little bit, but it's the way they're programmed is what's different, not only between users, but across the country, right?
Yeah, between jurisdictions, between agencies, and even within agencies, sometimes if a fleet's being migrated, say from an older model to a newer model, then the buttons and configurations of the radios can be a little bit different. So users could be theoretically interacting with an older radio model today, and then when they come in tomorrow, there might be a newer one sitting there that they would grab. So the training is really important in that respect.
Well, and it's specific to Nova Scotia and the
Yes.
TMR2 system, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So if you had training and, you've worked with a radio for 20 years in Manitoba, that doesn't always help you use the TMR2 radios, does
That's
it?
right. Yep. And the other piece of that is really around the procedures. So there's the technical side of the radio, but then also from a procedure perspective, the way that an agency operates in Nova Scotia might be different than another province, the way that they interact with their OCCs or those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about the signals or the sounds the radios make.
Right.
And that's to tell the user what's going on. So I'm wondering if we can maybe play some of those sounds so that people can hear those.
Sure. Yep. So the radio is quite intelligent in giving feedback to the user about whether or not they're getting through and what the system is feeding them back. So the most common sound that a user would experience would be what we call the talk permit tone. So if I was to push the push to talk button on this radio, then within a few hundred milliseconds, I should hear a tone that lets me know that I can talk. So I will key this radio up and we will find out if there is an available talk path for me right now. And there is, so that would be the generic tone.
Okay.
That would let a user know that they can speak. The radio will also make a tone if you can't speak. So I'm not able to recreate a busy sort of on demand. It can only happen when the system is busy, but I have a recording of that sound so that we can experience what a busy condition would sound like. So instead of the user hearing that sound when they push the button, they would first hear this sound.
Hold it close.
Did that come through okay?
Yep.
Okay. So really just kind of like a fast, busy signal from a telephone. And then when the system had a channel to give them, then they would get that typical go-ahead tone after that busy. So Trevor mentioned this morning, you can either hold the button and keep listening to the busy signal until you get the talk permit tone, or you can let it go and the system will call you back basically to let you know that there's a channel available.
Okay. And then there's a couple more.
Yeah, the other condition that happens quite a lot would be if a user is already speaking on a particular talk group. So this is not a busy signal from the system perspective. So the system may or may not have a channel to assign to a new conversation. But if I'm on talk group A and someone's already speaking on that talk group and I don't hear them, or maybe they've stopped between sentences and I think they're done speaking. So I'll just, for the purposes of demonstration, I'll key up the first radio and I'll get the go ahead. And then I'll key up the second radio and you'll hear the talk denial tone. So it's just a really quick, just a short tone to let me know that someone's already talking. And then the radio would go right back to the audio that was happening on that talk group so that I don't miss any of a transmission that might be in process.
And that also sometimes is because there's no connectivity to the tower. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if you were in a fringe coverage area where the coverage was really marginal, and so I guess that kind of brings me to the next tone. So I'll simulate by taking the antenna off this radio, but there is an out of range tone that lets you know if you've completely lost touch with the tower. So if I take the antenna off, after a few seconds, the radio will realize that it can't see the system anymore, and it will start to exhibit a tone. Think about it for a minute.
Okay, so it's a consistent.
Yeah, and it will continue to do that every 7 seconds until it finds the system again.
Okay.
And so, but what could happen is if you're in a fringe area where it's not bad enough that you've gone completely out of range, but maybe on a particular transmission, the radio doesn't get through to the system right away, then you could also get that short tone of denial.
Okay.
So
yeah. We hear bong, bonk. What do those tones mean?
They mean different things to different people, and of course that's the challenge when we talk about it and when we review documents or talk to someone after a major incident. So generally speaking, when we talk about a bonk, we would be talking about that really short talk denial tone.
The bonk?
The bonk.
With a K?
With a K, yes, with a K. We would be talking about that short tone that's basically saying either someone's already talking on the talk group or the system just didn't have you just didn't have a really strong connection to the system and the radio didn't get through right away. Typically, we would call that a bonk. The bong with a G would be the longer tone that's repeating, that's telling you that you don't have any connection back to the system, also known as an out of range tone.
Okay, and we didn't talk about the range issue in terms of what the coverage looks like from a tower. So one of the things that would be important is for the commissioner and the public to know how far a tower reaches.
Sure. So again, it depends, as we talked this morning, a lot on the topography around a tower site. Generally speaking, we use a number of 35 kilometers, and when we do computer generated coverage predictions, 35 kilometers around the tower site is the range that we would normally look at. But if you've got a particular, so the way that the radio signals work in the band that our public safety system is, it's based on line of sight. So the more obstructions that are in the way between the user's antenna and that antenna that's up on the tower, the harder it will be for that signal to get through because it doesn't have that line of sight. And so 35 kilometers is sort of a generic estimate, but within that 35 kilometers, you can certainly be subject to obstructions like hills, like large buildings that could interfere with the signal. And then it's entirely possible that you could get service in some areas beyond 35 kilometers if you had a particularly good line of sight.
Okay. So let's go into the training. So
Sure.
we've heard that you guys are responsible for the training, whether it's mandatory training that you're providing to province of Nova Scotia employees or whether it's voluntary training. What's the biggest reason that users need training?
So a couple of reasons, but the first one that I would cite is because this is a shared radio system, the good or bad behaviors of one radio user can really impact the other users.
Okay.
So I mentioned this morning that the way that a trunking system works is based on the assumption that there is a limited capacity that's shared by all users. And during day-to-day operations, the system is sized to suit the volume of radio transmissions that are happening. When we get into major incidents, it really becomes critical that user behavior can influence the success or challenges of an incident. So because we're on a shared system, if, for example, we had a fire department that was not using the radios effectively, not building a communications plan effectively, they could really be tying up a lot of capacity on the network that would then interfere with RCMP or EHS or other providers that were trying to use it. So in the training, we talk a lot about how the system works to help a user understanding so that they get familiar with changing talk groups and what the different tones mean and what the system is trying to tell them. But we also talk a lot about that piece of behavior and why it's important, for example, that during a large incident, users switch to interoperability talk groups. There's a lot of value in interoperability in that multiple users can talk to each other, police, fire, ambulance, and so on, all have the ability to speak, but it's also really a system traffic management function where if they don't move to that shared talk group for a common incident and they're all talking on separate talk groups, that will overload the system. So the shared behavior is really one piece of why the training is important. Of course, there would just be operational effectiveness. The more that somebody understands the tool that they're carrying, the more effectively that they'll be able to use it even for their own day-to-day functions. And then the third piece is really around procedure, which is always a component that we would train. So we're not just training a user to say that button A does this and button B does that. We actually customize, so any training that our office delivers, which is not all of the training, but when we do deliver training or assist an agency in developing materials, we would work to build their operational procedures into that. So how they communicate with their dispatch center, how the emergency alarm functions, when they should press it, and those kind of things. So it really becomes, training is almost more of a strategic than just an operational piece, because it's really about how the organization operates, and the radio is just a tool to facilitate that.
Okay. And the training has changed since the mass casualty, correct?
The training content?
Yeah.
So different agencies deliver training in different ways. So as I mentioned, our office delivers centrally and other agencies deliver their own training, sometimes with more or less input from us on the content. So the training that we deliver to the agencies that we support, the content of that has not changed a lot since the incident, but I couldn't speak to what other agencies may have changed.
Sure, okay. And in terms of the training, there's, the understanding of how it works, but actually making sure you know how to use it, right?
Yeah.
So what's that training like? Because that's different than just sitting there and listening to somebody talk.
Right. So two pieces to that as well. So one would be at the end of the training sessions that we deliver, we'll often do a practical component where we actually, after we've done a slideshow and talked about some concepts, we'll actually put the radios in people's hands to try to help them get a chance to build the muscle memory that they need of where certain channels are and what the procedures are to contact their own dispatch center or other dispatch centers. But then even separate from the training that we deliver, we do organize some exercises, and we encourage agencies to organize their own exercises so that they can actually ensure that their members are practicing this. Again, it all comes back to muscle memory. And going back to the car stereo example, if I'm in my car, I know what every button is for every radio station. If I get in my wife's car, I'm much less confident about how to find the station that I want. And so it's just like that with a radio. It's a muscle memory thing, not to imply that different radios within an agency are programmed differently, but from the perspective that the more I do it, the more I exercise it, then the more likely I am to remember when I need it in an emergency. For example, if I have to find a shared law enforcement channel, if someone watches a presentation quite a few times, they still may not remember that, the law enforcement channels are in bank number 7. But if they're trying it once a week or once a month and actually going to that channel and having a conversation perhaps with someone from another agency, they'll build that muscle memory and it'll be easier when they need it.
Right. So some of the challenges are not knowing how the buttons function, right?
Yes.
So for example, the ERTT, one of the things that's a challenge with that is learning to hold it for a specific period of time. Is that not correct?
That could be one, yep.
Okay. And some of the other ones would be just not knowing how to find the talk group.
Yes.
On the function of the radio, right?
That's right. And so, agencies have their own talk groups that they use every day, and they'll be quite proficient normally in navigating those. It's those lesser used talk groups that maybe somebody hasn't had to find in 6 months that it's hard to remember when I've got, 26 zones of talk groups, which one of those 26 groups or zones is the talk group in that I need.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the bucket piece that we keep talking about is the zones. Those are some of the other ways, but there's like another 16 potential layers under each one of those buckets, right? So
That's
there's
right.
16 different channels below that bucket.
That's right. Yep.
So we're not talking about just 16. We're talking about 16 times however many have been programmed into these radios.
Yes.
And
of course, the challenge is when we do this in a training environment, it's typically quite calm. Whereas when agencies are in need of for example, a multi-agency talk group during an incident, they're also trying to deal with whatever's unfolding during the incident. So someone could be driving to a scene and trying to navigate their mobile radio, or they could be at a command post and they're trying to navigate their portable, but there's other things going on around them. There's activity and noise and distractions and so on. So that's where the muscle memory becomes really important.
And that would also tie into whether you're using an encrypted or unencrypted platform, right? Because the talk group is either an encrypted platform or not, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So we didn't talk about encrypted versus unencrypted. So we should maybe have a little conversation about what is an unencrypted conversation.
Sure. So most conversations that would have traditionally happened on the radio network, speaking broadly across all agencies, would be unencrypted. Most transmissions that are sent across the air are sent as voice that would be receivable by a third party with a listening device, which is a commercially available device for hobbyists and others who are interested in public safety radio. And so when agencies have needs to secure their communication, either because they're sending sensitive information, law enforcement information, personal health information, those kinds of things, if they're sending that over the air, then there is some legislation that says that they have to protect that data so that it's not being publicly released. And so the radio system supports this encryption, which is basically a scrambling of signals. And so we talked earlier in Trevor's presentation about the key management facility, and that facility is basically responsible for sending particular encryption keys out to particular users based on their authorization. And then those encryption keys are used basically to, when I'm transmitting a signal, this radio will scramble it before it sends it out over the air. And the radio that's receiving it at the other end of the transmission has to have the same key to be able to unscramble the signal on that end. And nowhere in between my radio and the other radio does that get unscrambled. So there's just no opportunity for anyone else to intercept that transmission and be able to listen to it or know what's happening.
And if a user doesn't know which is unencrypted versus an encrypted talk group, that can impede their ability to have the communication the way they want to. Is that fair?
Yeah, it can definitely. So if a user thinks that they're using an encrypted talk group and they're not, then there could be a release of personal information or security information that otherwise shouldn't have gone over the air. Again, you can tell by looking at the radio. There are icons to let you know which talk groups are encrypted and not. But depending on the situation you're in, whether or not a user stops and looks at that, or maybe going by memory, would be hard to say.
And let's talk about the patching that takes place. So if you try to join an encrypted versus an unencrypted conversation, so if the dispatcher wishes to put the two of them together, what's the outcome of that?
Basically, the conversation becomes unencrypted because the system has to send out that audio in a clear format for the user that doesn't have access to encryption keys.
Right.
And so because it's being sent out in a clear format to support that lowest common denominator, so to speak, of the radio that can't support encryption, then it's sent out in a form that can be third-party intercepted.
And that's why we hear in the clear, meaning an unencrypted platform.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And let's talk about the shared the law talk groups. And so currently in Nova Scotia there are 6 of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how many of them are encrypted?
3 of the 6.
Okay. And why is it only 3 were encrypted?
So we touched a little bit earlier on the fact that when TMR2 was first introduced, not all of the municipal police agencies and in fact some of our provincial police agencies didn't have access to encrypted radios. So there were some seeded radios that had been provided out to municipalities, and then also radios that they had bought on their own. And especially in the case of the smaller municipal police departments, they generally didn't have encrypted radios. We also had some provincial enforcement groups that didn't have encrypted radios. And so and really that comes back to a cost factor. So the cost of an encrypted radio has traditionally and is still more than a non-encrypted radio. And so we wanted to create a suite of channels that allowed for law enforcement interoperability, but we had to understand the fact that some of that would happen on an unencrypted basis because there were users that couldn't support the encryption. So at the time when we looked at it, we determined that we would make a 50-50 split based on the proportion of users that might require that kind of interoperability. So it was a suite of talk groups that were created just for law enforcement users, but with a split of talk groups matching the split of those users that did and didn't have interoperability or encryption, sorry.
And now that we know that everybody's encrypted, we don't need those unencrypted
That's
law channels anymore, correct?
That's right. In fact, they're seeing virtually no use, and we see quite a bit of demand on the encrypted ones.
Right.
Yeah.
So they could be switched over to an encrypted, but perhaps it would be helpful for the commissioners and the public at large to understand the process
Yes.
of
This is
doing
a
that.
question we've had a few times recently. So in order to change a talk group from unencrypted to encrypted, we actually have to reprogram every radio that contains that talk group. And it would be, from a technical asset management perspective, important to us that we don't have a long period where, for example, two users might have the same talk group in their radio, but one of them has it programmed as encrypted and one of them has it programmed as not encrypted. That's a very risky situation, because if the users happen to be assigned that talk group to use, they actually wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. And so in order to change this over, we would need to, within a relatively short period of time, have all of the stakeholders on the system agree to reprogram their radios, and then ultimately have Bell carry out that work. So that would involve all of the municipal police departments, all of the provincial enforcement agencies, and then federal users as well. So it's a large logistical operation. It would certainly come with a reasonably substantial cost, but from a technical perspective, it can be done.
And so from the forward planning piece that you typically do, so we're coming up to the 10-year mark with Bell's contract. Would that be something that you would look at the anniversary dates potentially? Is one of the things that you would be looking at is adding in?
Yeah, so from a provincial perspective, we would be willing to look at that. I think it would be a logical thing for us to look at that with our own users, but in order for it to be a successful transition, again, the municipalities and federal users would have to be taking those same steps with Bell.
Okay.
Yeah, and the contract structures are a little bit different. So for a municipal or federal user, they may not be going through the kind of substantial contract re-envisioning that we are based on this 10-year anniversary. So those smaller user groups tend to be more just a monthly subscription paid to Bell. And the thought is potentially that they may just continue on with their monthly subscriptions. And so that they may not have the same opportunity for a big inflection point as what the provincial users will have.
Okay. And one of the last things I wanted to talk to you in particular, Matt, about was the GPS. So the implementation of the GPS technology in a mobile or, sorry, the radio in front of you. I'm losing track of mobile and portable.
Yes.
Because it's the portable radio and the GPS technology and that's a little bit different than the mobile one, correct?
Right. From the radio system perspective, they would not be different, but from the user perspective, traditionally public safety and public service agencies have existing GPS systems within their vehicles and pretty good tracking of vehicles. And so the real added value for the GPS service is around the portable radios and being able to locate someone when they're away from that vehicle. Yeah.
Okay, and so let's talk about what that would take.
Sure. So the system that we have today, the TMR2 system, is really intended to be a voice system. That's the way that it was designed, and that's really the technology platform. It's not that we've only done a partial implementation of a technology or something like that, but it's really designed largely and primarily to provide voice service. And the system manufacturer does offer certain added capabilities, one of which is the GPS, but it's not just a matter of turning it on. So the radios today, first of all, you have to have radios that are capable of knowing where they are. So older models of radios did not have an integrated GPS chip. The newer radios today have the GPS chip, the GPS antenna. So the radio knows where it is. But then the challenge becomes, how does the system process that data? So how does it get from the radio to where it needs to go? Which of course leads to the question of, where does it need to go? In a system like ours, we've got a number of agencies, a number of different OCCs and dispatch points, and they're using a number of different CAD and records management systems. And so in a multi-agency system like this, in order to implement GPS, I guess there's a couple of parts of it. So one would be a network architecture. How do we build a system that will flow the right data from the right radio to the right endpoint, assuming that not all users would want their GPS data shared with all other users. So we have to make sure that, for example, RCMP data is only going to RCMP and ambulance data is only going to EHS and so on. So there's an architecture perspective there. There's a security perspective to make sure that that data is secure and that neither unauthorized users or outside third parties have an opportunity to intercept that GPS data. Because of course, if there was a way for a third party to intercept that, they would become privy to the location of enforcement officers and others. So that is certainly a challenge. There's a software development challenge because, as I mentioned, agencies use a number of different CAD systems. And so it's actually a custom software build to modify the CAD system to interact with the radio system so that they have a way to talk together and send and receive the data. And then finally, there's, of course, the security concerns about actually connecting the radio system out to all these other dispatch systems. So each agency would maintain their own dispatch software, and Bell are maintaining the radio system. And so when we start to interconnect these things, we have to make sure that that's being done in a secure way. So the process around GPS radio has been ongoing for a number of years, and we've been working through these different challenges and working with the CAD software vendors, working with IT security folks and so on the implementation. And then, of course, what will happen, so it sounds like a really common feature from the public perspective. People are used to all sorts of devices being able to track your location. But in the world of radio systems, this is actually not a very common feature. So we're largely at the leading edge of implementing this kind of technology over a radio system. So the other piece we have to do then is some performance monitoring and understanding how is the transmission of GPS data over the radio system going to impact the voice performance of the radio system. So we have to be careful to make sure that one doesn't end up degrading the other and that we'll get acceptable performance. And to that point, we often point out that the GPS that's available through the radio system is not a tactical tool, and it's not even necessarily a real-time tool, because the radio system should always prioritize the voice traffic. That's considered to be the most important piece. And so the capability of these radios, without getting too technical, the radio system is only able to process a relatively small amount of data, which means we can't, so on a commercial GPS tracking application, like you might find in a vehicle, a snowplow or an ambulance, for example, that will go through the commercial cell network. And there's all sorts of data capacity in the cellular network. As we know, we can stream videos and access things from our phones, and there's really no issue with capacity there. And so you can ping the location of a vehicle every 3 seconds, every 5 seconds. You can get all sorts of sensor data from the vehicle about how fast it's going and all sorts of things. The radio network has a much lower capacity than that inherently through its design. And so it will not be practical to use GPS through radio to track multiple officers in a tactical situation or multiple public safety users. The deployment of GPS on the radio system is really about the ability for a user to press their ERTT button to declare an emergency, and for the coordinates of that one user to be sent to the dispatch center, or for a dispatch center to be able to ping one or a very small number of units at a point in time to determine their location. It's really more of, in a sense, a personnel safety application, but there just isn't capacity in the radio network for this radio GPS application to be providing consistent real-time data for a large number of responders. So we've tried to be clear with users that it would not be applicable to a tactical situation.
Okay, so it's on demand.
Very much an on-demand, yes.
And primarily on demand by virtue of the dispatch asking for information.
Either by a dispatch query or the ERTT.
Okay. Yeah. And you mentioned the word CAD, and I think we just have to make sure that it's the computer-aided dispatch software that we're talking about and how that interacts with the GPS technology that?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And again, GPS technology on the radio as opposed to the cellular networks, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And so the idea that, you can track your child on your iPhone with, the coordinates, the difference between that is the cellular signal versus the radio signal, correct?
It really ties back to a number of those different pieces. So the capacity of the cellular network to do that, but then also like the security. So when we're tracking public safety officials, we need to know that we have a security that, if I'm tracking some friends through an iPhone app or something like that, it wouldn't necessarily matter that a third party might see one of our locations. But when we're talking about tracking public safety personnel, the security piece is very important there too. So the capacity and the security both would be a consideration. Yeah.
Which basically an encrypted GPS.
The encryption, but also how that flows back through the network.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Christian, you're now on the hot seat. Christian, I'm wondering if you can perhaps just tell the commissioners a little bit about your title and your background.
Sure. My name is Christian Galland. I'm a civilian member with the RCMP. I'm currently the divisional IMIT officer for H Division. I've been with the RCMP for 14 years. During that time, I've been posted to national headquarters in Ottawa. I spent 9 years in L Division, which is in Prince Edward Island, and transferred to H Division in 2018. While in L Division, I did serve as a divisional informatics officer for that division. And during that time, I led the implementation of the L Division or PEI version of TMR2, which is known as PIX2 for the RCMP. Upon my transfer to H Division, I did hold roles in the project coordination section as well as a team lead for the radio workshop. During the incident on April 18th of 2020, I was the team lead for the radio workshop as well as the acting divisional IMIT officer. I hold 2 diplomas in information technology. As well, I have a Bachelor of Integrated Studies from the University of PEI, and 20 years. I've been in the information technology sector for approximately 20 years.
So in the context of the information we've already heard, you're in charge of this key management facility, correct?
Correct.
And you
yes.
have what's the call? It's called the radio shop, right?
Yes,
Okay.
the radio workshop is one of the units that reports to me now as the divisional IMIT officer, and they're responsible for the management of the key management facility on behalf of the province of Nova Scotia for the 3 provinces currently on TMR2.
Okay. And so you have a number of staff technicians working with you, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And
Yes.
so these would be civilian members of the RCMP as well.
Yes, I have a combination of civilian members, and we also have some public service employees that work in that unit.
Okay. So we've heard a little bit about the key management facility, but I think if we could quickly talk a little bit more about what it actually does. So we know that the province of Nova Scotia owns it, but you as the RCMP manage it, correct?
That's correct. So as Mr. Boyle alluded to, with the encryption of a radio, you have one radio that would encrypt the transmission, send it out. You'd have the other radio that would decrypt that transmission upon receipt. In order to do that, both of the radios have to have what's known as the same encryption key. So on the TMR2 network, there are encryption keys that are owned by different agencies. So the RCMP would own their encryption keys. The province of Nova Scotia also owns encryption keys. The RCMP manages those encryption keys in the system to ensure that all of the radios have the proper encryption keys to facilitate their communication. So that if we have 2 users that are working for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, they're able to talk to each other. We may have users that are working in a situation of interoperability between agencies, making sure that those encryption keys are on the radios so that they're able to communicate with each other as well on a shared law talk group or on any of the other, I guess, mutual aid talk groups.
And in terms of these keys, like it's not a one-time thing, you put the key on and we're good to go. It's an ongoing thing, isn't it?
Correct. The encryption keys are recycled every month, and that's part of the security posture for the system. So every month, the team would go through a process to build and then to implement those encryption keys to all the radios on the network.
Okay, so it's quite an organized and arduous task, right?
It is, and it's something that has to be timed as well, because if you get into a situation where one radio has a key that's off from another radio, then obviously they're not going to be able to communicate. Or if you have one of the dispatch consoles that is off key with the rest of the network, it's going to impact the communication of the agencies. So that there is a timing issue there to make sure that there is time between the release of the encryption keys such that all of the devices on the network are able to download those keys, and then there is the actual changeover of the encryption keys.
So there's a fair bit of manpower like human resources required to make this happen, right?
Yes, and IT resources. So when we talk about the key management facility, it is a server-based infrastructure, and then there is a client. But there is a process that takes place, yes, on a monthly basis, and it is time-consuming for the individuals that
right.
That take place.
So having the province delegating that to the RCMP because you have the manpower, it works, right?
Yes, that's correct. We have a team of technicians that are able to manage that as part of their day-to-day. In addition to the monthly management of the keys, making sure that everything is up to date. My unit is also responsible for maintaining the devices on the key management facility. So if we have an agency that acquires new radios, part of the process of getting those radios authorized on the network, is implementing them on the KMF so that they have the proper encryption keys. And then when a radio is decommissioned, making sure that is removed and make sure the processes take place to remove the encryption keys from the radio.
Or even if they're going out for repair, you take them and you kind of wipe them, right?
Correct. So there's two processes there. One involves my unit, one does not. If a radio is going in for a short repair, say a mobile vehicle is going into a mechanic's to have the oil changed, security policy would state that the radio is inhibited. And what that does is it deactivates the radio so that it will not turn on. So somebody is not able to listen to communications. However, if a radio is going out of the care and control of the agency for a long period of time, for example, if they're sending it to Bell or to Motorola for repair, the policy would be that radio would be zeroized. And when a radio is zeroized, all of the encryption keys are removed from that radio so that it's basically inoperable. And if you think about another example of that would be a cell phone. When you wipe a cell phone, you basically remove all of the information from it so that it would not be usable or so that information could not be recovered.
Okay. And so one of the other things your radio shop does is either troubleshoot radio operation or provide radios, right?
That's correct. So from a KMF perspective, we are responsible for troubleshooting encryption problems that may happen for any of the number of agencies that we support. So users would contact the radio workshop. There could be an issue where the radio was off key, where the radio was zeroized, and the radio workshop would work with them and or the vendor to correct that problem. On top of that, the radio workshop does provide support for all of the users within H division, RCMP H division. So from that perspective, we're looking after the subscriber equipment, the portable radios, the mobile radios. We're looking after the infrastructure internally that supports that, and that would include the loggers that are used to log that communication from the radios. We're providing support to our critical incident command as well as the OCC, and that support is available on call 24 hours a day. And then we also manage projects and initiatives related to radio for the RCMP, and that's really where we work closely with Mr. Boyle, Mr. Brown, and their team to initiate projects. And examples of that would be that the RCMP implemented 3 towers to augment radio coverage based on the specific requirements of our members. We work closely with those teams to make that happen. We also interface, it was made reference with National Radio Services, which is a team of engineers that we have in Ottawa, working for our national headquarters division on radio-related issues. We also provide training to the members on TMR2, as well as inventory and lifecycle management for all of the devices. So maintenance, configuration. When there was mention of the fleet maps and the code plug or configuring of the radio, that is all done by the radio workshop as well. Communication support for regular day-to-day operations, as well as for major events, as well as enhancements. If tools are required to enhance or to extend radio communications for any of the teams, the radio workshop team would be available to participate in that as well.
And so what does participate mean? You have equipment that you can take out to assist in increasing capacity, is that fair?
Not so much maybe capacity, but however, example for the critical incident team support that we provide, we would have digital vehicular repeaters that we could use if we were getting to an area of low coverage where we needed to extend that coverage to our portable devices. We would use those. We would use those tools to accomplish that. There's a series of tools, I guess, that we provide, whether that be cellular extenders, but it's not to increase the capacity of the radio system. It's more to enhance the service that we're receiving.
Okay. And for the benefit of those who don't know what a repeater is, that's part of the platform that allows the conversation to take place?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified. So when we think about the radio tower, sometimes that'll be synonymous. We'll use the word repeater to indicate the tower. When I'm talking about the digital vehicular repeater, what that provides is an intermediary device between, say, the member and the tower. So it just repeats that signal to make it stronger,
Sort
so
of like
that
a
it can get to the
boost?
net. Well, like a booster, yeah, that's a good, when we think about cellular boosters, that's the same thing, but in the radio network.
Okay. So you're responsible for the training that's being provided to the members.
Yes, that's correct.
And would it be fair to say that the training has changed since the mass casualty?
I would say that the content of the training has not. We've always trained. The objectives of the training have always been on. We train on the hardware. We train on the configuration of the radio, what the buttons do, similar to what to Mr. Boyle showed earlier. We talk a lot about the fleet map and the interoperability. So as was shown earlier, this is our general duty fleet map that we use for the RCMP. And as you can see, it's 10 zones across and 16 talk groups in each zone. So there's 160 available talk groups for use. So we spend a lot of time going over the fleet map. We talk about mutual aid. We talk about the impact of not using mutual aid on the network. As alluded to earlier, we go through practice with the members during that training. And then we talk about procedures and whatnot around the system. So the training I came to the division in 2018, and the training, I would say, has not changed drastically after 2020. We've always demonstrated the ERTT procedure as part of our training with the hot mic, so I wouldn't say that it's changed drastically.
Okay, but maybe the subject matter of it hasn't changed, but the actual way it's delivered.
Sorry, yes, the way it's delivered. So prior to COVID in 2020, our training was largely in-person based. We do have an Agora. Agora is our online training system with the RCMP, and we do have a course that is available online through Agora for our members. Outside of that, we were doing largely in-person training. When COVID was announced in 2020, we moved more to, we still had an in-person training, but it was moved to an online platform. So it was run over our MS Teams. What that allowed us to do is it allowed us to be much more flexible in the delivery of the training, because members were able to take it whether they were in the office, whether they were at home, as long as they could find a quiet place and had a radio to participate, they would be able to do so.
So we've heard Matt actually talk a little bit about the muscle memory piece, which appears to be quite critical to the operation of the radio. So after the mass casualty, was it determined, did you have any sort of information that came to you that would suggest to you that the muscle memory wasn't being as well developed as it needed to be?
I think so. We, as alluded to earlier, one of the is exercising, and understanding how to change zones, how to change talk groups, developing that muscle memory. To sit down in a classroom for 2.5 hours and to go through this is one thing, but to actually engage and do it on a regular basis builds that muscle memory. So after the incident on April 18th, it became apparent that some of the functions of the radio weren't, I would say, widely understood or weren't being exercised. So we did engage with the OCC our Operational Communications Center. And now we have weekly ERTT testing with our members so that they get to experience the push and the hold that you spoke of earlier, the push and the hold, what happens, what that sounds like, the 20 seconds of hot mic, the interaction from our Operational Communications Center after. Since the mass casualty, we've also reviewed a lot of the standard operating procedures in regards to interoperability, and we've enhanced those, and we've enhanced the exercises as well around that. So the OCC continues to regularly exercise interoperable situations with our members and with other agencies.
And in part of your role too, and I think you've kind of alluded to this, but I want to make sure it's clear on the record, is that you're providing feedback to the province or you're working with them with respect to coverage in particular. So if your members are experiencing issues with coverage, there's a dialogue, or you guys are coming up with solutions to those when you can, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So as part of the training that we do deliver, radio coverage is a part of it, and we show the coverage map, and we can clearly see on the map the areas that are in green are good coverage. There are some areas in yellow that you may experience some issues, and we go over some of the things that can affect coverage. The topology at the top of the hill, you have great coverage. Down at the bottom, maybe not so much in building coverage and whatnot. But during the training, we also encourage the members to, if we're aware of a lot of the coverage gaps, and when we've worked with or continue to work with Matt and his team to correct those. But if there are areas, to let us know so that we can continue that dialogue and make sure that we're looking at solutions to those problems.
Okay. And finally, well, actually, I have a couple more questions for you, but one of them was, did you have anything more to add to the conversation that we had with Matt about the GPS technology and the capabilities of the radio?
So Matt covered it pretty well. I would like to reiterate that, yeah, it is complex, and we do have to ensure that data is securely transmitted from the device through the Bell network and to the various CAD solutions. We don't want to get into a situation where that information is intercepted, because then we're compromising the safety of the public safety employees. The project, it does require extensive coordination between Bell, Motorola, the RCMP, the provinces, CAD vendors. And just to reiterate the expectations for GPS on the radio network are for the ERTT operation. So currently the OCC would receive a lot of information from the radio system when an ERTT is activated. Going forward, when the ERTT is activated, they would receive then the GPS location of the radio or of the member. And that's meant for to enhance our officer safety. And then the on-demand pull, which is my member is not responding, I'm a dispatcher, I'm going to get authorization and I'm going to pull the GPS location of that member. It's not meant to be a tactical tool. There are other tools designed for the tactical use of GPS. And as was alluded to, it's not a constant GPS pull. In our computer-aided dispatch, we're able to, under normal operation of a vehicle, we're able to see updated GPS information every 30 seconds or every 250 meters. And if we're tracking on a vehicle, it's every 5 seconds or every 150 meters. If we tried to do that with the portable radios, it's not feasible on the system. So, when Todd talked about talk paths earlier, 3 talk paths on a repeater system. If we're trying to tie up that for GPS, then obviously the voice traffic, it may impact the voice traffic as well.
Okay. So the last issue I wanted to talk to you about was exhibit number 1080. So Madam Registrar, I wonder if you could pull up, and this is a picture. And this is an exhibit that's already been entered. It's sideways. but it's a picture of the perpetrator's vehicle with the radio in there, which you have seen a copy of this picture, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And one of the questions that's been asked is what the capabilities of that radio might be. So do you have the ability to tell us whether that radio could do anything?
I could say that that radio would not be able to function on the TMR2 network.
Okay.
In looking at that radio and doing a comparison, that radio is a Motorola MCS 2000. In looking at it, I zoom in, you are able to see that from the picture, and then I compared it to a picture online of that particular radio. That radio would not function on the TMR2 network. And further to that, in order to be able to function on the TMR2 network, the radio would have to be authorized on the TMR2 network and then registered with the KMF in order to receive encrypted communications. So no, that radio would not work on the TMR2 network.
Okay. So it might work, but it just wouldn't work on the system that the members were using on the 18th or 19th.
Correct. It's
Okay.
it's an analog-based radio. The TMR2 system is digital, so yes, it would not function on the TMR2. It could have been programmed on a different radio system, but not the one that was used on April 18th.
And so to make it super simple, if there was any conversations taking place, they were taking place by themselves. There was nobody else.
That's correct. There would have been nobody else on that radio system.
Right.
Yes.
So it wasn't able to access TMR2, and any conversations that might have been taking place on it would have been all by themselves as well.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything more that you would have to say about this particular picture or the radio?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Okay. And the last area we're going to go back to you, Mr. McLeod. So I'm going to look for Exhibit 297 now, which is also COM 00017. And this is a network analysis of the 18th and 19th, 2020 that was prepared by Bell. And Mr. McLeod, you're familiar with this.
I am, yes.
Yeah. So what I'm hoping to do is, this is something that was prepared by Bell shortly after the incident, and it is something that you regularly do as a course of, like, after some sort of catastrophic event or unusual event. How's that? You prepare reports like this, right?
Yes, of a similar nature.
Okay. And what the purpose is of bringing it forward today is so that you can explain it in a little bit more layman's terms as to what this report actually talks about and how it should appear. So I'm going to go, the first page is primarily redacted. And maybe we can talk a little bit. So that means that it's been blacked out. Trevor, can you tell us why that would be?
It was blacked out because it was actually showing in both of those graphic images the locations of the actual TMR2 radio towers, and we don't disclose information where our towers are for security reasons.
Yeah, for public safety reasons.
For public safety reasons, exactly.
So number 3 is the next page. So up in here, it looks like the focus site analysis. So we have Londonderry, Wentworth, Nutbury, Hilden, Shubenacadie Airport. And at the very end of this slide deck, there's a number of smaller sort of, it speaks just to the various locations. So there's one specific for Londonderry, there's one for Wentworth, right?
Correct.
So the first few pages of this slide deck really are summaries of the more granular information that's at the very end of this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So would it make sense to look at this, or would it make sense to look at the more granular information?
I believe it makes sense to look at the summaries.
Okay. So let's look at the focus site. So we're on page number 3. And obviously some of it has been moved or blacked
Yes.
out as well, because that would affect public safety. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. But what we can see, so we see, the site, we see site availability, we see GOS greater than 5%. And then we see the peak usage period. Maybe if we can kind of go through that and you can explain to us, what does that mean?
Sure. So first things first, that you have a greatest service, and the greatest service showing less than 5%. What greatest service really refers to is our measure of how a user will have access to the system. And through our service metrics, we actually target that less than 5% of call requests will not end up in busies going through the network. So basically, if you consider Londonderry site, for example, it was showing at 3.22. So in the most utilized peak period of the day, which was 11 a.m. on April 19th, which in fact actually represents 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. because our actual metrics show it the hour after it happened, the hour before. During that time, there would have been 3.22% of the actual call requests that would have went into the busy queue that I spoke about earlier this morning. And when they go into the busy queue, what that basically means is they go there until they get a talk permit tone back. So they're actually a busy. Then the system will actually acknowledge and actually come back and let the actual end user know, I now have an available voice channel, talk path. Please proceed with your communications. And during this event, and although I think Todd mentioned earlier, these networks aren't designed, for these types of emergency, calling request events. The network still performed within the specifications during the entire event on the 18th and the 19th.
Okay. So each one of the locations, and I mean, they pretty much speak for themselves, but at the end of the day, during the peak usage period, the highest grade of service was 3.22.
It would have been 3.22, which we equated to 19 busies on the network on Londonderry during that hour period.
Okay. And of course, that means the standards or the specifications for the contract.
The specifications for the contract, correct.
Okay. Is there anything more about that particular slide we should talk about?
The only thing I would add is when I mentioned the 19 busies, that would have been out of, I think, 590 call requests on that site during the hour.
Okay. So let's look at because the page number 4 talks about the call requests.
Yes.
Right? So perhaps maybe look at the call requests first on the left-hand side.
So the one thing we typically look at during these types of events is what happened during the day of or the time of, and what also happened in the days preceding and the day after. So if you look at the day before, the day 17th would have been a Friday, which would have been our typical traffic we'd see on the network in these sites. And then if you actually look on the 19th in terms of the call requests during that busy hour time frame, you can see really quickly, looking at a couple sites, like one would be the Londonderry site, where traffic actually went from a little less than 200 call requests in the busy hour to almost close to 600. So the actual number of call requests would have tripled during the time of a typical day to actually during the event, and so on with the other sites around. So what we did see is that the network did actually experience a significant amount of additional call requests, but at the same time, the network was able to actually handle those call requests within the specifications of our service levels.
Okay. And again, these graphs represent all of the communities that we talked about before. So Londonderry, Wentworth,
correct.
Yeah,
so these sites, and I probably should have mentioned that these sites would be, around the area, would have provided coverage to the areas of the communities that would have been impacted.
Okay. Number 6 or 5, I guess it is.
Sure. So number 5, again, we as we go through these, we're showing different graphs that kind of say the same story. So what I showed in the last graph was just the busy hour for these sites. We're now showing a full, 24-hour period of these sites for April 19th, for the entire day. So you can kind of see where it starts at, midnight to where it accumulates at the 10 to 11 p.m. where the traffic significantly increased. And that's really the point of this graph is just showing is the actual traffic profile of the actual call requests coming in from, end users during that point in time.
And I think one thing we should do is maybe stop here is that the radio system itself is capable because all of the interactions between the user and the tower are tracked. Is that
correct?
Fair? So that brain we talked about much earlier
Correct.
actually keeps track of how many busies, how many call requests, all those, right?
That's accurate. The actual brains actually also, keeps track of every subscriber activity records, in terms of their interaction with the network. So that's why we have this type of data.
Okay. The only thing you can't capture is when they can't reach the tower, right?
If it's out of range, correct.
Yeah. So if a user can't use their radio and they don't really know why, and you have no record of them trying to access the tower, then you basically have to just do a deduction of the only possibility is they couldn't reach the tower, right?
In that case, you would have to, make it, I don't want to make assumptions on particular cases, but, anytime a radio interacts with the actual network and there's a communication going back, we actually have a record that we can actually look into.
Okay.
If there is no record created of such interaction, then we have no way to know what happened on that end user device.
Okay. And to some degree, that data is important to you as a corporation, right? You keep track of that to try to
Yes.
figure out sort of what could be done better.
We keep track of it more for our monthly performance reports we talked about earlier, but we also keep track of it, and we're very diligent because we do have the performance metrics of hitting that greatest service of 5% blocking. So we're always looking and always, making sure that we understand the capacity of the network where it's being driven, such that if there is, a typical day-to-day, I'll say a non-event increase, then we can take the appropriate steps working with the province to address it.
Okay. So we can go to the next slide. Focus like busies during 30-minute periods. So this is just a different type of representation of the same thing we just saw,
It's
right?
the same thing we just saw. So typically when we do look at these events, we kind of look at the full scale of 24 hours, we look at the busy period, and then we actually break it down in half-hour periods as well. So it's just showing the actual, busies during those event peak 30-minute periods. And again, when we mentioned busies, that's just going into a busy queue, which is then prioritized based on the level of priority assignment for that user, and the network will inform them when the network is free so they can communicate. And that time between a busy and when the actual network will respond to you and call you back, as I think Matt said, is seconds.
And then the next slide, which would be number 7.
It's just a graphical representation of slide 1 that's just showing the percentages of those sites, for the day before 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th, and put them in a graphical form.
And the next page, which is basically a summary.
There's just a summary on this page. I think a couple of the key things is that, in terms of the actual sites, they were 100% available during the entirety event. And what that actually means is they were up, there was no incidents, there was no ongoing operational concerns. And the same for all the dispatch centers. So there was no ongoing issues or incidents going on with the dispatches. They were 100% up, 100% available, and working as expected. And the other point I'll make, and it's kind of the last point, is we just looked at the talk group usage, and approximately 70% of the talk group usage was law enforcement on the 19th, and about 30% was kind of mostly EHS, which
So
is the
that
ambulatory service.
So I guess that also, lets us know that one of the things you're also doing is who is it? Not only what's happening with the radio, but you actually know which.
Why are they talking about Londonderry? Doesn't apply. They're showing graphs that Londonderry isn't applicable. Why don't you talk about fucking Onslow, Shoeby, down in Portapique on the 18th?
There's a few other slides, but those are really just information that we've already talked about, but in a smaller version.
Exactly. It's just information looking at each site individually and the actual utilization of each site.
Okay. Is there anything that you wish to talk about, Trevor, that I haven't mentioned?
Not from my perspective, no, I think.
Okay, Matthew, I'd ask you the same question. Is there anything that you'd like to talk about that I haven't brought up?
I think the one other thing I'd like to mention is just the role that we play in field support related to these incidents as a provincial entity, if that's okay.
Sure.
So Christian mentioned earlier in his testimony that the radio workshop does have the ability to respond to field incidents and do things like coverage extension and so on. And of course, the work of the RCMP radio workshop would be focused on the RCMP users. And then for the provincial users and others, our office will support those. So, and in fact, we will support municipalities and federal organizations, even RCMP as well, if there's something we can add to that puzzle where we can play a role there. So we do have, and Todd referenced this morning as well, a number of specialized vehicles, trained staff, and some tools actually that none of the other user groups have when it comes to monitoring the system and the performance of the system and so on. And so if a user agency engages us during a major incident, we can do one of two things. We can either kind of sit back at a distance and help them by monitoring the radio system, perhaps managing other traffic. So if we have a major law enforcement event, we can work with other user groups to try to minimize their traffic to make sure we're not getting busies on the system or minimizing the ones that we might get. So there would be kind of a sitting back, helping to plan and oversee role.
Right.
And then the other piece would be actually responding out to the scene with the vehicles and equipment to do the things like Christian mentioned around extension of coverage for cellular, extension of coverage for radio, handing out additional radios, batteries, all those kinds of things.
And so, again, to unpack that just a little bit, really what you would be doing when we talk about the first suite of activities you just talked about, that would be sort of like calling people and telling them to get off their radios because there's an emergency and they don't need to be telling them to use some other mode of communication, perhaps?
Yes, that's right.
Use
Yep.
your cell phone for the time being.
Yep, and
And
even
you-
even overseeing, so definitely providing advice to other agencies, but then also for the agency that's leading the incident, for example, we'd be able to provide advice to them on communication plans. So we might be able to say to them, so we talked earlier before about how the radios take traffic wherever there's a radio turned on. So sometimes we'll find at an incident site, there might be somebody's got a radio that's sitting in their back seat and they don't realize it's connected to a talk group from another part of the province. And so we can spot those kind of anomalies and call someone and say, there's this incident in New Glasgow, but somebody's got a radio that's on the Yarmouth channel and that's bringing a lot of traffic in. So kind of helping to do that troubleshooting, overseeing, feedback role.
Okay.
Yeah.
And right now you don't have that role.
Right now we don't have that role.
Formally.
We don't have a formal role in that sense. So if agencies call us and ask us to get engaged, then we will. And we're happy to, but we don't self-dispatch ourselves in any way. So we would not choose to interject in an incident if an agency had not called us.
Okay.
And I think that there is value that we could add there in some instances because of those unique tools that we have.
Well, you're the only one with the information of who's using, correct?
Yeah, and
Well,
of course, Bell can see that same
Yes.
data, but from an operational perspective, we're the ones that are actually engaged with the users to be able to contact dispatch centers and
Right.
influence the behavior of other users.
Right. Okay. And I think one of the other things that I recall during our conversations is your comment that, the fact that this occurred on the weekend did make a difference in terms of potentially the system performance, correct?
Yeah, it's hard to know how much of a difference that made, but we do know that the traffic of other agencies tends to be lower on the weekend than it would be like for regular provincial government departments and so on. There would tend to be more activity on a business day. So it's impossible to know whether it was a substantial difference or not, but I do think that it would have helped.
It made a
I don't know
difference.
if Trevor wants to say.
The only thing I can say is I just had to look at the data itself, and I showed you the Friday and the Monday and the data, which showed the call attempts were 3 times what they were. So I'll
Okay.
speak to the data. I don't know if I'd draw the same conclusion. I just, based on interpreting the data, it showed the call attempts were just significantly increased.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
I don't know if you wanted to talk about training standard.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess one of the other things that we don't have that might be useful, training works fairly well. We have a very cooperative relationship with the RCMP, for example, on training. But there isn't a standard for training that applies to all users. So we don't really have a mandate to do that in our office. Make sure that the standard is applied evenly across the entire user community. So that might be something that might be helpful.
Okay. Christian?
Yeah, just the one thing, and it goes follows on Todd's comment there. In regards to training, when I was talking about the training, I had neglected to mention the training policy that's been implemented by the RCMP, and it was implemented in 2018. That our members, new members arriving in the division must complete. I had mentioned the online training course, which is available on our Agora, which is our online training system. And then they're required to attend the next in-class and/or virtual training session. And members also must take training every 4 years on the radio network. So that's one of that's key to ensuring that our members do have the training. And just you had asked if there was changes that were made after the mass casualty. One of the things that we did go through in reviewing the SOPs. We tightened up some of the language in our policies in regards to using the shared law channels, the mutual aid channels, that put a little bit more emphasis. I guess we use the word will. Members will change to those talk groups when they're directed to do so by the OCC, and they will remain on those talk groups until the incident has resolved. And further to that, our Operational Communication Center does have strict policy in relation to mutual aid and the use of mutual aid. For example, if there's say a collision on a corridor highway, that is an example of when our OCC would assign a mutual aid. And it is something that mutual aid talk groups are assigned on average 10 to 15 times a day by our OCC throughout the province.
One thing that I didn't bring up with Mount Ortod was the aircraft. So there is some infrastructure in place with respect to the radio capability and the aircraft in the province of Nova Scotia. So I think we should probably quickly touch base on that.
Okay, there's, I guess uniquely in Nova Scotia, as opposed to all other jurisdictions in Canada and most jurisdictions in the United States, we have an integrated air-to-ground communication system. So you go to most jurisdictions and aeronautical communications, say when public safety responders are on the ground, that tends to go through another communication system. It doesn't go through the same system that the users on the ground are using.
Right.
So uniquely in Nova Scotia, we've worked with the regulator, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, and we applied for an interim license. And for the last, I guess it's 6-7 years, we've had a system that integrates communications for first responders on the ground and 2 departments in the provincial government in Nova Scotia that have aircraft. So that's the system that's used.
So there are aircraft that are part of the TMR2 system.
Yeah, there are, I think, 5 or 6 aircraft.
6, yep.
6 rotary wing helicopters that have TMR system radios in their aircraft.
And in addition to those access to the TMR2, they also have access to the encrypted law, right?
Yes, encrypted
Talk
law.
group.
Yeah, they do.
Those are my questions, Commissioners. So subject to, obviously we need a break to caucus.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Cox, and thank you all very much. The process we'll follow, we'll take a break now until, let's say, 3:15, and some of the council for the various participants may have some questions for you, and we'll organize all that during the break. If you need more time, Ms. Cox, by all means, just let us know, but we'll say 3:15 for now. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 3:15.
Oh, there were 2 of them in there. I think. Is there more? Funny that data didn't apply at all to me. It didn't apply at all in any way to what they were discussing, because if you want to talk about bonging out radios, use the times that it's bonging in the areas. Why are you talking about where was it, Masstown or Wentworth? I don't think that's because Onslow has a tower right beside it. So why aren't you talking about that? That seems more applicable. Hour and 14 minutes. I'm just actually going back and checking where he was citing where it was. So Wentworth busies during 30-minute peak periods. Londonderry. Wentworth is not reflected in this chart. Okay, so it's Londonderry between 9:30 and 11:30. How much is going on down in Londonderry? I don't think that's applicable data. reception was tested at Onslow. Yeah. Didn't they talk about the busies on April 24th? And that kind of shit? Like, that just happens from time to time. It's not, and irrespective. I mean, obviously, this is just a whole smoke screen. It's not even worthy of going down their alley. That's the problem that they like to bog people down into. No, you didn't use the alert. Sorry, apologies. My girlfriend's taking Nova for a walk. Couldn't find the Nova's collar. So, it doesn't, it's not applicable. I want to see these charts and these studies that they do. First of all, they're contracted by Bell. So, I mean, once we're going into the ball stuff, Nova on lunch. No, I'm still here. We can continue with Bernard's. I think I should just read Bernard's stuff straight through. That's the only way to do that, because then people will. But this is not. This does not seem applicable. I wanted to double check the model that they were saying too, that he was using. Again, the car was equipped in that picture, and the timestamp on the picture said that it took place much prior to the parts being bought. Was that the old car? Because there's Lisa's new car, too. I don't know. Oh dear was throwing out some really good questions there. Well, you all are, but there's problems with those tapes, logs thing. I have an opinion about them, but irrespective of what my opinion is, it's there's issues with it. So who's Bernard? So many people to keep up with. Bernard is sergeant out of Millbrook, oversees Jameson, but Bernard was the first person at Heidi's scene, and he has some words about the RCMP, like Dion Sutton, except probably less holding back punches. Let's see the dash cams. Well, I don't have them. Better write the Mass Casualty Commission and ask them. We have to ask them, because good luck getting them A-tipped. Did you hear how clear? Did you see how clear the picture of Millbrook? Funny how they do not give out the full video of this clear video. There is. It appeared as though there was new video, but I could be wrong. Let me check that again. Looked like there was 4 new videos on that one, but I could be wrong. There was a bunch of stills. Surveillance video. Surveillance video. Oh, that's a capture. Video capture. Fisheries camera. Haven't seen that one yet. Their Facebook stuff was interesting. 1029. Oh, piss off, man. 1029. No car. Okay. 1028. No car. So I'm not sure why they're inundating us with pictures of no car. So they give you two pictures of no car. Like, does that even make sense? There was a bit of a fallout between the fisheries and Lloyd's story, who changed a few times. What was the video? Do you remember, oh dear? I did a video about Lloyd and kind of really blew his story out of the water. There was something I stumbled into. I was like, oh, that's really bad. I kind of pieced them all together, but the last one was horrific. I'm like, no, Lloyd's story is trash. Sorry, Lloyd. I don't know. Must be that Whalen. You're in here. You know about Whalen. There's somebody in here who knows about Whalen. Whalen went poof. So why would they show you a picture like that? Like, of what use is this? Exactly. There's no car. Okay. Isn't this when he's supposed to have driven by? 20. What do they say it is? 25 after, some bullshit. And they don't put in the fisheries video canvas report, which they should have. But through the video canvas reports, they threw up a whole bunch of them. You can piece a route together. Yeah, I was talking about those a little bit earlier. Truro, Brookfield Bakery, Brookfield Bakery, Century Honda, Jamali's Bakers, Wilson's in Bible Hill, Patterson Sales. I did plot it out. Glennis Auto in Hilden. I don't even know exactly where Hilden is. Roops. Okay, well, we know Roops. Truro, Dairy Queen, Petrocan. When did they say that one happens? Two angles. Care to give us the other one? Sometime. 11 o'clock to 11:45. Cell network is 2 minutes faster. They specify target enters at 11:14 and exits at 11:16. Where's the other angle? Hilden is between Truro and Reserve. So south, just south? Between Truro and Millbrook Trading Post? Between Truro and Brookfield. Okay. I'm trying to look at it like the movie, My Cousin Vinny. If you look at what they say, what they call a video, it's just an image made into an MP4. Which one? Fuck these people. Fisher's tape went boom. I wish, like sometimes I wish I made like smaller videos just because I'm just, oh well, maybe someday somebody will excerpt stuff or do something with it and take good things out of them, make them small. Correction, it's after the Reserve, between Millbrook. Okay, so what time did they say he's down there? Dave's. Hilden. Date of capture 11:30. So they took tape from 9:30. Call that lasted Millbrook videos they put out yesterday. Thank you for the geography lesson. Much better getting it from you guys than Burl. Here's where the button is on a radio. Thanks, dude. So they say this one's 4 minutes off. Lorex. I don't know Lorex. Camera systems. Is it internet connected? It's got an app, so I'm thinking yes. Call the lasted Millbrook videos they put out yesterday. I don't understand. So they say he drives by 11:30. Okay. Woolcock. Can you clarify? Oh dear. Maybe you can explain a little bit more about the locks. I really have to double check what I'm writing. All the Millbrook videos from yesterday. Oh, yeah, they're just stills. You're right. Did they put out any other new video? Oops. I guess I have to delete that part, right? Let's see here. We've got Wilson's gas stop at Walker. Oh. I don't know. $10.12. Yeah, that was one of the things. Sorry, I should while this is going. That was really amazing. In Truro, Chief McNeil and his guys ordered guys to go around and warn people on the street. And they were calling businesses. Walmart. I saw one in there for Walmart and telling them to, lock up and stuff. What the fuck, man? Those guys, and even though they got screwed, can you set up some roadblocks last minute? Where are we going here? Wow, that guy's going fast on his bike. What are you eating there? Did she give you a treat? Did I miss it? Oh. Wow, that's definitive. For sure, I can read a number off that. You do get the push bar. 10:15. Is that traveling the correct direction and everything? I would presume that they probably got smart. I can't even see a whip antenna on there. Now you have to fill out a survey to file a public submission via MCC. I didn't have to fill it out for my last one I shared. Nice. Well, it's all about, getting more fucking data on everybody with their super cookies and whatever else. Correct direction. Okay, let's see what else we have for videos here. Maybe they put something else. I presume you reviewed all this already. I haven't. Brookfield Lumber. That's a... Well, it's video. Oh, this looks high quality. A 10. I can't even read that. I know I'm going blind, but I think it says 1034. What's the problem? What's going on? You got a treat. Why don't you eat your treat? Oh, well. Yep, there appears to be something on the trunk. Definitely not a number. Can't see a person. It's all garbage with incorrect times. You'd think they would have thought this one out a little bit better. 256. Surveillance video 256, Highway 4. The Hunter Road ones I've never understood quite. Surveillance video 256. Who's this? Oh, no, that's not Fisher. Who's this? Oh, okay. We got two now. It's interesting. Angelina's doesn't work if you believe the use the times from oh, forget her. The name. Century Hill. Okay. Century Honda. Got 4 of them. Okay, this is pretty clear. Oh, you've watched all of them? Oh dear. Century Honda used cars. Oh my, how long is this? Oh, yeah. Okay. 57-minute long video. Yeah. Well, you can tell the Canvas report what time he comes by. I think it usually says in it. Century Honda. Camera 7, 10, 15, 21. Okay, well, let's fast forward to 10, 15, 21. Ooh, what was that? That was weird. Looked like it got light there. So it does not work with the Wilson time video. Well, the Wilson's over in Great Village. Well, that one is trash. Okay, so he should be coming along here. It's pretty far away, but time did this report say? 10, 15, 26. Okay. T minus 20 seconds.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
One 10 o'clock even to, oh. Seven. There's Is it just me? I think there's time missing out of this video too. 3 minutes. Looks like. Yep. Yep. There's time missing out of this video. Okay, that's interesting. Not sure why they keep cutting these videos. One wouldn't have to cut anything. Not looking good. On Walker Street. Oh. Walker Street doesn't work. When they show cars driving by, how do we even know it's him? No, you can't. But I find it more curious what they do with the video. Like, why would you need to clip this? If it reads 48 after, it starts at 10 minutes even Steven, right? 10 minutes even Steven. So if I fast forward to, I don't know, the 38-minute mark, it's off time. If I fast forward to 48 minutes, it's off time. There's like 2 to 3. I would say that there's police vehicles driving by. That's why. Somebody stopped. Police officer stopped in RCMP officer stopped in Truro. Early in the morning. What did they say? It's something interesting they said. I forgot. Share screen. Tab. Webcast. Share. There we go.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Yeah, Ms. Cox?
Yes, Chief Commissioner, we had an opportunity to caucus with the participants, and they've asked that I ask a few more questions of the witness panel. So if we could recall the panel just to have a few more questions.
Thank you. Ms. Cox?
So this is a question that's directed to either Todd or Matthew with respect to the provincial aircraft. So we talked a little bit about that. The question that one of the participants has asked is, who do those departments, like where do those aircraft belong? Which government departments are responsible for those particular aircrafts?
Sure. That is the Department of Natural Resources and Recoverables,
Okay.
Air Services, and Emergency Health Services for the air ambulance here.
Okay. And the second part of that question was, does the RCMP have access? Do any of you know whether the RCMP has access to
Those aircraft?
Yes.
I think they do upon request, I believe. Yeah.
To the natural
To
resources.
natural resources.
Yeah.
Okay, so Christian, you would confirm that the natural resources can lend their aircraft to the RCMP?
We can request the services of natural resources, yes.
Okay. And the next question, and again, this is, something I'll leave with all of you to potentially answer, is we've heard a lot during this commission about the problems of the difficulties of blue on blue potentially happening and some of the difficulties deploying folks on the night, particularly of the 18th. And of course, we've talked about the complexities of GPS. So, although there's work underway, what are the plans potentially, or what are the things that you would suggest would be something we would be looking at to sort of address that, particularly the problem that we think would be fixed by GPS technology, which would, make sure that we know where everybody is, so there isn't a blue on blue. what are the recommendations potentially that might come forward to address that?
Yeah, I think from a radio perspective, there wouldn't be anything that we would offer through our program. So it would have to be a technology that would be outside of the radio system in order to have the capacity for tactical level use.
Okay.
So it's not something that we wouldn't be familiar with the technologies between myself and Todd that would support that kind of activity from a tactical level.
And even if you looked at it long-term in terms of the way that technology was evolving, it's very unlikely to be something that's done through the voice radio system.
Okay. And again, that's just because of the drag or the pull on the radio system. It would just overload it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are just starting to see some newer models of radios that actually integrate like a cellular and LTE service into the radio. And through those newer models of radios, there are some options to provide location services through the cellular side of the device rather than through the radio. But those are substantially more expensive and more complex radios. So I don't foresee that they would be in wide adoption in the short term anyway.
Okay.
But so there is some move in that direction, but difficult to see wide adoption of that technology.
So just sort of to wrap that up, it's really not a radio thing, except for if the individual dispatcher is looking to sort of speak to a member and needs the on-demand services that you talked about. But beyond that, it's just not the system's not capable of handling.
That's right. And
Okay.
even in that circumstance where a dispatcher is trying to query a particular user, as I mentioned before, the voice traffic will take priority on the radio network. So if there's active conversations happening and a dispatcher goes to make that ping to see where a user is, they're not going to get the data back in response to that request until the talk group becomes inactive. So if there's voice conversations happening for 2 or 3 minutes because it's busy and there's no break-in activity, then it could be 2 or 3 minutes before a dispatcher gets a response to that ping. So that's why we refer to it as near real time, but not a real time
Okay.
location.
So those are and I have one other question, and that's in relation to the conversation between Mr. Corkum and Mr. Byrne and their inability to connect on an encrypted channel on the morning of the 19th. And I think, Matthew and Todd, you have some understanding because you heard that conversation, right?
Yes.
So can you talk a little bit about what happened there?
Sure. So initially when I became aware of that event this morning, I touched base with our on-call officer, and he and I had some conversations about whether or not we had been engaged in the event. And at that point, we had received a heads up from the emergency management office, but not been formally engaged. Through our dispatch center at Shuby Radio, we do receive notifications of mutual aid talk group assignments for major events. And so I had seen a talk group notification related to the aircraft and had started to monitor the comms that were happening there and realized at some point that perhaps those should have been happening on an encrypted channel. So we did make that suggestion through a contact that we had informally at RCMP. And my understanding of the reason that they didn't connect was really just timing. We were able to demonstrate through the system reporting after the fact that they just hadn't ended up on the same channel at the same time. So they did both have access to the channel that they needed, and they had both reached that channel at one point, but just not at the same point. So they each called out and didn't get a response from the other because they weren't there at the same time. And so eventually they reverted back to that unencrypted or clear mutual aid talk group.
Right, and they would have reverted back because that was the one where everybody was talking.
They knew that that was working, so
Yeah.
they would go back to, okay, I've been directed somewhere else. I haven't been able to reach the person. I'll go back to where I know I could reach them before.
Okay.
So, and it may not have been obvious to them why they hadn't reached each other. So it would be a reasonable conclusion to go back to where you knew you could make contact. And then after the fact, like I said, we were able to demonstrate why that had happened.
Right, because the system records all that information, so you can see the call out, you can see that people did reach successfully, but then left.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it became very difficult for us, although we had intervened once, we were hesitant to intervene again because not being on the scene and not knowing who was involved in what, we hadn't been formally engaged in the incident. We were trying to be cautious about how aggressive we were on intervening to try to change that situation.
But this sort of goes to some of the evidence you gave just before the break was, your ability to be maybe more involved
Yes.
and more deliberate action on somebody's part to bring you into the tent,
Yes.
to have you sort of participating and helping everybody assess what's going on and how to best communicate. Fair?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So commissioners, those are the extent of the participants' questions or the clarifications that I received during the break. So I'm not sure if you would have any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cox. Much appreciated. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Appreciate the work on this complicated set of foundational documents and the fine panel that you've put together. I do have two questions. One is related to a question that you just recently asked with respect to the GPS locators on the radios, and it sounds like that's not a solution. Has there been any consideration of using the GPS locator on phones to connect into like a master screen in OCC, if members were to be issued with RCMP phones?
Yeah, I can take this one. So the RCMP has been working on a solution. It's called ATAC, and it's a tactical GPS solution that runs on cellular phones. The solution is currently in production for all of our critical incident teams. So I believe the number is 15 to 18 instances within H division. As well, we have the I guess desktop version of ATAC is called WinTAC, is installed in our OCC. So if we get into a major incident or our team is deployed, we are able to view their location data using that solution. The solution was recently presented to our senior management team and fully supported for a national rollout. So that is something that's in the planning phases, more for our general duty members, so that they, if they're in a major incident, we'll be able to get that information as well.
Great, thank you, and thank you for the reminder. We have heard of ATAC over the last several months, and I'm glad to know that it is being pursued potentially for general duty members. So that's great. The second question I have. Did the RCMP, prior to moving to digital radio systems, ever have in their vehicles the MCS 2000 Motorola system?
I can only answer to my time since I arrived in the division. I know that previous to our current line of radios, we use currently we're on the APX model of the Motorola radio. Prior to that was the XTS and the XTL. I may defer just to Matt on a comment on the MCS 2000 because I know that was a radio that was used in TMR1,
Yes.
but I'm not certain if it was used within the RCMP.
So the MCS 2000 was, as was mentioned earlier, an analog version of a Motorola radio, and the RCMP have been digital since the outset of TMR1. So I can't speak to pre-2000, 2001, but since those dates when they became a user of TMR1 and then TMR2, they've always been digital, so that radio would not have allowed an interface with RCMP. We did have a number of user agencies on TMR1 that would have used that model of radio, so initially the ambulance service and a number of the provincial departments, but not in RCMP since that time frame.
Okay, and thank you for answering that. That's the direction I was going with the analog radio system. If that model was ever in the cars, if they when they switched over to digital, what would have happened potentially to any of those radios? The reason I'm asking this question is there a possibility, and I know I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, that the perpetrator would have been able to use that system that he had in his vehicle to listen or monitor analog radios that could still be in use out in the community. So even to be able to monitor community chatter with any other group that may be using the old analog system. And the reason I'm asking that is you can glean a lot of information just from community chatter or from public works departments or and the like. So it is a hypothetical. I'm sorry to put that to you, but it's been nagging at me.
I think we don't know what band that radio was programmed for. So an MCS 2000 can be purchased for, could be purchased at the time it was produced for multiple radio bands. There are still users that use analog radio today, many fire departments, for example. And so it is possible that if that radio was not for the TMR band, but for the band that those other users are using, he could have had, for example, a fire department's frequency in that radio. That would be technically possible. Of course, I can't speculate as to whether or not that may have been the case, but from a technical perspective, it's possible that he could have been monitoring, for example, VHF communications from a fire department.
And thank you for that. And further to that question, did I understand that it wasn't until 2021 that all agencies switched over to digital encrypted? Were there some analog users still out there? And are there still some analog users out there, for example, volunteer fire departments?
So in regards to law enforcement, the last of the law enforcement agencies switched to encryption as of 2021. And that happened through two tracks. There were some police departments that were able to find funding to purchase their own encrypted TMR radios. And then there were a number of smaller departments that our office was actually able to facilitate the acquisition of some surplus assets and redistribute out to those municipalities to help them get over that financial barrier. And so from a law enforcement perspective, it would have been 2021 when the last of those moved to digital encrypted. Again, there are still agencies in the province today that would use analog conventional radio that are not users of TMR2. Chief among those would be fire departments are still substantially using VHF. They often find that, so first of all, fire departments still use VHF paging largely as a notification method. And so they would generally find that that would be most effective for their paging. And then many fire departments haven't fully migrated to TMR again because of the cost of doing so. So they continue to use large fleets of VHF analog radios. There may be other, in fact, I know of some examples of other public works groups in the province, municipal public works, for example, that would still use some VHF analog radio. So it is still out there for sure.
Okay. Yep. Just while I have you here, you have so much knowledge to share. Do you know if the port authorities or bridge authorities or tolls, would they be on analog systems still to this day?
I believe that the Halifax Harbor bridges are on a digital system, but it's not the TMR system, but they do have a TMR radio at their control center. So we do have interoperability with them through TMR, but I believe their primary system is not TMR, but it is a digital system. That's the only one that I'm particularly familiar with. I know the Port Authority folks also have TMR, but I'm not sure if they're using that exclusively or if they have another system as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Stanton.
Thanks. Mr. Gallant, is HAC only going to be for use in critical incidents for general members? Did I hear you correctly?
Currently, the ATAC platform is rolled out to our critical incident command, our critical incident groups. The planning that's in place is to roll it out to the general duty members. However, there will need to be some guidelines put around the use of ATAC for general duty policing. It's not to say that it will not be used for general duty policing. However, we would need to understand how it would, I guess, interact with our current computer-aided dispatch systems in the way that we're used to track members on duty. So.
And just in rural areas or northern areas, for example, it would be dependent on cell coverage. Is that right?
That's correct. The ATAC platform does run on a cellular device, so it would require cellular service to be effective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All of my questions have been answered, so it falls to me to thank you, Mr. McLeod and Mr. Brown and Mr. Boyle and Mr. Gallant. You've taken some very complex concepts and many of them foreign, at least to me, and simplified them and made them understandable. And for that, we're very grateful. Many, many Nova Scotians and beyond have helped us in our work, our important work, and you are among them as of today, and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you very much. Thank you. You're free to go. And thank you, Ms. Cox, as Commissioner Fitch has mentioned. Thank you for organizing and presenting this panel for us. Greatly appreciate it. Mr. Van Wert.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are now going to be hearing from participants for submissions. Before we move into submissions, however, I'd just like to take this free moment to deal with some documents that need to be tendered as exhibits. There are 5. Madam Registrar, there's a document with the COM number 0058532, which is the affidavit of Constable Vicky Colford, sworn on the 25th of May, 2022.
It's Exhibit 2173.
Next is a document with the COM number 0058798. It's Glenn Burns' written response to some additional questions from the Mass Casualty Commission, and it was signed on the 27th of May, 2022.
2174.
And the remaining 3 documents received some advance notification from Mr. Topshe that he expects to reference them in his submission, so I will tender them now. The first has a COM number of 0053754. It is a transcript of the Mass Casualty Commission interview of Dave Gagnon on the 23rd of March, 2022.
2175.
The next has a COM number of 0042463. It's the RCMP Gilliam Project Assessment Final Report.
2176.
Thank you. And the final document has a COM number of 0058274. And it's the transcript of the Mass Casualty Commission interview of Mike McDougall and Dale Cashin on the 22nd of April, 2022.
2177.
Thank you. So the submissions this afternoon, Commissioners, are in relation to the foundational documents that were presented this week. There were 6 foundational documents: the Truro Police Service, RCMP Public Communications, Air Support, Halifax Regional Police and Halifax District RCMP, overview of 911 call taking and dispatch in Nova Scotia, and radio communications in Nova Scotia, as well as any further submissions on the general topic of emergency communications with the within the RCMP and among responding agencies, and interoperability among these agencies. At this point, I expect 6 and perhaps 7 participants will be taking advantage of this moment to provide some oral submissions. Begin with Ms. Degout, and I'll just invite council to introduce who they represent when they come up and begin their submissions.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Ms. Degout.
As Mr. Van Wert indicated, my name is Alex Degout, and together with my colleague Tara Miller, we represent a family member of Kristen Beaton. I thank you for the opportunity to provide submissions this afternoon. I intend to address 3 things: radio communications, RCMP processes and implementation, as well as possible recommendations for phase 3. Turning briefly to radio communications, we just had a very insightful witness panel, and with some time to digest, we'll likely provide further submissions at a later date. However, from the evidence presented previously, there are numerous references to disruptive radio traffic, channel capacity issues, user error, and the limitation of use in rural areas. I certainly won't profess to understand the system, but as we move forward in phase 3, we ask that you consider the appropriateness of an overhaul or changes to the radio communication system in Nova Scotia. A similar recommendation was made by your counterparts following the 9/11 Commission. In that case, New York radio communications were being overwhelmed when they were needed most, and the recommendation was implemented immediately, with all systems being updated to the P25 standard. I turn now to the focus of my submissions. The Commission has obtained a report from Mr. Bjorn Kruk titled Police and First Responder Decisions During Mass Casualty Events. In his report, Mr. Kruk outlines potential barriers to moving forward following mass casualties and states. Crisis and disasters are often focusing events or agenda-setting events, attracting attention from media, institutions, and stakeholders. However, learning following a crisis or disaster may be hindered by obstacles such as the political and organizational barriers to effective learning from disasters, blame, the politics of investigations, and the politics of crisis management, all of which may reduce accountability of and hinder the important learning processes in the post-crisis phase. There are, in other words, lessons we don't learn. Nevertheless, mass casualty events will happen in the future, and we must therefore take advantage of any learning opportunities we can. While I can't imagine the experience of first responders during April 18th and 19th, 2020, in addition to the bravery and sacrifice of frontline officers, there is a recurring theme within the evidence of the RCMP as an institution failing to take meaningful accountability for their actions during the mass casualty. There appears to be a reluctance to acknowledge mistakes, to be retrospective, and to create change. This is an organizational issue which must be addressed and corrected before there's any hope of changes moving forward. We've heard many times that a public inquiry is inquisitorial rather than adversarial, and that its purpose is not to place blame. However, to not be reflective, critical, or highlight unsuccessful actions taken by law enforcement leads to recommendations being made in a vacuum, which could perpetuate public safety risks. Paraphrasing Chief McNeil's evidence from earlier this week, something catastrophic must have happened for the perpetrator to evade law enforcement for 13 hours. Nobody shows up to work looking to do a bad job. Errors largely happen because of flawed processes, and this is particularly true of communications on April 19th, 2020. Evidence from this week demonstrates members can be paralyzed by red tape, processes, and the formalities of command structure on one hand, while lacking necessary policies on the other. There is a constant cycle of chasing, checking, and correcting, which leads to waste and error. Ms. Scanlon confirmed communication needs to be as real time as possible. However, the most critical tweet on April 19th involved tasking, delegation, input, drafting, and approval between 7 people. There is also a 27-minute time frame in which Corporal Clark waited for approval on an already approved tweet. This was because of an assumed rule of thumb requiring, quote, more approval for bigger events. This process during a critical incident is unacceptable. Every second is precious to avoid the loss of life, and recommendations must be made to streamline this process. An individual from the Strategic Communications Unit should also be embedded within the command post to improve the flow of information. Superintendent Rodier spoke at length about her concerns over the use of public alerting during policing events due to the public's lack of knowledge related to the system and the potential for inundating 911 call takers. Despite this, She also confirmed the RCMP has not taken any steps to educate the public on the use of this critical public safety tool. We submit a public campaign should be undertaken with the goal of bringing our Alert Ready system in line with the success of Australia's model. On April 18th and 19th, 2020, there was a lack of training and or access to technology by RCMP command, lack of appropriate mapping, issues accessing resources, lack of clear command structure being followed, inefficient tasking and delegation, and significantly, a failure to learn from the past by not proactively and meaningfully implementing recommendations from previous active shooter events. When asked, Critical Incident Commanders West and Surrett confirmed they read parts of the McNeil report on their own time and not as a result of training through the RCMP. In fact, they could not comment on whether McNeil recommendations were implemented in Nova Scotia or whose role it was to implement them. Ms. Scanlon helped author the McNeil report, and despite this, a number of communication recommendations have not been put into place in her unit or H Division OCC. Superintendent Rodier confirmed she's, quote, been spending a lot of time thinking about what could be done. We're now 2 years post-tragedy, and it's unclear whether any of her considerations have been put into action. The implementation of the McNeil recommendations, or any well-intentioned idea for that matter, amounts to lip service if members are not fully informed, educated, or trained on the changes. This is a public safety issue, which we hope you will address through this process. Respectfully, there is candor amongst the witnesses this week when recognizing shortcomings and the impact of the tragedy on loved ones and the public. In our view, the RCMP can honor victims by following through on implementing significant change within the organization. Without this, the recommendations stemming from this inquiry are in jeopardy of being worth little more than the paper they are written on if change is not readily embraced. And subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Degu. Very helpful. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Van Wart, for entering those exhibits. I appreciate it. There's one that I've forgotten, so Madam Register, if I may enter another exhibit, please. And it is, I'm not sure what you need first, COM 00-58846.
It's exhibit 2181.
Thank you, thank you. And what that exhibit is a supplementary report of the Mass Casualty Commission relating to support air services in Atlantic Canada, Quebec, and Ontario. I'll reference that a little bit because it's part of my submission. And there's two points I'm going to make really and recommendations relating to the use of local knowledge and second in relation to air support. So first of all, in relation to local knowledge, I've broken it down into two components, or there's two that I'll look at. One is geographical knowledge, that is topographical lay of the land sort of thing, knowledge of local roads and of points of ingress and regress and that sort of thing. And second, I'll be looking at under local knowledge, persons of interest. So if we have persons of interest that should be, I'm going to say flagged, or the local law enforcement people should be aware of them. And in a local rural community like Colchester County, that's anywhere in Canada it is, but I think in particular, in this particular circumstance, it needs so we have to look at it a little bit. So going to the geographical knowledge and the lay of the land aspect, I would first of all say that has to be looked at. One wonders why on a go-forward basis, there was 3 local fire departments that were they went to. They went to the Bass River Fire Department, One wonders why they didn't tap into that local knowledge in terms of roads and that sort of thing. And Chief Larry Kinsman would be a great source of knowledge in that regard. Then they spoke to at Great Village, and then let's see, Bass River. Larry Kinsman is in Bass River, excuse me, I got it all mixed up. Hold on, excuse me.
Al Grew is at Great Village. Is that who you're thinking of?
Let's see, Bass River is Chief Guru, who would have given, that's Bass River. Onslow Belmont, Chief Muse, and Deputy Chief Curry. It would have been a good source of information locally for the lay of the land and that sort of thing. And then, as I said, in Great Village, it was Larry Kinsman. So those are local civilians who would have some great insight into, the lay of the land in rural Nova Scotia. They perhaps should have been looked at and asked questions. And in the future, I think that's a good recommendation because we have local fire departments all over the province of Nova Scotia and probably everywhere in Canada and rural Canada. So I think that's something to look at. Also, in relation to provincial conservation officers, we have local provincial conservation officers. In particular, the commission took statements recently from Chris, let's see the names, Dale Cashin and Mike McDougall, and that's at now exhibit 2177, and those are very knowledgeable people. They know almost every back road in Colchester County, and they have assets that can be tapped into. They have a mapping system. They have what's called they use, I believe, something called Property Online, and every property lawyer in Nova Scotia knows Property Online, and it can access any civic address in the province and the owner of that property. And they have that system superimposed in there, I understand, is some type of a GPS system that can locate them while they at head office, I suspect. But that's another resource. And the other reason that they are a valuable resource, as I said, is they know every road system, trail in Colchester County. And if we review their statements, these two gentlemen in particular have been at it for more than 15 years, and they're available 24/7 is what they said, and they're willing to give their expertise and knowledge to the police services in Nova Scotia and in Colchester County, whoever that may be, type of thing. So that has to be seriously looked at. In conjunction with that, that's why I referred to the Gillum report. And the Gillum report is out of Manitoba, as you're probably aware from the tragedy in 2019, where you had those two perpetrators that went from British Columbia through Alberta, Saskatchewan, finally tracked down in Manitoba, type of thing. And one of the comments that resonates, and one of the recommendations or one of the accommodations, I would say, is a comment that I found in that particular report, in which it indicates at page 2, and I quote, investigators and critical incident program members found the use of conservation officers and other civilians to be an invaluable asset due to their geographic knowledge and access to additional resources. So that's an RCMP generated report, and I think that has to be considered. I suspect it rings true in Nova Scotia here in this particular incident. So I'll move on. In relations to persons of interest, we suggest that these conservation officers are, again, a good resource for the police services, whoever they may be in this area. They have, as I said, local knowledge. They enforce the local firearms mandates under provincial legislation. They're also on the roads in hunting season around here, and they, as I said, they probably have a pretty good understanding of people in the communities, the rural communities, in this case in northern Nova Scotia, in this case in Colchester County. So they have to be looked at in terms of a recommendation for usage. I was thinking who else would fit that bill, and one thing that came to mind would be the Sheriff's Department in Nova Scotia. The sheriffs in Colchester County, they're serving documents throughout the county, warrants and that sort of thing, and they're provincially run, of course, and they would be something else that should be tapped into. There's also federal conservation officers and fisheries and all of that. I don't have an exhaustive list, but you get the point that they have to be used in order to help a situation like this from occurring in the future. Now, going to air support. In a nutshell, air support should be available 24/7, and there should be a recommendation for that. Whether the RCMP out of Moncton can facilitate and do that, I'm not sure, given the report. If they can, fine. If they can't, there should be memorandums of agreement with the military or the military. In this particular case, in Nova Scotia, we have Greenwood, we have Shearwater. In New Brunswick, there's Gagetown. There has to be a recommendation to tap into that resource. So those are my submissions. If there's any questions, I'm pleased to take them. If not, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Topsy. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Excuse me, commissioners.
I didn't know who was talking. Sorry.
That exhibit was already, or that document was already exhibited as 2045.
Okay, I thought that when I thought it rang a bell. That's fine. We can use the number you just assigned for the next exhibit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Natasha Shiggis. I'm an associate lawyer with Patterson Law. My colleagues and I represent the majority of families of deceased victims, as well as a number of surviving victims of the mass casualty. This afternoon, you've asked participants to speak on the foundational documents which have been made public this week, as well as overarching themes of emergency communications and law enforcement interoperability. One of the key themes that we saw emerge this week was around the Alert Ready public alerting system. And we heard from Truro Police Chief McNeil about Alert Ready, that his agency was aware of it, that they knew how to use it, and that they had that knowledge prior to the events of April 2020. We also heard from RCMP members Corporal Jennifer Clark, Superintendent Destine Rodier, Staff Sergeant Addie McCollum, and civilian employees Glenn Mason and Leah Scanlon. Corporal Clark and Superintendent Rodier told commissioners yesterday that they had never heard of Alert Ready outside of Amber Alerts until the aftermath of April 18th and 19th. So it's apparent that Alert Ready was something that the RCMP, at least at the key decision-making levels of Staff Sergeant and above, was not aware of in a meaningful way. And we saw this lack of knowledge within the RCMP, despite municipal policing agencies such as Truro Police having a clear knowledge of the availability and capabilities of Alert Ready, as well as how to actually implement an alert from start to finish. The evidence also shows that the RCMP was represented at numerous meetings discussing Alert Ready, including quarterly PSAP manager meetings, DEPO executive meetings, Nova Scotia EMO agency representative committee meetings, the minutes of which are exhibited before this commission. Alert Ready had been discussed at those meetings years prior to April 18th and 19th, 2020. Other agencies had absorbed the information provided by Nova Scotia EMO and become familiar with Alert Ready. The RCMP did not. And we submit that this should be an area of focus for commissioners to determine how the RCMP managed to remain unaware of Alert Ready for years when that was not the case for their peers. We further submit that focus by RCMP witnesses on the problems with the Alert Ready system are a red herring in this context. The fact is that in this mass casualty event, Alert Ready was not used. No decision was made to use or not to use it until the Nova Scotia EMO reached out to the RCMP to offer its use. We heard from the witnesses that the RCMP does not have direct access to Alert Ready and would have had to request an alert through EMO, with the implication that this poses some sort of barrier. However, this issue does not apparently pose any barrier to Truro Police using Alert Ready. Even after the mass casualty event, Truro Police has the same procedure in place to implement an Alert Ready alert via a request to EMO, which Chief McNeil has stated is because that system continues to work well. And while the issue has been raised, the issue being having to go through EMO to request an alert by RCMP witnesses, such as Superintendent Rodier, as something that had bearing on the mass casualty event, we reiterate that the RCMP never reached out to EMO to attempt to release an Alert Ready. We also heard from Superintendent Rodier that she has a laundry list of issues with Alert Ready. And one of these issues is that public alerting, in her view, could cause an influx of nuisance 911 calls. However, the examples of calls which Superintendent Rodier identified in her live testimony, such as people calling to ask whether they could walk their dog, were also calls that she identified in her Mass Casualty Commission interview as having occurred during the mass casualty when no alert was issued. Police Chief McNeil, on the other hand, said that there are obvious workarounds to minimize potential flooding of 911 calls when issuing a public alert, such as clearly directing the public what to do and not to do in the text of the alert itself, or directing them to call a non-emergency information line. It makes sense that when people do not have complete information, which was the case during the mass casualty event, that they'll try to seek that information to fill in the gaps. It follows then that an emergency alert is an opportunity to actually provide that information and give the public clear direction on what to do so that they have what they need to stay safe and don't do things like flooding 911 lines. As we heard from Superintendent Rodier herself, she was not even aware of Alert Ready until after the mass casualty event. And her criticisms of the Alert Ready system were identified after the events, which we are discussing in this proceeding. So those criticisms are being offered after the fact. We submit to justify the RCMP's failure to use Alert Ready, when in reality, those criticisms, the issues identified in those criticisms, had no bearing on what actually played out. They offer nothing in terms of understanding why the RCMP did not utilize the Alert Ready system on April 18th and 19th. And we also know that the moment the RCMP did become aware of Alert Ready, at that institutional decision-making level, they used it 5 days after the mass casualty on April 24th. They have used it multiple times since then, and it has worked well. So we submit that criticisms of Alert Ready put forward by RCMP witnesses should not be allowed to distract from the key issue which this commission must investigate and understand, which we submit is why the RCMP remained unaware of Alert Ready at the decision-making level when that was not the case for other agencies in Nova Scotia. To make impactful recommendations, you should be looking at the institutional and cultural factors within the RCMP that enabled them to remain ignorant of this life-saving tool for so long in the face of it being repeatedly discussed with them. And instead of just looking at how the RCMP can use Alert Ready going forward, we should be looking at how to make sure that the RCMP will understand and adopt the next key technological tool like Alert Ready, which tool we're not necessarily able to predict. We further submit that commissioners should not be persuaded by the repeated assertions from many of the RCMP witnesses that there was nothing that they could have done better. We have heard it from witnesses before the commission, and we've heard it from the president of the NPF, Brian Sauvé, in his media releases. And yesterday, in contrast, we heard from Leah Scanlon and Staff Sergeant McCollum that of course there were things that they wish they could have done differently. To make mistakes is human. And it's so important that those mistakes are identified and examined to avoid them happening again. It has been so valuable to hear the live testimony from witnesses like Ms. Scanlon, Staff Sergeant McCallum, and Chief McNeil, which have given the Commission key information above and beyond what was contained in their interviews. Hearing from Ms. Scanlon that at the time of her interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, she did not have even close to as clear a picture about what happened is important information in and of itself. Not only did we see a complete shift in her perception of the success of strategic communications during the mass casualty, but we also saw a glimpse of how information is managed within the RCMP and what she had to do to get that information. Looking at the testimony of Corporal Clark and Ms. Scanlon, we can see that there is a lack of clarity around standard operating procedures and levels of approval required to take certain actions within strategic communications. And this lack of clarity led to a delay of 27 minutes to post a crucial tweet. During that time, Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien were killed. So we submit that it's so important that the RCMP take responsibility for the institutional and cultural factors within their organization that impacted their response to the mass casualty. And we urge commissioners to look on these factors with a keen and critical eye to be able to create recommendations that address them. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Ms. Shigas, thank you. I wondered if you could talk to me a little bit about some of the things that we learned in the roundtables on emergency alerting. There were a number of aspects of what you've suggested in terms of recommendations that were discussed on May 12th, I believe it was. And I wondered if you could share with us the degree to which you feel like some of the contributions that day address the recommendations that you're suggesting.
Are you able to refresh my memory on who the panelists were that particular date?
So I'm thinking in particular about the input that we had with regard to the myth of public panic, for example. There was a fair bit of discussion about that. And so it sounds like you might agree with some of the recommendations that we heard that day about the importance of educating the public prior to use of the system. And I'm afraid the names of the panelists, I can picture them. There was a woman from Cape Breton, where Indigenous communities there have implemented their own emergency alerting system. And she talked about the groundwork that's laid for the public to understand that. Of course, Michael Hallows, who had been the commissioner in Australia before returning to Britain, had also talked to us about the steps that need to be taken in order to ensure the effective use of public alerts. So perhaps you could, did you hear anything from the roundtable panelists that day that would assist with what you're suggesting?
Absolutely, and I think that the roundtables, as well as the written reports that the Commission has before it, will certainly assist in determining what recommendations to make. But the key is really to tie that theoretical or academic knowledge into what happened on April 18th and 19th, and not lose focus of the facts that underlie this proceeding. So
how do you think that how do you see, I'm actually trying to do that right now. So if you can assist me with that, just so with respect to the, for example, hang on a second. The governance question, which was discussed extensively that day, about Canada's Alert Ready system is unique in the world in that it's owned privately by Pelmorex. And I wondered if you had a submission with respect to the governance, for example, of the public alerting system.
Well, just to address your first point, Commissioner, I do think that perhaps we are on the same page here, that this information is valuable to informing the recommendations, which we hope that you will make. And my submissions here today are simply focused on I suppose, highlighting the importance of that institutional piece, institutional culture, as opposed to necessarily picking apart a system which actually wasn't used on April 18th and 19th. So absolutely, I would agree that there are things that we can do to make the use of Alert Ready more effective and safer. But at the end of the day, it also bears examining why in this mass casualty event, we didn't even get to that step of really making a meaningful decision of whether or not to use Alert Ready until, the 11th hour, moments before the perpetrator was killed.
I see. So you're suggesting that it's actually the institutional cultural piece that needs to be addressed in recommendations as opposed to the operation of Alert Ready, which from your perspective is functional and appropriate?
Well, I would say that the information that this commission has gathered regarding Alert Ready there has been a lot of information gathered about Alert Ready and focus put on that. So what I'm suggesting is that there should also be focus on the institutional barriers that prevented us from getting to a point where Alert Ready was meaningfully considered in this mass casualty. So it's not to say that Alert Ready is perfect the way that it is. It's just to say that while that issue requires attention, so does this other one.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brian Carter. I represent the RCMP Veterans Association, Nova Scotia Division. Today, I'll focus on the interoperability and the relationship between Truro Police Service and the RCMP, while touching on some of the communication issues with a bit of history of policing in Nova Scotia and speak about the science behind statements and testimony. I will use Chief McNeil's statement and testimony to explain some of this. We now have the facts, and yet there's still different takeaways for everyone from those facts. An example of that is the media hears that Truro Police could not communicate directly with the RCMP at that time. They blame the RCMP for this problem, but the evidence is clear. Truro Town Police made a decision long before that not to buy a full encrypted TMR system due to budget issues. So why are there so many different takeaways from the same information? It's based on known and unknown bias, goals, agendas, and perceptions of the world that we all have. We're all different. Last week, the experts around incident command structure and systems and critical incidents said that there will always be issues around communication and decision-making in these incidents. Those will always be the case. They also said that in the past, these cases had the same issues, and in the future, they'll have the same issues, no matter who the police force is. The most recent example we can rely on or look at is Uvalde, Texas, where the police showed up at the elementary school with over 200 officers, several agencies, and they waited 77 minutes to engage the active shooter. It's totally against the policy or the training. First, let's take a look at the history of policing in Nova Scotia and the politics involved. In 1981, there was 2 strikes. Halifax Police and Dartmouth Police went on strike. The RCMP were ordered in to police those 2 cities. Ever since then, there's been consistent push by the senior management of municipal agencies to push the RCMP out and create a provincial police force led by them. I refer you to COMM 0000392. It's entitled A Safer Nova Scotia. That document was created in the late 1990s by the chiefs of police in Nova Scotia, and it was read to or submitted to the Department of Justice in 2008. And it pushes for a new provincial police force. And they presented it in 2008 because the contract with the RCMP was up in 2012 and gave them 4 years to possibly implement a new force. During that same time, In the late 1990s, Cape Breton Regional Municipality was formed, and they chose to remove the RCMP for their local police agency. Continue on to today, there are many, many police studies being conducted by counties and local police services in the province. They're all pushing for the same thing. In 2004 and 2006, I was a policing consultant with the Department of Justice in Nova Scotia. I consulted for the town of Truro Police, and I consulted for HRP. During this time, I was also tasked with rewriting policing standards. And at that time, the RCMP had offered to train all municipal police in Depot, Regina. They even paid to send all the police commissioners from the police commission in Halifax to go visit Depot. This is still a standing offer today that they would offer. All of these offers have been refused consistently by municipal police agencies in this province. Using Chief McNeil's statement and testimony, I break down some of the issues in evidence that he provided. I will use only a few examples because of the time constraints here, but there were many. Like all of us, Chief McNeil has goals, ambitions, bias, etc. My comments are not meant at all to fault him in any way. They are to help understand the science behind statements and testimony, as well as ambitious goals and other things that interfere with it. And in his case, it would be to expand his police force. We must also look at the ambitions of local municipal governments and county governments. Research shows that the statements and testimony are affected by time passing, so the length of time between when it's taken and when the incident occurred. Perception of the witness is also part of it. Logic in terms of if something happens in front of us that's not logical, our brain will automatically kick in and try and apply logic to it and change our perception of what we saw. Outside information like media, talking to others, having the knowledge from the Truro Town Police Foundational document, all of those things will affect our information and our perception of an incident after a long period of time passes. Chief McNeil's statement was taken on August 3rd, 2021. That is a full year and 4 months after the event occurred. His testimony was 2 years and 1 month after the event. This means he's had a lot of time to put together information that was not available to him at the time. In other words, being human, you would change a lot of what you perceived and understand based on things such as the foundational document from Truro Police and many other documents and media releases and so on. So is the information accurate? The answer based on science is no. It's been altered by outside influences and time. Is his statement and testimony, in his statement and testimony, he was asked the relationship between the RCMP and municipal police, and he said, well, before it was good and now it's not so good. And that's probably true. When asked about the police chiefs voting the RCMP off of the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police Association very recently, he didn't really have a viable answer to that. But I would suggest that history and politics of the Nova Scotia policing demonstrates little evidence of the Nova Scotia Chiefs attempting to build on a relationship, including the example above. Catastrophic failures he mentioned in his testimony, and he was referring to the failure of the RCMP to contain the perpetrator in the Portapique area. This again goes back to the 2 years he's had to review many documents and have a different perspective of it. The experts that we saw a week ago, they said that the experts have already stated that there is no agency in the world that would have gotten that right, not even Truro. When asked about the request to lock down the town, he still does not know what that means. The RCMP officers that I've worked with and know and myself, I understand when you tell me lock down my village or town, I know exactly what you mean. But the problem is, and it's the same problem Truro would have, because there's so many roads and streets in and out of the town of Truro, it would be almost an impossible task. That would have been the appropriate answer. McNeil also stated he did not know the route of which the perpetrator was taking at the time. Well, no one did. It was only after months of investigation that that was figured out through very many avenues and resources being used to find that out. His comment is based on knowing what the route is today, not anything from the actual incident. In his statement, he said that he could not communicate direct with the RCMP, only via portable radio. Chief McNeil had options, and I'll give you one example of options. The RCMP Telecom Center at the time was on Prince Street in Truro. Truro Town Police is on Prince Street in Truro. Chief McNeil could have sent one of his officers to the telecoms location or one of his telecoms operators to that location, and he would have solved the problems that he's been complaining about that communication simply by having someone there and giving him real-time information. He chose not to. Chief McNeil explained to us in his testimony the standards in Nova Scotia from Department of Justice are a very high level. As I stated earlier, I was involved in writing some of these standards, and since then it's changed. But the main part of the policies and standards are left to the agencies to write. As an example, he gave, the DOJ will send a standard out that says you must have a policy on impaired driving. He's exactly correct on that. His response there is correct. That's exactly how our standards in Nova Scotia for policing are laid out. So they're not very extensive, and they're left to the agencies to create. McNeil also went on to state that they get most of their policies and standards that they have to write. They get most of them from Toronto, Edmonton, and Calgary police, which is puzzling because they will never, ever work with those agencies. Quebec, as an example, under their legislation, the Quebec provincial police write the detailed standards, and all agencies in Quebec must follow them. That makes sense. In his statement, he was asked the difference between rural and urban policing. He demonstrated his lack of knowledge of this by stating that it just means that they have longer distances to go between calls and they don't have any community-based policing. It also demonstrates that he's never read the RCMP operations manual, administration manual, or the post orders. So he really doesn't understand how the RCMP would function. The reality of rural and versus urban policing can be found on COMM 0051958, the difference between rural and urban policing. 7 minutes and 2 seconds into his testimony, he stated that he had not used the alert system before 2020. He later said that he did use it for flooding incidents and weather events. If you go and check on the Alert Ready site online and look at the list of things that it was used for, from 2019 and to now, there's only 2 such incidents that were logged: a drinking water issue and an air quality issue. So if that is true, his information is false. Also, he said that he would have used the Alert Ready system during that incident. Yet the chief of Halifax Regional Police has gone public and stated that back then, none of the agencies in this province were aware of it being used in this manner. I hope that these few of many examples in his testimony explain the problems of obtaining information long after an incident. Scientific research has proven this, that time, media reports, outside influences alter what we saw and know. The examples I've used here would actually back up that science. I have 2 recommendations that would come from all the things that we've been talking about and the people spoke before me today and those who will speak after me. And one of the recommendations is that Canada needs a national policing standard. This will create that seamless interagency capability. It was raised before during the Homolka inquiry in the 1980s, but it never came to be. So it's up again, and it's time for it to be looked at again. Nova Scotia Department of Justice is my second one, needs to take back control of public safety and policing in the province and not pass it on to the county governments. That experiment has fragmented our policing due to politics. Countries like Finland, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, etc., all have national policing standards, and they do not have these interagency compatibility issues. Canada has a chance right now to create national standards in policing and fix the problems identified or are about to be identified by this commission. Does the RCMP need to change? Absolutely, they need to change. And it is this commission's recommendations that will make those changes. I look forward to those recommendations.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, you'd mentioned at one point that you were hired by Department of Justice in Nova Scotia for consulting.
Yes,
Can you remind me what year that was and for what purpose you were engaged for your consulting work?
Yeah, 2004, 2005, and 2006. And then I went on to another branch of government after that. But I was hired. I'd left the RCMP in 1999, and I'd gone with Bell Alliant in charge of their security, doing their wiretaps.
So I was curious for what purpose you were hired for.
Oh, it was for policing. I was a policing consultant.
Policing consultant.
Yes.
And what was the primary focus of that work that you were doing?
It was to consult with Truro Town Police. My assignment was Truro Town Police and Halifax Regional. And my role was to consult with them on many issues. One of the main issues that I would deal with, I would be on their police boards. So I was at all their police commission meetings as a consultant. And I was also there to help, I would look at their training, Halifax in particular.
I was curious what the actual purpose was for consulting with HRP and Truro Police during that policing study for the Department of Justice for the province.
That's how the Justice Department had it set up at that time. There was consultants for every agency in the province, and there was different consultants assigned to others.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the purpose was for meeting with HRP and Truro in your consultation work for the province.
Yeah, it was to, well, part of it was to help develop standards. So we were bringing them together. So we had standards written, and then we would have them talk to us about will that work, will that not work, and so on. So that was part of it. Part of it was to look at their training. Part of it was to look at we did audits of the departments. The consultants were involved in many aspects of those agencies' relationship.
Thank you. And just was that trying to align RCMP standards and training with the municipal agencies' standards and training?
No, it was not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just to complete the record, and I'm going to wait till Mr. Carter can hear me just to confirm that I have the right documents. And two documents referenced, I think, should be exhibited as they were part of Mr. Carter's submissions. One was a paper called A Safer Nova Scotia, prepared by the Municipal Chiefs of Police, Vision for Policing in Nova Scotia, an Operational Perspective, presented by Chief Beasley in May 2008. It was COM 00392.
Exhibit 2184.
And the other was a paper prepared by the RCMP Veterans Association entitled Difference Between Rural and Urban Policing, and dated May 2022, with the COM number 00519558. That's correct.
That's Exhibit 2185.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wart.
Cede the floor to Mr. McDonald. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Thomas MacDonald, and I am counsel to Tara Long and Scott McLeod. I wanted to flag issues in two areas, RCMP strategic communications and Chief McNeil's evidence. In terms of the RCMP strategic communications, I wanted to break that into two parts. One is the response, strategic communications response to the mass casualty. And the second is the policies or lack thereof in terms of strategic communications in rural areas when there is a critical incident. I've been here now 2 months, and what I see is a theme developing, and the theme builds on this too many cooks in the kitchen theme that we saw on the command post decisions, and those are our submissions, and others have said the same, so that at the command post in those early hours in Portapique, everybody wanted to be in command. We know the policy was the risk manager was supposed to be, but well-intended people wanted to also be in command. The command structure broke down. What we saw on the public strategy communications issue is no one wanted to be in command. The command structure, such as it was in terms of strategic communications, was rigid and inflexible, and it went up the chain with all the delays and second guessing or lack of decision making that went with that, respectfully relating to getting the tweet out or whether to use alert ready. So it was a systemic failure in my view, and it's a theme now between what happened on the night of the 18th into the 19th, both stemming from the command decisions and now into the strategic communications. There has to be a better way to get a tweet out directly related to public safety. There has to be a better way to trigger alert ready, such as its flaws may be, directly related to public safety. It has to be fixed. And if it can't be fixed, then talk to Australia or let the political masters fix it for the institutions involved. In this case, it looks like it's the RCMP. So if they can't fix it internally, and bring people up to speed, a combination of training and education, building on it. And that was a risk management roundtable, not a strategic communications one, but we saw the people from Finland and Norway speaking of the importance of training risk managers, but it was a blend. It was a blend of training and it was a blend of education. So there has to be a better way because the public demands it and public safety demands it. It shouldn't be on a tweet. And I know that I'm not trying to be unfair to some of the witnesses this week. The commissioner of the RCMP shouldn't have to get out of bed in the middle of the night to authorize a tweet that goes out in Nova Scotia when there's an active shooter in a critical incident. I mean, that can't be. And so there has to be a better way, and they need to fix it. And if they can't fix it, the politicians, as in attorneys general, need to fix it for them.
Mr. McDonald, would you agree with your colleague, Ms. Shigas, then that the question is an institutional and cultural one as opposed to the system itself?
I would say largely it is, that the system isn't perfect. And the witnesses spoke eloquently about the system in terms of what their perceptions were in terms of the flaws. We're not Australia and other worries, concerns with the system. But I think the overarching issue is systemic and it's within. It's not the public alert system and not the technology. The technology can be blended. So even if they took it incrementally and started with, all right, we're a big country. Well, Australia is not only a big country, it's a continent. And so the point that I'm making is there has to be a way that they can start incrementally to say, how do we deal with a critical incident relating to an active shooter in a rural area? Start with that so that at least if that was to happen again somewhere in this country, there's something in place where notices can get out quickly. And don't dumb down the public in terms of, well, should we send a tweet or should we put out an alert? What will the public do? They'll start to shoot police officers. I'm not minimizing that concern, but give the public more credit. Give the public more credit. In terms of the strategy for rural areas, and I heard the witnesses and I examined the witnesses, I'm coming away with the idea that there is no strategy yet in terms of strategic communications in rural areas from the RCMP. They're working on it. I accept that they are, but we don't have the luxury of that time, because what happens if there's another Portapique tonight or somewhere else, whether it's in Nova Scotia or another province where they police? So we would submit one recommendation is they need to fix it, come up with the policy. If they can't do it, then the political people have to do it for them. And this commission should point that out and put in benchmarks and timelines to say, do it and report about it. And it shouldn't have to take 2 years or 6 months. We're 2 years post-incident. And what's the policy? I don't, the policy is, okay, now the tweets would, I guess, go out more quickly, which is good. I guess alert ready would be used. What was the wording that Superintendent Rodier used? We'd absolutely consider it. She's well intended. I'm not saying she isn't, but that's unacceptable. I mean, it needs to be used, flaws that it may have or not.
So just so I'm
Yes.
clear, sorry, so are you suggesting then that a new set of standard operating policies or procedures are necessary?
Commissioner Stanton, yes, but to begin with, a very short list of standard operating procedures directly relating to active shooting incidents, critical incidents
In rural areas.
in rural areas.
Right.
Yes, all the rest of the list is necessary, I think, as well, but that short list should be moved forward very, very quickly.
And how do you propose that it is implemented? Because if it's an institutional sort of systemic issue, is it sufficient to just say have a set of new standard operating procedures?
So I think it starts this way. It starts with stand out, pop out from your report, the list in terms of a recommendation. And the recommendation then goes on to say that the RCMP needs to do this. And if it doesn't, then the politicians that they answer to in Ottawa, whether it's by Attorney General or Solicitor General or Minister of Public Safety or all of them, need to tell them to do it in a very short timeline on that short part of the list, rural areas, to do it. Not consider whether a ready alert should be used, for example, but do it. Because the public, I think, demands it, and public safety certainly does. And we've heard various RCMP officers very sincerely say public safety is paramount. No one's disputing that, but if it is paramount, don't consider whether a ready alert should be used, use it in certain situations, critical situations. And could there be one more critical than Portapique?
And sorry, just
Yes.
a similar question to what I asked Ms. Shigas. In terms of the recommendations that we heard on May 12th, there was a fair bit of groundwork that perhaps may need to be recommended as well for alerts to be well actioned and understood. And there was also a governance question with respect to the private ownership of the Alert Ready system and whether that is a good way to go as we move forward. Did you have any comment on those aspects?
So I would say two things. I'll start with the governance and the private ownership. I'm sure that there would be many entities, including the present one, in the private sector who would absolutely follow direction when they put that contract in place to temper their services to the requirements stated by the RCMP, to do that in conjunction with all the stakeholders. And if they can't do it, then it should be public or government run. That's number one. Number two, how hard would it be, and maybe it's been done, I don't know, but how hard would it be to send some officers to Australia and say, what do you do on your continent in terms of Alert Ready? Because I'm sure that Alert Ready triggered in downtown Sydney is different than it would be in the outback. Maybe. I don't know. But how hard is it to get a hold of the Australian Federal Police, send someone over and get their advice, because it seems to work for them, as we heard from the roundtables. That's my submission in terms of the strategic policy in rural areas. To Chief McNeil. So I've heard the last speaker and I heard the chief and I read the chief's statement. The chief was very strong in his comments in his statement, and he was subjected to strong cross-examination from certain of the parties here, and he may have softened some of his statements a little bit, but he generally stood by them, and we heard the failings pointed out, if they are failings, but a different view, and we heard about the police chiefs drumming the RCMP down, for lack of a better word, to a lower, not a full seat at the table. The point to all of this is, who's right, who's wrong? Is it somewhere in the middle? Here's my submission. It's dysfunctional, the relationship, and it needs to be fixed. And if those stakeholders can't fix it themselves, the chiefs of police, whether it's Truro Police Service, whether it's the RCMP in Nova Scotia, then it needs to be fixed for them. And that's the attorneys general that need to come in to do it if it can't be fixed. But it should be capable of being fixed because the public demands it. You can't have the haggling and the back and forth, and is it jealousy? Is it professional jealousy? What we didn't hear was on the other side of the ledger is the value of the policing contract to the RCMP in Nova Scotia, which I'm sure is a very valuable asset. So when they're saying, and I'm not Chief McNeil's lawyer, but the flaws in his argument, there are other issues, I think, at play here as well. You, as commissioners, heard the evidence. You heard the submissions. It's up to you, I believe, in your report to point out, are these issues that Chief McNeil has at least flagged, are they real or are they perceived? And I think it's up to you to spell it out clearly in your view as commissioners. Are there issues? What are the issues? And are they real or are they perceived? And if they're perceived, they need to be fixed, because it's clear that it is dysfunctional at the moment, the relationship, the overarching relationship. And those really are all my submissions today, Commissioners, subject to any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've really enjoyed this back and forth. I now have so many thoughts running through my mind. But just on the Ready Alert system, what struck me from that panel was Michael Triton's comment that fear in using the Ready Alert system is born out of a lack of preparation. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing, respectfully, in the evidence is a lack of preparation, and there's fear from the higher ups in the organization. We see that with superintendents that have testified, referring to completely baseless studies that have no probative value, really, when you get down to it. The April 24th experience where an alert was issued, that's 5 days after the worst mass casualty ever. It's using some of the same language that was used in the April 18th and 19th tweets. The April 18th mass casualty started with a firearms complaint at 11:32. That was the tweet. The emergency alert on April 24th said, report of shots fired. And this is 5 days after the province was reeling. Of course, the province is traumatized and is going to react. But even that, notwithstanding that, we still can't say that the 911 system was overrun. That evidence is simply not there. The 29% reference is the witness admitted that we don't know what makes up that 29% call volume that was dealt with in one way or another. So that's my thoughts on the Ready Alert. That it reflects a lack of preparation, and we have to move forward with the Ready Alert system. Some of the issues are we moving towards an intrusive alert type system or a non-intrusive alert? We heard lots of considerations. You heard the classroom example. An intrusive alert is given and people are trying to hide. But I don't know what the answer is on some of those very difficult questions, and perhaps flexibility in the system where you can generate both the SMS, non-intrusive, but also have the intrusive, because most people, if you're attached to your phone, you're certainly not looking at it nonstop, right? You need that intrusive alert at certain points. So perhaps there's a flexible system that can generate both SMS, non-intrusive, and also the intrusive, and the person issuing the alert is going to have to consider the circumstances, what they know, and they're going to have to make their best guess. And in terms of what's going to work for that particular scenario.
Well, and also the rural area aspect of it, and the cell coverage that we've been hearing quite a bit about, whether an SMS system would be more effective. But then, of course, we also heard that for many people in rural Nova Scotia, if they're people without cell phones, or then it's a bit irrelevant whether there's cell coverage or not. So trying to consider what kind of recommendations would really be meaningful in rural Nova Scotia or rural Canada is part of the challenge. So it's interesting to think about a flexible system. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and just in terms of the overall, I sort of see three different. When you make recommendations, my respectful submission is that how are people going to implement these recommendations? And there's sort of three different ways. You have the voluntary uptake. And, unfortunately, we've seen the track record on some previous reports of the uptake to date. So that's number one. Two, you encourage the legislators. So it's recommendations, but it's also it's also geared at the legislators to say, to enact laws or to tighten existing laws, the Police Act and so on. The third is that you raise and you explicitly state what the expected duty of care is going to be going forward. And that's going to attract civil considerations going forward. You're stating in a report, this is what we, and again, I understand it's not part of your mandate to find civil liability, so I'm not suggesting you go near that, but what I'm suggesting is that third branch, that third prong, that you're telling the institutions, this is what we expect the duty of care to be. And if there's a subsequent incident, you can be sure that others are going to be looking at this report and saying, did you follow items 5 to 18 or whatever the case may be?
I don't know if you've had an opportunity yet to read the commissioned report from Professor Ben Gould from UBC. He talks about the duty to warn anyway, and it's quite an interesting report that I think might dovetail a bit with what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the duty to warn. Exactly. Yeah. So that's what sort of the comments I had just from our discussion. Just a couple of other, I'll try to really be expeditious here, just to highlight a few things. So, we heard about, the emergency communications within the RCMP and among responding agencies. It is unfortunate that we had, when you look at the call logs, we had the 4 transmissions up to 10:42 about Andrew McDonald. And you can actually see them. They're not all referring to him as Andrew McDonald, but you can see, I'm dealing with a victim here. There's 4 of them. And then you also have the initial 911 call. So these are 5 opportunities for the command structure to be advised of Andrew McDonald and how that's completely slipping through the cracks. And you have our very own critical incident commander not learning about it until 3:30. So that's very unfortunate. And that's a problem that should be easily identified by individuals testifying that there's gaps and issues that definitely have to be addressed. So just on that front, so it's not being reduced to writing in a manner that's accessible to the decision makers. And if we look at the existing CAD files, I'm still a bit hazy on the CAD files because I look at some and they're 2 pages, I look at others and they're 60 pages. So if the CAD files are running notes of the incident, by the time you get to an hour into the incident, you're going to be 15, 20 pages into the CAD file. Who's reading 15 or 20 pages to get up to date? So one quick suggestion, social media platforms do it. They're able to pin important information to the homepage of the devices. You pin it there, so it's the first thing you see, and then you have to go past the important information to start reading the detailed narrative. There must be a way to emphasize the most important information in an application and pin it in CAD or some other program.
Or as they do in Toronto, if I understood one of the panelists, you have someone feeding the commander organized information with a liaison with the, and that same person could probably feed the communications folks.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. And that also begs the question about the decision here to execute the critical incident package, because initially when I got into this file, I assumed that the critical incident was enacted because of the Andrew McDonald interaction at roughly 10:28. It's not clear to me now, and it's not clear from the evidence of Wester Shred what actually triggered the critical incident response. So my point there is that we do need clear not just guidelines, but a clear understanding of why the CIC was initiated by the decision makers, so that we can then later assess it to make it better. So that's my comments there. Like right now, it's very difficult for you to assess if when the 1042 call came to enact a critical incident, if that was too late, if it should have been enacted based on the 1015. We don't have a clear understanding of exactly why they enacted the critical incident, and perhaps it should have been enacted at 10:15, 20 minutes or so earlier. But that's something on a go-forward basis that the CIC should be very clear, so that it can be later assessed. Organizational debriefs, I just want to jump to that. So there's different types of debriefs. We heard the benefits of having, like from the ERT members that testified about having, you can be more forthright and candid when it's your own team doing a debrief. But there's also benefit in having organizational debriefs. So for example, we heard from, I'm going to take you back to, Staff Sergeant Breyer's testimony, how he was just completely distraught over the fact that he felt that he missed the push bar on the cop car. And that if he would have saw it, he would have been able to get that out to other people. Well, unbeknownst to him and everyone else, Corporal Clark knew that knew and actually made the decision not to advertise. So here's this officer beating himself up for 2 years over something that he didn't miss because someone else had caught it and actually made the decision not to publicize it. So these after-action organizational debriefs, so that decision has never been analyzed at an institutional level in terms of deciding what to send out in that particular tweet. But my overall point is that you have to have all the actors or representatives from all the actors in a briefing, because there's moving parts here that no one knows what the other is doing. I mean, I was shocked that with the corporal's evidence that this decision was made, and shocked that no one else knew that it was made by this particular officer.
Sorry, I'm not following that reference.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so in Staff Breyer's testimony, he talked about not noticing the push bar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I caught that. Okay. I
Okay.
thought that was it when you said the corporal. It's the same corporal.
I meant Corporal Clark, when Corporal Clark had decided to issue the tweet, yeah.
Okay, I understand. Thank
And
you.
Corporal Clark had noticed the push bar, and that I think
Right.
surprised us all. That wasn't apparent from the disclosure.
Okay, I thought you were introducing a new
Okay.
topic. Thank you.
Yeah. And then last point is just on strategic communications. So we have heard, we've all looked at the McNeil report recommendations, and 50842 and 50843. The 64 recommendations are outlined on page 75. They're nice and concise. We heard from our friends at the federal government that 60 of these recommendations have been enacted. That came across in questioning from the feds. I believe it was in regards to Chief McNeil, and that the 4 are underway. But again, as Ms. Degou aptly pointed out, the witnesses are largely unaware of the recommendations and their implementation. and gave the example of strategic communications. And, you know, one point in particular, if we look at that recommendation, for example, 8.5 dealt with technology. It said it's recommended that up-to-date functional portable devices be provided to communications personnel to enable them to effectively use social media and effectively do their job. Well, the corporal didn't have the effective communication because we heard her evidence that she couldn't, the work/personal device she was using couldn't actually process the picture. She had to send it to her computer. She couldn't upload it, so there's a delay. So she did not have the tools to effectively manage that piece of social media. That's a problem. That's 8.5 right in the McNeil report. The other issue is just in terms of, it struck me as there's work to do there with strategic communications. You know, the medium is the message. And we have a strategic communications unit that's stacked with people that don't understand the medium. They're not users. They don't use it. That struck me as very, very peculiar. And I think there should be improvements. You have to understand the medium. That becomes your message. As McLuhan said. It's a complex.
I wasn't expecting Marshall McLuhan to make an appearance today.
I thought it was Bertram Russell, actually. But.
Yeah. Oh, it might have been. Sorry. See, that's going from the hip there. Yeah. But so just on that point, I mean, it's a complex area, Twitter. You know, you have your tweets, you have your threads underneath that should be monitored. You could have a post, you could have 300 people commenting on the post. What level of monitoring is going on with that post? You could have theories that are starting to take root in that Twitter thread. So it needs people that are very hands-on, that understand the platform fully. And I think that's an area to look at. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's Patricia McPhee from the Attorney General of Canada.
Good afternoon, Ms. McPhee.
I wasn't actually planning on making submissions today, but I do feel the need to respond to a few of the comments we've heard this afternoon. It's really hard, frankly, not to respond. The first thing I want to talk about is my friend's comment at the start of these submissions. And she mentioned a reoccurring theme of failing to take meaningful accountability following the mass casualty on the part of the RCMP. And that really resonated with me. And I find it extremely disheartening, actually, to hear that after we have had over 20 RCMP members come in here and appear before these commissioners, these participants, to be televised and to speak and to relive the events of those 2 days in great detail, to relive really difficult moments for them, to be candid, to be transparent, to acknowledge where things went wrong, where improvements could be made. And to hear that what's been taken away from that is a reoccurring theme of failing to take meaningful accountability. Those are harsh words, given what we've heard and what we've experienced over these last few months. And I don't think it's fair to these witnesses. I think these witnesses have come here and really tried to assist you commissioners as you move through the process. They've tried to address gaps, to address submissions. They've tried to provide the context that you have requested of them.
Just a moment, Ms. McPhee. I believe what Ms. Degout was saying, though, was she was distinguishing, I think, between the individual witnesses from which we've heard, or from whom we've heard, and institutional responsibility. So I just, in fairness to her, I think that was her submission rather than a particular affront to the witnesses who, as you rightly say, have come and provided testimony, which has been very difficult for them to do.
And in fairness, those witnesses are members of the RCMP. They speak for the RCMP. The RCMP has been at all times trying to facilitate the work of this commission. Not only these members have come and testified before you, there are countless others who provided interviews. There are other members within the RCMP who have tried to assist and answer questions and provide documents and explanations. So it does impact not only these members who speak for the RCMP, but I don't think it's fair to say the RCMP as an institution has not been failing to take meaningful accountability. Their participation here and their attempts to facilitate your work, I think, is evidence that in fact they are trying to help. There is a desire to try and learn from these horrible events. That's what this whole process is about, after all. Not just for the RCMP, though. We have to remember that as well. For all policing agencies, not solely in Nova Scotia, but in Canada. The RCMP happened, this incident happened to happen within RCMP jurisdiction. But to suggest that anywhere else in Canada would have been at the ready and been able to respond perfectly in this unimaginable situation that had never occurred in Canada of a situation of this magnitude is unfair. Yes, it is the RCMP, and they're not shying away from that. They have been present. They've been trying to work with the commission. They've been trying to work with the public. They've been trying to answer questions, to provide documents, and to try to help all of us in Nova Scotia and in Canada learn from these events, to be better. So that if something like this happens in the future, we can do better. So we can take something away from a tragic event that has changed the lives of numerous families, obviously, of all Nova Scotians and of Canadians. So it's not a fair comment. And so I do take umbrage at the comment because it's not a representation of our participation before this commission. Another thing that we've heard talk about, and it's become a bit of an issue here, is the McNeil recommendations. And my friends have commented throughout the witness evidence of some of the testimony and some of their cross-examinations with respect to the implementation of the recommendations. And my friend, my colleague, Ms. Ward, spoke to them in her cross-examination, I believe, of Chief McNeil on Monday. And in fairness to the commissioners and to the participants, this is something that's kind of an emerging issue. How have we done with the implementation of these recommendations in a previous inquiry? And we haven't dictated the way in which the commission is hearing evidence or calling witnesses. So we haven't had the opportunity to put that out there, and it's becoming an issue, and we're happy to address it. We do have some senior officers who will be testifying at the end of July, and they can better speak to the implementation than asking certain questions about, particular recommendations to witnesses who aren't well positioned to address the implementations of recommendations from that inquiry, or that review. But we're not shying away from that. If it's something the commissioners want to hear about, we're happy to answer it. We're happy to help you understand what's been done. Again, we are trying to be transparent. We're trying to be helpful. And we're here to answer those questions, and we will work with the commissioners and provide the information you're looking for with respect to the implementation of those recommendations from McNeil. We haven't had a full opportunity to do so yet.
But presumably in response to our request for written evidence, that will be part of what you supply, is that correct?
I personally haven't read that particular subpoena. There have been many. But I can tell you that we have been looking at those, and we've been looking through our documentation to find the most accurate and recent and complete account of how those various recommendations have been implemented. So yes, we are working towards that.
I was intrigued to hear that 60 of the 64 recommendations have been implemented. So I do look forward to understanding better how you measure the implementation of a recommendation.
And we're willing to work with you and hopefully address those and answer those questions for you. I'm skipping ahead to another issue that one of my friends raised, and it's a breakdown of the command structure. That's what it's been called, what happened during the events in question, that the command structure broke down. And again, it's a bit troubling. if that's what my friends have taken from the evidence of those who were there, the staff sergeants, the risk managers who were there during the events in question. Again, I don't think it's fair to suggest there was a breakdown. I think that everyone who was there testified about the role that they had, about their involvement, and about their understanding about who ultimately was in command. I take issue with the suggestion that there is confusion amongst those members. They had roles and they talked about them. They talked about their understanding. So again, it is troubling that after hearing them all speak and testify candidly about their movements and actions that night, that is the takeaway. I don't think it's a fair representation of their evidence. I'm flipping around a bit as I was making notes while everyone was speaking, but I want to talk a bit about Alert Ready. And again, the suggestion somehow, after the evidence that we've heard, that the RCMP is trying to discount the importance of Alert Ready or doesn't recognize its importance or its potential uses, I don't know where that's coming from after hearing the evidence, even of Superintendent Rodier. Yes, it's true. Superintendent Rodier and the RCMP will tell you, and as all the witnesses who have appeared here have said, in their time with the RCMP, up until these events, they had never heard of public alerting being used in a policing situation. That's their evidence. Since that time, you've heard Superintendent Rodier talk about the work they did to find out more about this Alert Ready, to look through their own holdings. Did we miss something? Was there lots of work being done on this and were we just not tuned in? Do we somehow miss it? And to find out that in fact there was very little. And the materials that have been produced and have been exhibited so far speak in fact in very general terms about the use of Alert Ready in policing situation. It's a bit of the pie in the sky idea, in fact. We have seen that PowerPoint presentation that was provided by the Department of Justice several times. It was really in its inception. It was just considering that this is the possibility, this is what Alert Ready might have in the future. What we didn't see is any kind of concrete work done, and this is not in any way passing judgment on anyone involved, on how it might actually work. We know that the opportunity was given to the RCMP and I believe to the HRP and maybe to the Cape Breton Regional Police to take over the use of the system several years ago, and they declined. So if Alert Ready in the policing context were such a well-known thing, if it was so well-known, where are the standard operating procedures? Where are the policies? Where are the practices? Presumably, if this was well-known by everybody but the RCMP, there's got to be some documents out there. There's got to be some correspondence from the province, the EMO, with these various policing agencies setting out how it's going to work. We haven't seen that. We've seen some very, very, very general documentation that suggests that this is a potential. This is something that we, might be able to tap into. And for whatever reason, it wasn't. And that has changed. A lesson was learned. Following these events and the great public outcry with respect to the failure to use Alert Ready, the RCMP took immediate action. They looked at their own records, they looked at their own practices, and they got to work. They got to work, they created a working group, they liaised with the province, with their policing partners, and said, how can we do this? How can we make this work? So to suggest that they're shying away from it or there's no changes is frankly just not true. In fact, the opposite is true. They took control of the system, were given direct access in April of 2021, I believe. They've developed regional, each division policy. There's a national policy. There's a working group. There's constant efforts to learn more about Alert Ready and how they can tap into it. There's talk about the RCMP again, trying to discount the import of Alert Ready. In fact, the RCMP have been using Alert Ready since the incident. In fact, the RCMP used it 11 times in Nova Scotia since April 18th. The RCMP have used it 23 times in Canada since the incident. The RCMP has developed or obtained an expert, or obtained the KPMG report, which was entered into evidence earlier this week. And it's not, that KPMG report is not an effort to say that the Alert Ready is not a good thing. In fact, it's the opposite, is to learn more about Alert Ready. Let's find out what the potential problems are and let's try and mitigate the risks.
So similar question for you then that I've been asking your friends with respect to some of the recommendations that we were hearing from the people with specific expertise on May 12th, whose names I'm very sorry I can't call to mind because I am hopeless with names. But there were a number of considerations that have been raised in the certainly by Inspector Rodier, which were in fact addressed wholly by people, I think, on the roundtable panels with respect to myths around public panic and the need for groundwork to be done in advance of alerting systems being implemented, questions around governance, and so on. And in fact, Inspector Rodier noted that governance point. Do you have submissions with respect to those recommendations?
I don't personally. I actually wasn't here for the roundtable on May 12th, but I can say that the fact that Superintendent Rodier was alive to the early concerns, again, is to me just a demonstration of the fact that the RCMP as an organization is looking at this seriously. That's not that the RCMP certainly is not buying into a myth that we can't use Alert Ready because of public panic. Was it a concern, not solely raised by the RCMP, but certainly around the world when Alert Ready is being rolled out? But the RCMP has been using it. Let's look at the actual facts. The fact that they also are considering the potential risks is just good business. But they are using it. They've developed strong policies. They've been working with the province to make sure that they have a good set of policies and practices so that they are using it appropriately and responsibly. And to suggest somehow that because we have Alert Ready and everyone knows about it now that it should be used in every situation is not fair. And that is simply what Superintendent Rodier was commenting on when she said it's certainly something that would have been considered. Because to suggest that you would use an Alert Ready in every situation is not fair, and it's not possible. Let's leave that to the police to determine based on the risk analysis of a particular situation. That is what they do. We have heard, with respect to Alert Ready, testimony from Chief Dave McNeil earlier in the week that the Truro Police Service was well aware of Alert Ready for policing applications. And I would submit that that is an area that we should be looking at further. How did that happen? How was the Truro Police Service had full knowledge of Alert Ready and its application for policing purposes, and the RCMP did not? There is definitely discrepancy in the evidence in that front. And I think it's worthy to look back and say, well, what are the documentation? Let's see some evidence of how the Truro Police Service was prepared to use Alert Ready in policing situations. Presumably there is some. It's a pretty significant tool. Presumably, there's lots of paperwork, there's lots of policies or SOPs to tell us about how that was being used or implemented with the Truro Police Service, and whether it was being used similarly with other policing agencies in Nova Scotia. It's significant, and we should be looking at that, but not focusing all our attention on that point, because again, we are forward-looking. We're trying to improve things, but there's definitely a discrepancy in the evidence in those two police agencies on that point. The only other thing I wanted to say today was we heard also from Chief McNeil earlier in the week and him describe the events of the 18th and 19th. He said there had to be a long list of catastrophic failures on the part of the RCMP for the perpetrator to have made it to the point that he was heading to Truro. Does there really? I mean, after all the evidence that you've seen, the documents, the information you have about the perpetrator, the fact that he had a fully mocked up police car in his possession for some period of months before this event, that he had numerous firearms in his possession, that he was intelligent and financially sound, that he was able to carry on this frankly unbelievable crime. To suggest that it's all falls at the heels of the RCMP, is that fair? That doesn't mean there aren't lessons to be learned here. There are lessons to be learned for everybody from this incident, and we're trying our best, the Attorney General of Canada and the RCMP as an organization, to do our part, to be transparent, to put the facts out there, and to help you understand what happened and what we can do better. But please know that the RCMP has been working since this event occurred to try and identify shortfalls and things that can be improved and trying to make those changes. We talked a lot about strategic communications today. For example, as you heard Superintendent Rodet speak to, there is going to be a person, or is now, a person from strategic comms will be embedded in the CIC package. That's to streamline that process. That's just one example. She spoke to many. And there is a subpoena in which we will set forth for the participants, for Nova Scotians, for the commissioners, the changes that have been instituted on the part of the organization to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee.
Mr. Van Wert.
Just simply to say that concludes the submissions, commissioners.
Thanks very much. Another full week here at the commission, or at least this one was a very full one. Appreciate your patience with the scheduling challenges that we have, trying to ensure that we do hear what we need to. As you can tell from the witness panel today, with technical witnesses who is similar to some of the folks that we've heard from on the roundtables, have deep knowledge of very particular subject areas that are all pieces of the mandate that we need to address, and each one of them requires careful consideration, because you think you've heard from a number of people that one thing is the right thing to do, and then you have people tell you, but make sure you consider all of these other factors in order to make a meaningful recommendation. And so that's very very helpful to continue to hear from the folks that hold that kind of expertise, and we're certainly grateful for them, and of course for the submissions of council today, which I know we all very much appreciate and will give careful consideration to. I see that we've got our slide up with respect to the foundational documents. The phase one foundational documents are almost all tabled now. And there's an immense amount of work that goes into sorting through all of the disclosure and the information we glean from interviews and the arguments that we hear in order to really get an understanding of what happened. And of course, we're also moving forward to try to understand how and why it happened. And so it's extremely helpful to have the roundtable conversations as well as hearing from witnesses as we go forward. We had the air support, HRP, 911 and radio communications foundational documents table today. And so we're almost at the end of the phase one foundational documents. Although, of course, as we've said all along, the foundational documents are at the information that we have as of that date. And we as we hear corrections to them and as we gather more information, we are building up the the additions to that information. And of course, the final report is where we will share our conclusions. The progress that we're making with respect to understanding how and why it happened is assisted by those commissioned reports. We've had 13 of them so far, and each one contains quite a rich basis of information that is assisting us, and of course 7 roundtables so far with the experts that we've been learning from. We'll continue to focus on more of the how and why questions as we're moving through the next few weeks. And next week, we're going to be holding some small group sessions to better understand the causes, context, and circumstances of the mass casualty as is required of us in the mandate. The small group sessions on Monday and Tuesday, we'll be hearing from some first responders and service providers and others who worked during and in the aftermath of the mass casualty, which will be of assistance to us. We depend on your engagement, that of participants, their council, the commission team, and all the people who make these proceedings possible, the media, the many organizations and community groups engaging in our work. We do remain grateful for all of your contributions, and thank you for the ways that you're engaging, whether you're reading the documents and materials on the website, watching and listening to our proceedings, or sharing information that can advance our investigation and submissions that can help to shape our recommendations. We do appreciate it. Just a reminder that next week the public proceedings will be moving to the Hilton in Dartmouth, which is a venue we've been in a few weeks ago. So we'll be going back towards Halifax next week, but I believe we'll be back in Truro a little bit later in the summer. And in the meantime, I hope everyone gets some rest after this very full week, and we look forward to seeing you on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until Monday, June 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay. I only see some of what McNeil had to deal with. Okay, this is a message from Lee. There was a request for some media stuff and of a chief in Nova Scotia. Let's just move past most of this because that's not really relevant, other than I didn't really appreciate how one person kind of objected to it or whatever. Officers arrived at TPS Truro as information started to be received April 19th about the active shooter investigation. Smith at 10:26. Okay. The reality is that the suspect had already passed through Truro at 10:15 before any of us arrived. But we were receiving information he was in Wentworth and in the Debert area. The challenge to get anything actionable. On a personal note, I can recall coming to work and trying to get information, and the challenge to get anything actionable. After I received verbal briefing from Corporal Cormier, who was still in the process of getting information, he told me that he's learning that there is multiple shooting in the county, and that the suspect may be driving a police vehicle and in uniform. A short time later, I was able to speak with the telecoms supervisor. Through all the confusion, she was reporting multiple shootings since the night prior, and the suspect was associated to many vehicles, heavily armed, and she did not have any information to say he was wearing a uniform. She mentioned locking down Truro and setting up roadblocks. I am not sure I had a true appreciation of what was unfolding, but I remember thinking that the public had to be made aware of the danger, and I told the officers on patrol to notify anyone they see outdoors, to go indoors, simply to explain the situation in the county is unfolding and suggest that they go in. How is that there still? Fucking banner. I also told dispatch to start calling any business that might be open and suggest that they lock their doors. Right? Sounds like, wise things. Smart. Because they wouldn't activate the emergency alert. Okay, so you have to have cops driving around on the road, phoning, and they literally did. There's like phone call logs in here with Walmart. I mean, it's crazy. To add to the confusion, even after being advised under the belief that the suspect was in the Milford area, we're advised that by telecoms that the suspect was at the Sobeys Truro. All available members were now ready for duty, and multiple officers responded to the area. Within 15 minutes of this, we received confirmation that the suspect was down. The distraction. I mean, shit. Hickox, approached by RCMP car, this was in the morning, said that they were lost looking for telecoms, indicated 4 to 5 casualties early in the morning, Portapic fires. No indication suspect was at large. Huh. Oh, okay. Nothing. We're just lost here. We don't know what we're doing. Hey, can you give us directions? Sorry if I'm making people. Now, the Bolos, this was pretty crazy. They got notified how many times of different cars over and over and over hours. They're trying to even figure out why they're looking for Lisa. Okay, so they associated him to which vehicle? The white Mercedes. The white Mercedes at what time? 5 minutes after 12. Okay, so it's now been going on for 2 hours, and they say, we got it. We can notify you that he's probably driving a Mercedes. Okay. I don't think there's any mention here of an old car. And where's the female information coming from? Well, just the fact that he's associated to her on pros. And also the address is associated to her on Gene. Okay, so an hour later, they call back and they say that, hi, sorry, it's Jen again. 1 second, voices in the background. If you could also, in that bolo, just give me 1 second. Sorry, can you add on to that? It's not confirmed that he is driving a Mercedes. However, he is known to be associated to a second vehicle, a white, it's been described as a former police car. 3 hours in, now we finally have some mention of something. It has like a decal, like a Canada decal, like the former cars they had. There's no license plate that is associated to it that I'm aware of. That is associated. Well, interesting that you would know that it has no license plate. But anyway, okay. Turns out to be the one that's fully deckled. Sure, that's been that way for what, a year over. RCMP. I don't know that there's a tourist that's been found torched on the scene, which could possibly be it. But I also know that they used Crown Vicks and stuff. Interesting. That it seems to be the main thing that he used to drive, or he does, is associated to an old police car. But this plate and the Mercedes, he's associated on Jean and stuff as well. Okay, so that's now at 1 o'clock. Oh, okay. All right, 2 cars at 1 o'clock. Oh, wait for it, because now at 4:12, they're going to phone back. Hi, it's Jen calling from RCMP. Hi, in regards to the bolo I gave you a couple of hours ago, 3, the incident we had at Portapic, that's past tense. Interesting. Had. It's just like it's done. I have another plate that he's associated to, just in case he's driving this one well or in lieu of. Oh, okay. License plate Golf Delta Mike 984. Yep. It's a white it's an F-150. It's registered to him. It's so just the fact that it's associated to him. Now the problem is that they're pulling all this information from Gene, meaning they had it all at the beginning, right? Yet they're just staggering information to Truro Police. Truro's like, what? Did you just get a new car every few hours? Here, hey, he's got a different one too. But they knew it all along. Yeah. So now we're up to 4:12, right? Oh, okay. Moving along. A couple minutes later, another update. Hey, you're going to hate me for this, but I've got another one. So there's 3. Okay. This one is registered to him. It's a black Jeep Wrangler, license plate Nova Scotia Golf November Papa 860. Also associated to him at 4:15. I mean, it must have been like a grab bag. You're going to get any kind of car. They're just going to pick them out. Note, girlfriend came out 6:30 out of the woods. Details learned after the fact. You know, because they like to read people in to their goo. Did you ever see anybody grovel so much? Boo! Wow. That was just sad. The proud RCMP. I know I will definitely be getting a few phone calls. I don't know if that's ever come out quite like that. Groveling from government lawyers. So somebody phones to the hospital phones to get some information, and Truro can't answer. So they're like, well, it's an RCMP file, so they have information on it. What? But I just had some couple questions for the police officers. Okay, well, I'll just have to transfer you over. And then they come back at 8:40 and let them know about the police car, the cruiser. I'm not saying the Mach one. I don't use those words. 8:40. How long have they known about this car? Hours. I think it's hours now we're talking about. Almost 2 hours for sure. Same time that they're going to drop the tweet. No. Sorry. The tweet saying that he's still alive. 8:40 is 40 minutes. Is that about 40 minutes after 8:02? They won't inform the public for another while. But hey, you know, don't tell them. Even though they knew since 10:12 at night. They're snowing everybody. Hoping that people will believe this stickers nonsense and the Dorrington photo and all this other BS. Somebody calls looking for information about them. That's interesting too. Got in here about 9 o'clock that the phone call from the Fishers came. And, you know, I have read some interesting information about what time that phone call came. So not sure that it did quite come when they said it did, but let's just not go tinfoily. Let's just stick with what they're saying. But is bad enough. They just keep firing up new files. Transmission synopsis. This transmission created a lot of confusion. Unknown if the person was in Wentworth was dead by a car, in a car, suspect dead, Mountie, or another victim. This stuff started to come out that they said that there was a Mountie dead on a road. I believe this is even coming from them. They think they got him. They got him in a fully marked cruiser. I think it's coming from the RCMP. I could be wrong. Fully marked cruiser up on Highway 4, Wentworth, deceased driver. So he might have shot himself. Time delay of 9 minutes. And then the call came in at 42 that they found another woman deceased at the side of the road. And they saw an RCMP cruiser who could have been hit by a car or could have been shot. Who knows? Even though first responding officers like, well, I can't tell. I might have been hit by a car. I'll have to inspect closer. That's the end of that. Never hear about it again. Had his name by 10:30. They could have gotten a picture by Facebook if it was still up at that time. Well, then, you know, then they just want to tell what weapons complaint. It's just shit. But I don't want to ever, like, I know I rail on about that, but it's very important because they are trying so desperately hard for people not to look deeper. They just want anybody to believe anything, whether it's the cook excuse, whether it's the, I don't know, he buys stuff off Amazon, McNeil's doing something wrong. Everything and anything, you can see it. They're just desperate. They're grasping. They're grasping because of the goo that's going on underneath, and that's what's they're really afraid about. That people learn. Hello. You're gonna say hello. Hello. I mean, it's just sad. Sad. Here he is with the messages. Where is it? It's got the third message. Where's the third message? Is that in this one? Oh no, it's further along. Let me just get to it. And they just kind of keep slowly informing them, which is basically what the public got told. And they're finding stuff out on social media, predominantly, and from text messages that other people are receiving. It's not like anything official is really coming through. Yes, they told them. Synopsis, more information coming in, multiple calls from RCMP advising to lock down Truro, 10:37. Well, he's already come and gone. Believed that they were talking about roadblocks, clear indication of multiple shootings, and non-confirmed sighting in Onslow. Oh, but that was the fire hall getting shot up. It wasn't a sighting. It was them shooting it up. Like, attempts to get more clarifying info and still don't know if he was in uniform, still confusion over which vehicle he could be in. They're talking about, well, listen, you know, over there in divert, but hey, we just saw a truck. Confirmed sighting that is probably him in the truck. What are you going after? You've thrown so much mud into the water. Nobody had a clue. From police forces that look like they would actually, police force which actually would do something about it, which frankly leads me to think they didn't want anybody doing anything about it. Otherwise, you would just inform them. So here he is, Rehill is calling, finally calling, because they asked him to call, and it took him a little bit. RCMP, if he's in the PC or not, but there was a Ford F-150 seen by air. That's what is seen. That's possibly what he's driving. And I can give you the plate for that. So you've got a list of, 4 different vehicles. I don't think she could even count, right? It was 4. Going over a period of 12 till over 4 hours. And then they add the cop car. Well, then that adds, and that doesn't happen until 8:14, even though they knew about it 10 hours earlier. You know, it's gross. And even through this, Chief McNeil is being really, really good. Oh, there's more on Highway 4. I don't know. The last person who called from Glenholm who said he was at the door didn't say anything about him wearing a uniform, but did say he had a baseball cap on. They're telling them that there's an officer down in Stewiacke. That name keeps coming up about Chad being down there. I don't understand how that's coming up, but the Chad things, more questions keep arising. Then they have the Truro thing, but the Truro thing, I firmly believe was just cover for what was going on down in Elmsdale. They were just all grouping up down there, but it would be better not to have anybody really kind of aware what was going on. Okay, so they wanted me to get this figured out. Not long ago, he was passing through Milford. Now he's spotted in Truro. What do we think about that? In Milford, but he's in Truro. RCMP. That's a really good question. I will. Do you mind if we just get back to you? Okay. Like, oh, why? But through it all, even, and then they call back and they say, oh, he's dead right away, of course, after the Truro stuff. Following the mass shootings April 19th, Truro Police Services members were learning of the events that were unfolding through various media sites. The information seemed to cause concern in relation to our involvement, what we knew, and the resources that we had available. The OIC of patrol, as the OIC in patrol, I decided to use transcription from dispatch logs to provide a debrief to the members. What are you going to tell them? It's all over the place. I don't know if the Walmart call's in here. I mean, really. But it was the last email exchange. I'll just leave you with that one. Then we'll wrap it up. I can't answer your questions. The RCMP, you know. So in case there might be two people in the car, at one point they were clearly looking for Lisa to a certain extent, I guess. How that magically changed, God only knows. Pointer car, maybe something to do with that. RCMP information on another vehicle. Okay. Yeah, just calling back about more cars. But it was just a repeat, sorry. But they seem to have their shit together. You know, they called in a couple of people. Oh, okay. 841 continues, previous time was given last information. Sorry. SOC was loading firearms into the vehicle. Vehicle photo can be coming when available. Vehicle photo to be coming when available. Hey. Stop. This is crazy. Sorry. Stewie Ack. The vehicle photo will be coming. I mean, at 8:40. But they've already had the photo for hours. Yet they still can't even give it to another police department who could help them. The veteran lawyer, the RCMP veterans lawyer, that made me really upset that he's like dumping all over the Truro, because I don't believe Truro got informed until after, basically, like set up the roadblocks. Oh, but he's already been through. You're not telling them anything. And then you're going to get mad at them for 9 minutes, even though they're driving around town telling people like, hey, you better get off the street. And yet potentially the RCMP veterans lawyer, and they're the ones who shut down all the witnesses too. I believe that between them and the NPF, they wrote articles on it, I believe. And who was killed after Truro? Was Heidi killed after Truro? So if we're even just looking at it from a completely 100% selfish standpoint, Truro, I believe, would have neutralized him. Like Grady says, put a bullet in his brain. It would, just to make it clear for everybody, as Grady says, we would put a bullet in his brain. And I think, frankly, that would have happened in Truro, and Heidi would potentially be alive. Yet they're running around like, oh, it's McNeil's fault. It's McNeil's fault. Gross, man. Gross. I hate to say this, but they don't even care about Heidi. Skirts. The word skirts. Excuses. Things to utilize. Where is I'm just trying to see where the email exchange is. It might not be in this one. No, it's not in this one. Basically, what it is that he writes a letter, which we all know about, and says, listen, let me help if I can. Whatever you need, we're here for you. Leather responds 50 minutes later, 50, I believe it is, and then says, which we know about too, right? And says, we think we got him pinned down. Thanks, Chris. Okay, but then the next part is like really interesting too, which I wasn't aware of. He sent a follow-up email right after that, Chief McNeil, and said, well, you just let us know. Whatever you need, we're here for you. Like, it's constantly just helping these people out. You have Lee sending out an email. I think it was Lee, or maybe it was Julie Moss, I think, for RCMP, sent out an email, and she's like, we need help. I think it was, or what did they offer? I should be careful about that one. And they're like, we're trying to deal with everything in house, but you guys can deal with a little bit, and we'll get back to you when we want. I'm just like, really? They did say they appreciated it, but it's just so strange. Like, it's not, because this is the RCMP's tried and true way. They're just beyond cocky, and they're terrified. They're terrified of whatever's going to come out down there. They're absolutely terrified. And as this is going along, the more documents that come out, the worse it's going to get. And that is true. The more hyped up people are going to become. So we just got to keep up the pressure. Chad announced over the radio that he was shot, but didn't report seeing him approach. Now, the way to deal with this is like dash cam footage, show everything. Then, you could probably blur out the shooting part. It's not going to show it anyways. You're just going to hear a bang. And he gets to go home. He got to go home the day after. And Heidi didn't. And lots of people didn't. And I'm not saying that he wouldn't be affected by something like that. But if we put it in perspectives, you have to. It's not, it's a case of 23 and a person who still gets to have dinner with his family. And he's got answers. Get him up there. This business about hiding behind shields and papers, and you can submit questions. What the fuck are you on? You answer questions. You are the law. You abide by the law. That means you come, you give testimony. This kind of shit is going to fuck up the court systems, because people will be like, well, I don't want to appear. I don't have to give. No, you do. You do. Quit using skirts. Quit using Heidi. Quit using trauma. Quit using 911 floods. Quit using bongings. Quit using, the list go drinking. And they will go to any level to hide what's going on down here. I really do hope that people get upset enough to start sending letters to both the Mass Casualty Commission demanding certain things, dash cam footage with audio, all of it, every single member that was involved. Then you'll get the audio transcripts for the 911 calls. Of course, they should just line up perfectly. You'll get all the channels. Should just line up perfectly. We're talking about a dead man, not a problem. Right? Or is it? I think maybe. And, if they want to continue to play this, fine. Start firing off letters to the media and to politicians. CC a whole bunch of people on those emails. Send personal letters and just say, I think we're done here. We're finished. Thank you, but we would rather not have your contracts anymore. I mean, if I see them go back to Colchester after this fiasco, I'll be like, what the hell, man? Temporary policing, Truro would come in, or part-time policing, Truro would come in much cheaper, much cheaper, give far more service 24 hours a day. And I believe that they can do it. I really, truly believe that they can do it after seeing the way McNeil runs his show. Absolutely not. Citizens can ask. It's a public entity. Meaning the you can demand it. You don't ask it, demand it. This business of asking and being polite, their employees, all of them, including Stanton and McDonald and whoever's running the show up there, including the government, including Trudeau, they're all employees. And they're way out of line. And it's cost a lot of people's lives. Done. And on that note, God bless you. Thank you for joining me. God bless the 23. I will see you for another week of to be determined. I'm sure I will have something in the meantime. God bless. God bless the 23.